Good morning, America. Welcome and thank you so much for joining us, guys. Kash Patel is going to have an epic hit. Is the question going to be asked, guys? That's the question. I think he's going to dodge it, of course, right? If he wants to be, Never a straight answer, right? But again, guys, this is going to be amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get ready and hold the line. Oh, no. You are here because you know the storm is upon us. That was it, right?
My fellow Christian warriors, set yourselves apart from this corrupt generation. Be saints. That is the freedom that I wish for you. Freedom from sin. Freedom from our weaknesses. Freedom from the slavery that sin makes out of all of us. That is the freedom that is worth dying for. Kind of reminds me of the words that Mel Gibson first intoned in his Academy Award-winning film Braveheart, when he said to his ragtag army, and I say to you tonight, I see before me a whole army of my countrymen here in defiance of tyranny. You've come to fight as free men, and free men you are. What will you do without freedom? Will you fight? No! Yeah, fight, you may die. Run and you live. At least a while. Dying in your beds many years from now, would you have been willing to trade all the years from this day to that for one chance? Just one chance to come back here and tell our enemy, you can take our lives. You can never take our freedom. Every man dies. Not every man truly lives. We must fight for that authentic freedom and live, my friends. By God, we must live. And with the Holy Spirit as your shield and Christ as your sword, may you join Saint Michael and all the angels in defending God and sending Lucifer and his henchmen straight right back to hell where they belong. The storm is upon us. But not without Jesus, our rudder. And in the words of Reagan, evil is powerless if the good are unafraid. God bless you.
God bless you, beautiful pages. Thanks so much for joining us on this beautiful Thursday. Kash Patel is going to be the FBI director, guys. So let's get ready and hold the line and let me shout each and every one out because you know they love you, right? Okay, guys.
love you. We will be
You're
back in
lucky.
some form.
209.
Too many of us think it is
Drusy,
impossible.
we love you with the beating
Too
hearts.
many think it is unreal. But that is a dangerous,
Defeatist
defeatist
belief.
belief.
Because it
It
leads to the conclusion that we are gripped by forces we cannot control. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare for the Storm Magna. Okay, guys, we have arrived. Kash is locked and loaded, guys. Are you ready to plug? No. Yep. We're going to hold the line, but we're going to see Kash Patel, guys. He is locked and loaded. He went to bed early yesterday, man. And he made sure that his perfect socks are, just folded and straight up. So when he woke up, he can put on his Punisher socks, guys. So it's going to be amazing. Miss Penny Black, we love you. Without further ado, guys, because Kash is already, behind the mic, guys. So without further ado, let us introduce the man that you all know. Let's go to the Pacific Coast, guys. The guy you all know as the man that never sleeps and that is born ready. The man in the mirror and the man in the middle, guys. Mr. Lance on his epic quest. How are you doing, my friend?
Oh, what's up, Grasshopper? What's up, Derp Man? And hello to our beautiful chat. Today is going to be epic. We have been waiting for this one since Kim Bondi's hearing, right? Oh, man. This is going to be a good one. And I think Grassley was already dropping some comms, honestly. So that was
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that was an interesting one, which you'll hear it and you'll do the same thing. So I love you guys. Well, I'll keep it short this morning because I'm excited to see what this one holds. Love you guys.
Okay, Lance, we love you to the moon and back. And Christopher Reed, awesome to see you. Turnus, greet from the Dutch Bible Belt. Awesome, guys. Read your Bible because, let's go, guys. Let's introduce the man that you all know as Mr. Butterboy. The man that knows without being told. Mr. 45, believe it or not, guys. Do not let him tell you otherwise. Heartbeats a minute, Mr. RQ Durfman. How are you doing, my friend? Oh, he's parking his car, I guess. So
Are you on mute?
Yeah. And yes.
Yes,
Yes and yes. I literally just parked. I had to make room in the driveway, etc., etc. And I'm just about to get back in, and glad to see we've got a full house here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, what's up, Lance? What's up, Grasshopper? And what's up, Trickster, Forsav, Frucy, Miss Penny Black, MMG123, Al Sands, Thunder, who can confirm that it's very, 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 very cold here in Montreal. It was minus 17 degrees Celsius earlier. I think it might have warmed up a little bit because we got some nice clear blue skies. Not even no chemtrails, nothing. So I'm pumped. I'm really curious to see what Kash Patel has in store for us today.
All right, guys. So without further ado, let's go into the live feed, guys, because Twitter is allowing us to go back a little bit. So let's see how that works, guys. This is Kash Patel, guys. Kash Patel is locked and loaded. He knows exactly what to do, guys. He even wrote a book about it, guys. So without further ado, let's go into that thing, guys. Why isn't this working? So something is up with my computer, guys.
Sure.
So let's go, guys. Let's start off with Chuck Grassley at 19 minutes and 33 seconds. There's no sound.
To its core mission of fighting crime.
Yeah.
Let's go
Your
back a little bit,
extensive
guys.
background position.
Come on, guys.
Go back before that. I keep going back. See if it'll go. Go. Yeah, no, now you're into the...
Come on, guys. Come on now.
On the record, those career.
There's no sound. How's that possible?
Is there sound now?
So there's no sound here. Well, the volume is all the way up. Let's see, guys. What is going on?
Tell
Here?
he's an expert at it. You might remember.
So in the beginning, there was no
feed.
sound, guys.
Yep. They cut in without no sound.
Okay, so let's see, guys. When they cut in,
the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane.
so there it is, guys. He's sitting down. He's sitting down.
9:34.
So this meeting starts, guys. This meeting starts at 9:34, guys.
You see everybody
9:34.
rushing in.
What?
I say you see everybody rushing in like a bunch of little.
You know, and big shout out to RSBN, guys. We love you guys. We're still in contact, guys. We're gonna set it up. It's gonna be perfect. Let's go, guys. Let's see. Let's see.
Like Thunder said, where's the sign language person when you need them?
Yeah, right. Great point. The Hein, we love you. Big John Q, great to see you. And Miss Benny Black, thank you so much for joining us. This is going to be historic, guys. There's going to be some questions going to be answered, guys. And again, 9:34. Let's see what it is. 9:34. 9:34. Let's see. Okay, the globalists. Okay.
More coming.
Okay, more coming. Keep your six, guys. Keep your six, guys. Watch your six. 6 o'clock can be dangerous. So again, 9:34. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna see
The mirror?
a little. You know what? The middle.
No, I said the mirror.
Oh, that's the
mirror?
middle. Okay.
The middle.
So a
There's no middle
439. Yeah, there's no middle there, guys. Yeah, 3, right? Okay, so let's see. Message sent.
Ooh. What
Okay.
rocket fired today?
Uh-huh.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. So again, so we got Grassley behind the mic, and RSBN is not picking up the sound, guys. So we're gonna see some lip reading, and let's give a call to iPod to see if he can narrate this, guys. You know? Let's see, guys, what the iPod got in store for us. So there's a little lip reading. Good morning, everybody. Today is gonna be an historical day. You know, we're gonna get our deep state Punisher. You know, get him the director. Make him the director of the FBI. I think it's much needed as we see that the 3-letter agencies were politically weaponized against a duly elected president and hence the American people. I think it's important to...
In my oversight committee.
in my oversight committee, we saw a lot of deep state actors attacking Flynn, Donald J. Trump, George Papadopoulos, and many others. Who knows where the bodies are buried, guys? Who knows where the bodies are buried? Okay, let's see. So this is going to take a few minutes. Pixel Plays, great to see you. What rocket fired? She's asking. Well, we saw a lot of planes going down yesterday, guys. So more on that after this. 9:35. Let's see, guys. 9:35. Joe Grassley is still speaking, and the sound is not on. 9:35. Let's see. Okay. The New World Order. 539. Okay, when does a bird talk? That's a nice one.
Think logically.
Think logically. Okay.
All right, go
So
forward a
there's-
little bit. Do we actually have sound in this damn thing or what?
Yeah. It's over here.
He's called out
Okay.
So, right. So it's still 36, 37.
Use of records.
Okay, there it goes.
37.
At 37, the sound comes in, guys. 9:37. 9:37. We're a good 30 minutes behind the live stream. So a glimpse. You cannot possibly imagine the size of this. Trust the plan. Trust that there are more good and bad. The world is helping. We are not alone. We're all connected in this fight. Patriots unite. We are winning big. Watch the speech.
made it over
God bless.
1,000
And
pages
there is
of
General
records to the
Joe
committee,
Grassley, guys.
over 1,000 individual interviews, and many hundreds of hours of media. Thank you. I thank your family for coming. I know some of them have traveled to get here, and I know they're very proud of you, and I determined that
question mark.
by looking them in the face. Public trust in the FBI is low.
Okay.
Only 41% of the American people think
The
the
Joker,
FBI
guys.
is doing a
The
good job.
Joker.
This is the lowest rating in a century. It's no surprise that public trust has declined in an institution that has been plagued by abuse, lack of transparency, and weaponization of law enforcement. Nevertheless, the FBI
Good morning,
remains
Joe
an
Grassley.
important,
839.
even indispensable institution for law and order in our country. It's the
With the
people
question mark,
on the top
question mark,
floor
question mark, question mark,
J.
question
Edgar
mark.
Hoover building,
Nice one.
not your local FBI agents that have caused the low approval rating. Mr.
And do
Patel,
not blindly believe.
I know
It's
you know
blind.
this, but it's your job
There it
to
is.
restore the public trust and return the FBI to its core mission
Boom.
of fighting crime.
Kash Patel,
Your
everybody.
extensive background gives you a unique position to make this happen. Mr. Patel's career has been a study in fighting unpopular but righteous causes, exposing corruption, and putting America first.
Preach,
For
Grass.
almost a decade, Mr. Patel served as a public defender,
Trust Grassley,
defending
guys.
the constitutional rights of some of the least popular people in this country. After serving as a public defender, Mr. Patel joined the Department of Justice under President Obama as a counterterrorism prosecutor in the National Security Division. In this role, he
Ain't that a
investigated
quinky dink?
and he prosecuted many important cases, including the World Cup bombing in Uganda in 2010, for which he received an award of excellence. In 2017, Representative Devin Nunes asked Mr. Patel to join the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence to uncover the truth about Russiagate.
Oh,
And Mr. Patel did uncover the truth. It was during this period of time that, if you remember, I first met you, Mr. Patel. Through tireless works, Mr. Patel showed that Crossfire Hurricane was based upon fraudulent, discredited information paid for by the Democratic National Committee
DNC, guys.
and the Clinton campaign.
Boom.
As reward for his efforts to uncover the truth, mainstream media, can you believe this, personally attacked Mr. Patel, and the FBI secretly subpoenaed his records. Now, I know what that is because my staff received similar treating during my investigation. The attacks Mr. Patel faced during his work in the House of Representatives are similar to the ones that he faces today. I expect many of these underhanded attacks will be repeated today. Mr. Patel has been accused of having, quote unquote, an enemies list.
Okay.
This is not a fair characterization.
Boom,
As he
guys.
stated,
The deep state hit list.
quote, there is no revenge list, end of quote. Mr. Patel has identified those he believes have put politics and personal ambition over service to the country. He's called out
people are
those
sick.
who've used the institutions like the FBI to achieve their own personal gain.
The assassination of JFK,
Patel
guys.
Has said he believes that people who do this should be named and that Americans deserve transparency so that they can make
Unmask
their own
the
judgment
unmaskers,
as
guys.
they did in this last election. Other
Unmask
attacks
the
against
unmaskers.
Mr. Patel are similarly unfounded. To take just one example, he's been accused of jeopardizing hostage rescues. In fact, those allegations have been repeatedly shown to be false smears. As numerous national security officials have said publicly and on the record, Mr. Patel played a critical role in returning Americans safely home and has done so through hard work and personal cost to him. Mr. Patel has been accused of being unqualified to be FBI director. This suggestion ignores his impressive career at the highest levels of government service.
You're witnessing a strength test.
After exposing Russiagate scandal in the Congress, Mr. Patel served in roles such as Senior Director, Counterterrorism at the National Security Council, Deputy Director of National Intelligence,
Jenna Franklin, we love
and
you.
Chief of Staff to the Acting Secretary of Defense. Mr. Patel managed large intelligence and defense bureaucracies, identified and countered national security threats, prosecuted and defended criminals. He's done this while fighting for transparency and accountability in the government. Mr. Patel has precisely the qualifications we need at this time when the FBI is not being respected by our public.
There it is,
Mr.
guys.
Patel, should you be confirmed, you'll take charge of an FBI that is in crisis. Recently, my oversight exposed that a special agent in charge of the FBI New Orleans field office was on vacation during New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Of course, that was also included the Sugar Bowl. Senior personnel should be at their posts, not on vacation, during critical security events. And we all remember what happened at that time in New Orleans. But of course, the FBI agent,
Boom.
this FBI agent would find it acceptable to do what he did. In August 2022, an FBI oversight hearing of this committee, Director Ray decided to leave early. I asked him to stay just 1 hour and 20 minutes longer, but he already made up his mind that he was
That
going to
one,
leave.
Grass. 120.
Later, under questioning in November of that year
What?
by Senator
He said
Hawley,
an hour and 20 minutes
Director Ray
longer.
admitted that he left this committee
An hour and what?
He said he asked Ray to stay just an hour and 20 minutes longer.
So you want to look at drop 120?
Oh, yeah. Just look what it's talking about. The terrorist attacks. What's he in charge of?
All right.
Right. And if you go to the top, look, just go to the top was the one that got me, where it says, why is there a terrorist attack or mental health C-level attack with a short time post or within a short time post negative D, right? Negative D.
You mean he talks about New Orleans, right? What happened there? Yeah. I got you.
And then not only
Okay.
that, you kind of think of what happened yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not saying anything, but right, shift the narrative. Like within a short time, post negative D news. So
Yeah.
that
So
was
on
the
that,
one that
yes,
kind of got me.
gotcha. Again,
It's
so
just
let's
that fast.
now, because we're on this note, right? I told Durfman before the show, 1931, right? Trump is talking about those airplanes, right? Perfect route, approach, and everything, right? I saw people dropping that these Black Hawks can be, operated from a distance, right? Without, but
Remote.
let's not speculate, guys. Let's see what the timestamp of Donald Trump is saying here, the 1931. Because if you look at 1931, because he chose this specific timestamp, 1931. 1931 is showing you the text message, right, of Comey, right? So this is the day before the Senate hearing on, on Patel, right? Kash, who's going to be the next FBI director, who he says is in big trouble. So again, I don't want to say this is a threat, but again, it's pretty interesting that this is happening. That Trump used this timestamp, 1931. To talk about those airplanes, right? Not a second earlier, or an hour earlier, or 2 hours later, right? So that's really interesting that Donald Trump was dropping the timestamp 1931. Let's see what 1219 is saying, because I quickly had a glance on it. The 4 a.m. talking points, pre-bad news, right? Okay. Public
See how it's
announcements,
all,
right? Unmask the unmaskers, guys.
yo.
Journalism and ethics and standards. Huh.
See how
So,
it's always pre-bad news against them
yep,
or pre-new, like they always push
yep.
the narrative when they know. Because right, what Grassley just say, that's not a government, that's not a list. That's everybody he knows, you crooked mother that are sitting
Yeah,
in this room, what you did.
yeah.
That's not a
This
list.
is this is not a target list of his enemies. He's
No.
listing people that are using their position to go after, to misuse their power, right? You are the
Mm-hmm.
FBI and you need to protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. That's all you need to do. You don't have to worry about who the American people are going to vote for, right?
Yep.
Or even worse than that, label certain information as fake Russian propaganda, right? Even though you know for sure that that's real. You then have to take that information and say, wait a minute, guys, we got a problem. Hold your horses, right? And let's investigate. You know, do not take people from from Twitter because they're trying to save America, right? Do not get in the way of that, right? And this is exactly what they've done. And this is exactly what Kash is going to solve, guys. So again, there's no better person for this job as Kash Patel, guys. And again, interesting that those planes, with the helicopter, that was dropped at 1219 in 1931. That is bringing you to the FBI, guys. 1931. 1931. There it is. James Comey. So it might be, and again, I don't know, guys. Um, that
Can we
might be a hint, but I'm not sure, right? We're just looking at the timestamps here. 1391. Let me see what the mirror is. 1391. Come on, computer. 1391. Okay, so there's the CIA guys, by the way. Okay. Deputy Director of the National Clandestine Service. DDN, that's a long acronym. DDNCS.
DDNCS?
DDNCS, guys. I'm not stuttering. Okay, guys. So that's good.
The next
Okay.
TV show coming to a theater near you. DDNS.
Welcome to DDNNS.
You know how we have NCS, right? Like there's that crime show,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Okay, guys. Let's continue with Senator Grassley.
Hey, Grass,
And yes.
as you're saying, Grassley, huh? One more thing. So the 1 hour, 20 minutes is 80, right? 60 and 20.
Yes. Yes.
That one actually is
there's
really good.
darkness, right? We need to get organized. Hillary Clinton. Absolutely, guys. Things
We need to
needs
get
to be
organized.
understand. Yeah, it needs to be understand. Well, what is need to be solved to understand what is about to happen, guys. Like what Trump was saying in 16, right? This is about returning power to the people and showing you what lies at the basis of this problem. The Clinton Foundation, right? So this is how this whole can of worms go together. So let's continue with Senator Grassley and let's listen to Kash Patel, guys.
Hearing early so that he could go on vacation.
That
These
was
two
cool.
incidents, among others, are examples of the blatant disrespect that the FBI leadership has shown to this committee and indirectly to the American people. In November 22, I released internal FBI records that my office received pursuant to lawful whistleblower disclosures. Those records provided data about how hundreds of FBI employees who had retired or resigned to avoid discipline, many of those employees engaged in sexual misconduct in the worst workplace. Those records also showed
Well, Grass, the mirror is
lower
Delta for
level
tomorrow.
FBI employees were punished. Lower level employees of the FBI were punished more harshly than senior level employees. No, fairness was out the window.
I heard a reference to federal employees.
1 year later,
Mm-hmm.
with no response from the FBI. I asked Director Wray about this at a December 5, 23 hearing before this committee. He publicly pledged to get me the data I requested November, a year before. He and his deputy director never followed through. I also questioned Director Wray about improperly classified information relating to Afghan evacuees placed in our country. At that time, approximately 50 evacuees were already deemed potential national security concerns. So what's the number now? The public
The
has
number
a
is
right to know.
boom.
I've
Grassley.
also raised concerns about whistleblower disclosure, saying that the FBI moved agents from child sex abuse cases to those January 6 cases. The FBI under Director Wray never got his priorities
The
straight.
mirror gang grass.
With respect to weaponization,
749.
I'd like to turn to a letter I
Talking about
wrote
the
July
children,
20
sex trafficking.
of 2022.
Props.
That letter noted that Assistant Special Agent in charge, Tebow, was a key official involved in opening the Elector case that became the Jack Smith lawfare operation. That's not supposed to happen. An official at Tebow's rank and position isn't supposed to open cases. That's the job of special agents.
Bring the rain.
For those who don't remember, Tebow was the anti-Trump agent that violated the Hatch Act for his political conduct in office. My letter also noted that Richard Pilger, who ran the Justice Department's election crime branch, was involved in the approval. Now I'd like to call the committee's attention to something I'm going to share with you, information about the FBI's that's never been made public before.
Get him, Grassley.
You have those?
Oh, here we go, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In my hand
Woo! Banksy
are a
17, we love
series
you.
of FBI emails.
Oh,
The first is an email that Tebow sent to subordinate agent on February the 14th, 2022. He said, quote, "Here's a draft opening language we discussed," end quote. The draft opening was attached and it included material that would later become part of Jack Smith's elector case.
Ooh.
The second email, February 24th,
yeah.
2022, email from Tebow to John Crabb, a prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of
Use the
Columbia, saying, quote,
intel to free the
"I
world.
had a discussion with the case team, and we believe there is predication to include former President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, as a predicated subject," end quote. This FBI case would later be codenamed Arctic Frost. The third email, February 24th, 2022, email from Tebow to John Crabb, noting that the Attorney General and the FBI approval will be sought to open the case. The fourth email, February 25th, 2022, email from Tebow, subordinate agent, saying they added Trump and others as a criminal subject to the case. Tebow responded, quote unquote, "perfect." The fifth email, March 22, 2022, from Tebow, emailing a version of an investigative opening for approval. This didn't include President Trump. I want to make clear, that one didn't include President Trump as a criminal subject. The sixth email
The public will know soon,
is on
guys.
April 11th, 2022,
March Madness.
from Tebow approving the opening of Arctic Frost. The seventh email is an April 13th, 2022 email from FBI agent to Tebow stating that the FBI deputy director approved its opening. The 8th email on the same date had Tebow emailing John Crabb that the elector case was approved.
1,000
Crabb
pieces,
responded,
guys.
quote,
The CIA.
"Thanks a lot. Let's talk next week," end quote. Between March 22nd and April 13th, other versions of the document opening the investigation existed because a 9th email shows that the FBI General Counsel Office made edits on March 25th. Was Trump still removed as an investigative subject? If so, which Justice Department FBI officials other than Jack Smith later added him for prosecution? I expect the production of all records on this matter to better understand the full fact pattern and whether other records exist. Notably, approval of these documents was also given by Richard Pilger. This committee has written about Pilger undermining the Justice Department's efforts during the 2020 election for partisan purposes. These emails and documents substantiate my July 2022 letter, which the FBI ignored. And I hope you, when you get there, won't ignore my letters. Partisan FBI agents and DOJ officials tried and ultimately succeeded in launching a full field criminal investigation and prosecution of the President of the United States. Justice Department and FBI leadership acted in concert to further a political scheme to take.
So Ezra Cohen this morning posted a remote helicopter used by black hats. Is that true? Ezra Cohen? The verified account? On his Telegram. Okay, yeah. Well, okay, but again, MMG123, thank you so much for this epic Rumble rant. But again, Ezra Cohen this morning posted remote helicopter used by black hats. Did he post it on Twitter, by the way? If so, drop me the link. It's on Telegram, supposedly. Okay, CIA headquarters. Okay.
Yeah,
Again,
it's not on
interesting,
Twitter.
guys.
Or
Yeah.
not, it's not on X.
Yeah. So again, but again, if he posts this on Twitter, that will be epic, guys. But again, MMG123, we love you. And again, guys, let's take a step back, right? Because let's see what's going to happen, guys. Because there's a lot of moves and counter moves, and we can't rule anything out, right? Because a lot of bad news is coming out, guys. And listen to what Grassley is saying. He's got those files, he's got those memos, he's got those emails. How they were talking about, good, we're gonna get Donald Trump, right? We're gonna, go after him. And this is something the FBI shouldn't have done, right?
Take down Trump.
Boom.
Just like they did with Crossfire Hurricane.
And again, check what this drop is all about, right? We are at drop 953, right? How bad is the corruption, right? How bad is the corruption? The FBI, past and present, right? That's what this drop is talking about. The DOJ, the State Department. But again, Russia, Hillary Clinton, Twitter bots and YouTube, Twitter. Traders are everywhere. Big developments. America for sale. Flynn is targeted. Again, also by the FBI, right? During Comey's time, right? Who knows where the bodies are buried? Cleared of all charges. Trump admin, volume 2, guys. Elections theft. Lost hope, and that's exactly what they're talking about. Weighing in on the elections and going after Trump to smear him to be a criminal, and then trying to, paint a picture and tell everybody in America, right? You can't vote for a criminal, right? A criminal can't be a president, right? But again, criminal in what sense? What did you say that he did? Well, did his accountant write something off as a legal expense? Does it really make you a criminal? Like, what are we essentially talking about, right? These people are stupid. They think that you would follow the stars. They openly call you sheep and cattle, right? But there will come a time that none of them will be able to walk down the street because their biggest fear is public awakening. And that is happening on national television as we speak, guys. He's dropping the sauce. He's reading their internal emails. Chuck Grassley, we love you. And Kash, make America great again. How beautiful, guys. This is the timestamp where he's reading those internal emails, where the drop is talking about how bad is the corruption within the FBI, guys. Past and present. Interesting, isn't it? Trump admin volume 2. Well, that is happening right now, guys. So, Chuck, we love you, man. Let's continue with this epic.
This is the longest introduction I've ever heard.
Well, you know, he's taking his moment, right? Because he was silent for a long time, right? He wasn't really silent, but again, now he can finally speak his mind to paint the backdrop of what value Kash Patel has in, you know, what value he can be for the FBI and, you know, consequently the United States of America, right? So
and Grassley's, like, his reports are amazing, right? Like, his website has got all the juicy details, right? Like, I've read a lot of good reports on his website where I'm like, holy crap, Grassley knows what's going on, right? Like, that's why he's taking a 45-minute introduction.
He's got to unload, man.
None of the Dems are going to get a question in, and it's going to be like, all right, Kash, okay, we're done. Thank you.
This morning, Grassley came in, and you hear like beep, 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 and it said, Senator Grassley, what's that? Yeah, well, those are my notes, right? Like coming in, beep, beep. Okay, guys. So
unreleased emails. Here, let me just read you a tad bit of what we know that you don't.
from the top of my mind, right? Okay, guys. So again, Jordy, we love you, man. Carmen, Dutch Warrior, Covenant Zoe Girl, XE Rob, M Eagles, we love you guys. Thank you all so much for joining us on YouTube and on Rumble and on Pill.net and on X, guys. Again, we're streaming on all the platforms, guys. And again, Chuck Grassley, we love you to the moon and back, and RSBN, you guys are absolutely amazing.
They have yet to learn a lesson, and I hope you'll learn that lesson for them or teach that lesson.
Oh,
and
next
their
week,
conduct,
guys.
yet again,
boom, boom, boom.
seriously eroded
teach them a lesson.
Integrity of this once storied institution. As I've said before, if a politically charged investigation is to be open, it must be done the right way, and that didn't happen here. Mr. Patel, in my time, I've never seen our law enforcement intelligence community institutions so badly infected with political decision-making. And I say intelligence community because you know what happened when 55 people, former or present intelligence.
And we are at 55, guys. Nice. We are at 9:55, and he says, and you know what happens when 55 intelligence agencies come to a certain conclusion, you know, lie. And again, there it is, guys.
Agency signed a letter in 2020 that the laptop was a Russian hoax, as an example.
Exactly, guys. Election interference. What will be the penalty for stealing elections?
So all of this is these institutions breaking faith with we the people.
Boom.
Mr. Patel, you must be fair, you must be consistent, but you must be aggressive. Your actions must be based on accountability. And transparency brings accountability.
Whoa, guys, there it is. That's an epic cue drop, guys. Transparency brings accountability. Let's see, guys. Let's go.
Grassley.
That would be 4011.
4011. Is there more with them? Or is that the other one? 40.
It seems like the only one.
Okay, guys. Thank you. Dude, and Crossfire Hurricane, guys. He just talked about that. The calm before the storm. Did you think the statement by POTUS Donald J. Trump regarding the calm before the storm was just random. Now, did you? Transparency brings accountability. And there it is, guys. Crossfire hurricane, crossfire typhoon, crosswinds, guys. Unreleased, redacted, and he's reading them, guys. The calm before the storm. You didn't think the calm before the storm was just random now, did you? Transparency brings accountability, guys. Chuck Grassley, you are amazing. At 9:55, guys. 9:55 is saying 9:55. Let's see, guys. Yeah, there it says, guys. Next week, boom, boom, boom. United States Marine Corps activated US 3, guys. So now it is. Remember how it says, Saudi Arabia is 1, United States is 2nd, Europe is going to be 3rd, or Asia is going to be 3rd, and Europe or something, switch them around, right? So, and there it says, right? US 3 in the, parentheses. So that's interesting, guys. And why are the Marines at the southern border, right? Think about that, There are missions within missions. And again, it's going to be epic. Grassley is on fire and the Marine Corps is activated. Boom.
You do so,
Hey,
you'll
hey, I'm
have
sorry.
my support. And
Yes.
We should go back to that 4011 drop. And click on the Twitter.
Oh, redacted, huh? Oh, Flynn.
For new Flynn document dump, one wonders who was Crossfire Typhoon. Could that be a question we could ask Kash Patel? I don't know. I just thought it was interesting, and of course, any mention of Flynn around there.
Was
Crossfire
Typhoon
Yes.
Carter Page?
Let me see, guys. Oh, there it is, guys. George Papadopoulos.
Oh, it was George.
Yep.
And he just posted yesterday something big's about to come, right?
Yep. Buckle up.
171 page.
Yes.
Nice little 17 there.
Crossfire Typhoon. Here's a 171 page transcript. There it is, guys. A mirrored 17. George Papadopoulos in London, guys. So we love you, man. So Crossfire Typhoon, and he was the one blowing the Crossfire Hurricane all out of the water, guys. And again, for them to come out back then, right? That is you gotta have kahunas, guys, to do that. So again, I like George Papadopoulos only for that as well, right? So again, guys,
Congrats
Giant
to
for
the-
breakfast, we love you.
Can I also mention just a quick thing that Timor mentioned in the chat? He's saying that tonight in the NHL, the Chicago Blackhawks are playing the Carolina Hurricanes.
Okay.
So I
All right.
thought that was kind of interesting, considering we're just talking about the Hurricanes.
The Blackhawks.
Yeah, and mentioning the possibility that these remote Blackhawks had something to do with.
I'm not saying that, right? I just saw.
Oh, I'm not either.
I'm just saying, like Lockheed Martin, the technology is there, and I don't know what happened, right? So, it's like this accident happened. Were the people? They say that people were on board. So, but again, it's I don't know.
And one more thing, actually, Caroline Levitt, who's the press secretary, said that the president will hold a press briefing on the aviation disaster at 11 a.m. Eastern in the James S. Brady briefing room.
Okay.
So maybe something
right.
to tune
So
into.
how long will this question Q&A be? Is it going to be 2 hours or something?
That's all she
109.
posted. Oh, you're talking about the Kash Patel?
It says an hour and 9 minutes.
At least an hour and 9, yeah.
Okay, so it's short. Okay. Okay, guys. So let's get
Yeah,
into this
Grassley's gonna
because
talk for an hour. Cash is gonna talk for 9, and then
there's
we'll wrap
one
it up.
question. There's one question for Cash that they're gonna ask. Do you want to become the director of the FBI? And Cash is gonna say, absolutely effing yes, right? And everybody goes, and the crowd goes wild. And that was it, fireworks, right?
And that was it.
He's gonna do, some kind of, a sword dance, right? Like he's,
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Let's continue with Grassley. Dude, guys, the calm before the storm, guys. No. Transparency brings accountability. Accountability brings, transparency brings accountability. That's it, guys. The calm before the storm. Crossfire hurricane, crossfire typhoon, guys. Dude, this
And
is
do the mirror grass
huge.
559 right now, with him saying
559. Let's have a little.
Transparency brings accountability.
Okay. Hussein cabinet staff. All right. We don't say his name. James Comey, Hillary Clinton, Loretta Lynch, Adam. Okay. Valerie Jarrett. John Brennan, Rod Rosenstein,
Joe Biden. I don't know. That's what I think.
Eric Smith. Googly Gooks, Eric Smith. Again, why would the world allow access? D class of POTUS, a shut heard around the world. Interesting drop, guys. Again, the private emails. And he's reading those emails, right? Not of Hussein, but of the FBI bad actors. So let's go. Oops, nope. Let's go back into.
Like he just killed Jack Smith's case. You know that, right? Like
yes.
The appeals court's gonna throw it out now. Like what the hell? Just what?
Yep.
We told you Jack Smith wasn't legally allowed to be there. He was installed, and everything he did was illegal.
Yes.
And that one email just proved it all.
Okay, guys. Let's continue with. Yeah, it's amazing.
Letitia.
Letitia, right? Okay, guys. And is this part 1? This is just Kash Patel testifies at Senate confirmation hearing for FBI director. That's it. It's just going to be 1 hour. So let's just move through this and also go into what happened yesterday and just do some live decoding, guys. This is going to be, Miss Grasshopper is going to come home in a while, guys. So this is going to be a nice long broadcast.
Remember, either you're going to run your agency or the agency's going to run you. And the agency certainly ended up running Director Wray and probably people before him. Without objection, I'm going to put in this letter in the record, and this letter is sent to
Panic mode.
Director Wray December the 9th last year, calling for him and his deputies to step down, and it's titled, quote unquote, failures. Now I turn to Ranking Member Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your commitment to the Judiciary Committee's longstanding bipartisan practice of vetting presidential nominees.
And now it's time for Grass to get mad.
The FBI dates back to the start of the last century, 1908, when then Attorney General Charles Bonaparte organized a special agent force. J. Edgar Hoover became director of the FBI in 1924 and led the Bureau for 48 years. Until his death in 1972. He is credited with professionalizing the Bureau and developing its investigative ability. However, with little or no oversight, Hoover also used the Bureau's investigative powers improperly.
Do you understand why Grassley is always posting that Hoover? That old vacuum cleaner, right? Linking you back to this.
He infamously directed the FBI to spy on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.,
there you
Thurgood
go.
Marshall, and other civil rights leaders of the day. In 1975, the United States Senate created Frank Church's committee.
And again, guys, there it is, infiltrated. And again, this is where military intelligence comes in handy, right? Who infiltrated all those agencies.
And they disclosed widespread abuses by the FBI and other U.S. intelligence agencies. The Church Committee concluded these agencies had engaged in illegal surveillance,
Boom.
and as a result, quote, groups and individuals have been assaulted, repressed, harassed, and disrupted because of their political views, social beliefs, and their lifestyles.
Is he really trying to use this
Quote,
against
the
Kash?
intelligence agencies have served the political and personal objectives of presidents and other high officials. The Hoover era of the FBI, the Watergate scandal, and the findings of the Church Committee highlighted the risk of political interference in FBI investigations and led to significant, important reform. In 1976, Congress passed a law that limits the FBI director to a single term of 10 years, which was intended to insulate that position from political influence. And critically, we made the FBI director's appointment subject to the advice and consent of the Senate. That's why we're here today. Since 1935, the motto of the FBI has been fidelity, bravery, integrity. These qualities represent the Bureau's core values and the high standards that are expected of all of its employees, including the director of the FBI. After meeting with Mr. Patel and reviewing his record, I do not believe you meet this standard. Mr. Patel has neither the experience, the temperament, nor the judgment to lead an agency of 38,000 agencies and 400 field offices around the globe. During the time I've served on this committee, I've had the opportunity to consider four
Grassley leaning the screen there.
nominations.
Yep. Down
Each
she
one was a
goes.
Republican, and I voted for all of them. My concerns about the director of the FBI are not partisan.
Oh,
As
really?
much as Republicans claim that President Biden and former Attorney General Garland weaponized the FBI,
Absolutely,
let's
buddy.
look at the record. President Biden kept the FBI director, a lifelong Republican who had been appointed by President Trump. Contrast that with President Trump. Fired his first FBI director, James Comey, forced out his second FBI director, Chris Wray, for being insufficiently loyal. With Mr. Patel, however, obviously the president has found a loyalist. Mr. Patel's loyalty includes touting conspiracy theories that threatened.
Oh, buddy,
efforts
you're so
at
toast.
President Trump's enemies. How do we know Mr. Patel's theories, his beliefs, what motivates him, what he really believes? He wrote it in a book. This book, Government Gangsters.
Oh, yeah.
I urge all of you to read before you cast a
absolutely.
vote for this.
Yes,
gentleman.
please do.
Yes.
Mr. Patel has
Great plug, buddy. Thank you. A free plug for Kash Patel's book, guys. Go ahead and buy it. The bestseller, guys. New York's bestseller, Government Gangsters.
published at the back of this
And
book.
that's why
a list of
Grassley told
60
you all about it before you decided to come in here and smear your bull crap, right?
Yes. You know?
I do not like Durbin. Like, ugh.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go through this SOB.
people whom he calls, quote, members of the deep state, 60. This list includes many distinguished public servants who've dedicated their lives to our nation.
Dun, dun, dun.
Among them
See
are
that?
Democrats and Republicans, including former Trump administration officials like the former Secretary of Defense Esper. Then there is Mr. Patel's plan to quote, and I quote him, shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one, reopen it the next day as a museum of the deep state. And he has said, quote, we're going to come after people in the media. We're going to come after you.
Yep.
Whether it's criminally or civilly, we're putting you all on notice. Does this sound like the kind of nonpartisan law enforcement professional who should lead the FBI?
Yes.
Not to me.
Oh,
This
yes,
is someone
he
who's
does.
left behind a trail of grievances throughout his life, lashing out at anyone who disrespects him or doesn't agree with him.
Oh, what an idiot.
Don't take it from me. Listen to these Republicans who worked with him during the Trump's
the
first
Feinstein picture.
administration. Attorney General Bill Barr, and I quote, I categorically oppose making Patel deputy FBI director. I said it would happen over my dead body. Patel had virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency. National Security Advisor John Bolton. I didn't think he was qualified. He demonstrated no policy aptitude at all. I was forced to hire him. President Trump's Deputy National Security Advisor, Charles Kupperman. The idea that Kash Patel is going to be the FBI director is appalling. His legal career is modest at best. His ideas are ludicrous. CIA Director Gina Haspel threatened to resign
Panic
after President
NBC,
Trump
guys.
proposed making Mr. Patel CIA Deputy Director. Defense Secretary Mark Esper said Mr. Patel lied about whether Nigeria had approved a hostage rescue operation, putting American lives at risk. But Mr. Patel would have us believe that all of these public servants, all Republicans, all from the first Trump administration, and apparently anyone else who's critical of him, are nothing but government gangsters and deep state members. Many of them have made his list of enemies. Just this week, CNN reported that during the Trump administration, CIA officials referred Mr. Patel to the Justice Department for criminal investigation for sharing classified information without authorization. Last week, I asked the Justice Department and intelligence community for information on any criminal referrals relating to misconduct by Mr. Patel. I have yet to receive a response. Mr. Patel's record is clear. He traffics in debunked conspiracy theories that serve or benefit his political goals.
You trafficking humans.
Let's start with January 6th, and he dedicates a whole chapter in this book on January 6th. That's something that each and every one of us, as witnesses to January 6th, have our own view of. I'll be grateful always to the Capitol Hill police officers who risked their lives defending me, members of Congress, and visitors to the United States Capitol on that day. Mr. Patel posted on social media, quote, January 6th, never an insurrection. Cowards in uniform exposed. End of quote. Let me repeat that. Cowards in uniform exposed. Who was in the Capitol building on January 6th in a uniform? The Capitol Police were. Do you think they were cowards? Many of them risked their lives and some gave their lives in defense of this building. How about the DC police who were here as well? They were in uniform. Cowards, risking their lives as well. Some of them being battered and beaten by these mobsters that came into the Capitol. And Mr. Patel claims that the FBI agency aspires to lead, get this now, was planning January 6th for a year. He says the FBI was planning January 6th for a year. That's a quote. Mr. Patel has gone so far as to co-produce and sell musical recordings
of a
song performed by January 6 rioters in jail, rioters who violently assaulted police officers. He has described this January 6 choir as, quote, political prisoners. Political prisoners.
Yep.
But at least 6 members pleaded guilty to assaulting law enforcement officers on January 6. All 6 have now been pardoned by President Trump. Here are some of those people who received blanket clemency by President Trump on his first day in office in the second term.
Let's talk about
Julian
the
Cater
pardons that Biden
assaulted
gave.
Capitol police officers with pepper
Fauci,
spray,
that
incapacitated
maimed millions of people.
Ryan Nichols sprayed pepper spray on multiple police officers after the attack. Nichols posted on Facebook, and I quote, "So yes, I'm calling for violence and I will be violent." Jordan Mink struck officers, quote, aggressively with
You stole the election.
He spat at officers and threw large items at them. Armed
Count
with a
your
knife,
beats.
Ronald Sandlin shouted at officers, quote, "You're going to die, get out of the way." Sandlin shoved officers when they tried to lock the doors to the Senate gallery. After breaching the Capitol, James McGrew struck an officer and lunged for his baton. McGrew also threw a wooden handrail with metal brackets at officers. I want to read a sentence from this book on the January 6th experience, just to give you an idea of Mr. Patel's take on what he calls a haphazard riot.
Out of a whole book, a sentence.
Yeah. And, you know, context, guys. Context is
By
important.
everything we could see, the crowd at the Capitol was unarmed or armed only with non-lethal objects like bottles, flagpoles, or bike racks.
Or pepper spray.
Mr. Patel has also peddled conspiracy theories for his own financial benefit, promoting a line of dietary supplements that claim to help people detox from COVID-19 vaccines. During my time on this committee, I was fortunate to get to know and work with former FBI Director Bob Mueller. I met him a few days after 9/11. That's when he took over the FBI.
That's a nice cookie.
I trusted him. I worked with him. I did everything I could to help him because I believe that the FBI was
And he
a
needed
critical
your help.
central agency in restoring America's confidence that we were safe. Bob Mueller was an extraordinary man. Oh, he was a Republican. Make no bones about it. He said it and admitted, and I knew it. He comes from the San Francisco area. And when he was in college and graduated, a friend of his a year ahead of him had enlisted in the Marine Corps and was killed in Vietnam. Bob was inspired to do the same thing, join up in the Marine Corps, and he did. And he was a first lieutenant in Vietnam. He received a Bronze Star with a Valor Pin.
Stop
And he
talking
also
about Mueller,
received
man.
Purple Heart. He was injured in battle. I read about his experience because after he was healed from that wound to his leg, he returned to combat. He was just that kind of fella. Regardless of party, he was a real American. He was a longtime federal prosecutor.
Yo, BK, what's
a
up?
U.S. attorney.
We love you.
The head of the DOJ's criminal
Jet
division.
MC, we love
and
you.
acting deputy attorney general before he became head of the FBI.
Make your point.
After
old
9/11,
man.
I worked with him, and we had a good relationship, a professional relationship. We didn't always see eye to eye, but I respected him so much for what he had given to this country. In this book, Mr. Patel calls Director Bob Mueller,
Yes.
quote, a swamp creature.
Yes.
With all due respect, Mr. Patel, I've not worn the uniform of this country, and neither have you. To think that you would denigrate Bob Mueller's service to our country and call him a swamp creature
Oh, yeah.
is an indication of the depths your political views take you. The FBI plays a critical role in keeping America safe from terrorism, violent crime, and other threats. Our nation needs an FBI director who understands the gravity of this mission and is ready on day one, not someone who is consumed by his own personal political grievances. The American people deserve an FBI director focused on keeping our families safe from terrorism, drug trafficking, and violent crime.
Platitudes, guys.
Not the
Platitudes.
checklist of grievances we find.
Blah, blah,
in
blah,
this
blah,
book.
blah.
Mr. Patel, your record makes it clear you're not that person.
Oh,
I yield.
you are effed.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you
Senator
for that
Durbin. Before
nonsense.
I call on Senator Tillis, I want to clear up something the way I see it, and I think I'm
Grassley.
going to invite everybody that it can be cleared up. This business about what Mr. Patel said about cowards in uniform, it's a mischaracterization of what he actually said. So I'm going to invite you to listen to the interview Mr. Patel gave that linked to his post to hear what he actually said. When he said cowards in uniform, he was talking about senior Pentagon leadership failing to mobilize the National Guard to protect the Capitol. His comments had nothing
Revelations.
to do with police. Mr. Patel made his comments while discussing an article in the New York Times exposing grave miscommunication between the Department of Defense and the DC National Guard. So I would encourage people to follow up on that. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Reach, Grassley.
ranking member, colleagues on the Senate Judiciary Committee. It's my honor to introduce Kash Patel,
Trust Grassley, guys.
President Trump's nominee to be FBI Director. I've completed due diligence on his life and career, and I'm convinced that Kash possesses significant expertise and ironclad commitment to justice, and he's an outstanding choice to lead the FBI. Kash's parents are Indian immigrants of Gujarati ancestry. They're up here in the front row. The Gujarat state is a melting pot of religions, including Hinduism, Islam, Jainism, with temples, mosques, and other religious sites scattered across the state. His father was raised in Uganda, but his family had to flee the country to escape repression under Idi Amin. His mother was born in Tanzania. They met and married in India and ultimately made their way to New York City by way of Canada, where his parents, along with 7 brothers and sisters and their spouses and at least a half a dozen kids, lived under the same roof. His parents raised Kash in the Hindu faith, and they instilled in him the values of hard work and education. Kash is a devout Hindu, and consistent with his faith, he's shown respect to people of all faiths. Kash attended the University of Richmond, where he earned his bachelor's degree in criminal justice and history. He went to Pace University School of Law, where he earned his JD, and an international law certificate from the University College of London, Faculty of Laws. Kash began his career as a public defender in Florida, where he led or co-led more than 60 jury trials in state and federal court. Kash clearly demonstrated a devotion to upholding the rule of law and defending the rights of individuals. Kash led the defense of Jose Buitrago in United States versus Buitrago, a high-profile case in Florida in 2015. Buitrago was one of the Colombian nationals arrested in a major drug bust involving Operation Backrim. Kash and his co-counsel successfully argued that key evidence was withheld by the prosecution, leading to Buitrago's release. I suspect some of Kash's disdain for prosecutorial misconduct stemmed from this experience. Kash was hired as a senior counsel on the House Permanent Select Subcommittee on Intelligence Committee, in 2017. He told me he distinctly remembers my friend Trey Gowdy comment shortly after they were introduced. He said in Trey's dialect, "Kash, Congress is where righteous investigations go to die. I hope you're ready." I think Kash was ready, and he went on to establish a solid reputation for pursuing the facts, and from there, he held senior posts at the NSC, the Department of Defense, and the DNI. Since leaving the administration in 2020, Kash has written articles and books on national security, law, and governance. Through his work as an author, Kash continues to advocate for justice and transparency, and to be ever vigilant in defending our great democracy and the rule of law. Colleagues, I created a Kash bingo card that I have available to any of my colleagues who would like it on the other side of the aisle. Some may view this as an unserious caricature and not appropriate for this committee. Sadly, I consider it a serious caricature of what I expect to be witnessed today.
All right.
I think we'll have words like enemies list and deep state. I've already X'd out 4 boxes in the opening statements alone. The fact of the matter is, some people will be here to simply substantiate a false narrative. At worst, they may be just going through an unfounded litany of quotes and half-truths, some of which have already been dispelled by the chairman after the opening statements.
Amen.
Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, in my 10 years in the Senate, I hope I've established a reputation for being fair, doing my homework, and taking tough positions that have been met with harsh criticism. Heck, I've even been censured by my entire state and 30 counties for taking tough positions. And I stand by those decisions today and my decision to support Kash Patel. When President Trump announced his intent to nominate Kash, I contacted Trey Gowdy and others who worked with Kash, and they gave me glowing recommendations. So I called Kash on December the 2nd, and I offered to help him with his nomination. Since then, we have spent hours together, in person and on the phone. I've asked him difficult questions, and I've urged him to reach out to members across the aisle. In fact, Kash Patel has met with 60 members of the U.S. Senate. Every member except the last 3 who were sworn in, and the majority of the members on the other side of the dais in this committee and members off the committee. Chair Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, friends and colleagues on the committee, I've completed my due diligence of Kash Patel, and I am honored to provide my strongest recommendation for his confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Boom.
Thank you for that introduction. Before I swear you, I want to make clear that before you give your statement, if you want to introduce family and friends in the audience, you're welcome to do that. Would you please stand?
Here we go, guys.
Hand.
At 10:17, he's
do
being
you?
sworn in. Isn't that interesting, guys? 10:17, Kash is being sworn in. Wow.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do, Mr. Chair. Okay. You may proceed.
10:17, guys. No coincidences.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking
Mr.
Member
Trumpet, we
Durbin,
love you.
and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jesse Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there. They would later emigrate to New York, as the senator pointed out, where I was born, and we were raised in a household of my father's 7 siblings, their spouses, and at least half a dozen children. That's the only way we knew how to do things at the time, in the 70s and 80s, the Indian way. But we would soon learn the American way. These values have shaped and been the driving force of my career in 16 years of government service. Protecting the rights of the Constitution is of the utmost importance to me and has been every single time I've taken that oath of office. The recent terrorist attacks in New Orleans tragically claimed the lives of 14 innocent Americans and serve as a stark reminder that our national security is at threat, both internally and externally. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice, where I served, play a pivotal role in securing our freedoms and our safeties for American citizens. If confirmed as the next FBI director, I will remain focused on the FBI's core mission. That is to investigate fully wherever there is a constitutional factual basis to do so, and to never make a prosecutorial decision that is solely the providence of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General. For the first 8 years after law school, I served as a public defender, first for Miami-Dade County and later for the Southern District of Florida. During that time, I represented some pretty awful human beings, charged with some pretty heinous crimes. But what I learned there was the core value that has been enshrined in me since, that due process must be provided without bias to all Americans. And if we cannot provide due process to the worst, then there can be no due process for anyone, and our constitutional republic fails. But I battled on that hill for that due process. I would later serve in the Obama Justice Department as a terrorism prosecutor in the National Security Division, where we successfully contributed to the prosecutions of terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and others. I was honored to receive the 2017 Assistant Attorney General's Award from Loretta Lynch for my work in helping the Ugandans bring members of al-Shabaab to justice for murdering 74 innocent people, including an American. I would also receive the Human Intelligence Award from the intelligence community for related work on that mission. My experiences at the National Security Division and would later be followed by my experiences on the National Security Council as Senior Director for Counterterrorism, and later as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence, responsible for the production, creation, and promulgation of the Presidential Daily Briefing, our nation's most sensitive classified information and secrets to protect our country. My time in the White House was preceded by my time right here in Congress as a staffer on the House Intelligence Committee, where I spearheaded the investigation that exposed serious FISA, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act abuses by members of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Here we go, guys.
That misconduct eroded the public trust in our FBI. The erosion of trust, as Chairman Grassley pointed out, is all too low today. 40% of Americans have trust in the FBI. In order to get it back, there's a twofold track, Senator. One, violent crime is exploding in this country, and we cannot afford them to allow it to run away. We must tackle violent crime. Just in 2023 alone, there was 100,000 rapes, 100,000 drug overdoses, and 17,000 homicides. The priority of the FBI, if I'm confirmed, will be to ensure that our communities are protected and safeguarded and our children have parks to play in and not needles to walk over. The way we do this, we let good cops be cops. We let law enforcement, and we provide them with the tools necessary and resources they need to get after violent crime. The second way we do this on equal track is aggressive constitutional oversight from Congress. The public trust can only be restored if there is full transparency, and I am committed to that full transparency. Members of Congress have unfortunately submitted hundreds of questions that have been unanswered by the FBI in recent times. That will not occur if I am confirmed. All appropriate requests for information will be responded to expeditiously and fully.
Coming soon through
I'm
the
committed to
theater
working
near you.
alongside the dedicated men and women of the FBI. They are our warriors of justice, and I will always have their backs because they have the backs of the American people. I look forward to answering your questions, and I want to take a moment to thank my family, my friends, people who traveled here, and my entire team that has made this day possible. God bless America, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay, Cash, you rock. Here we go, guys. FISA. Woo!
Minutes first round, is that right? 7 minutes, 3 minutes the second round. Mr. Patel, I'm not going to go through all the things that you've done through your career because I said those in my opening statements, but Democrats on the committee say you don't have experience. What are you most proud of from your career in public service?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the question. It's really humbling to be afforded the opportunity to have served this country for 16 years. But I think what I'm most proud of is my work in national security, protecting the no-fail mission, returning American hostages, killing high-value terrorists that brought hate and destruction to our shores. I've served that mission in Democratic and Republican administrations, and it is the one mission that we cannot fail, and it is the one mission where the FBI must play a critical role.
Okay. As you well know, and you and I discussed this in my office, whistleblowers are critical to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Their courage to come forward and make legally protected disclosures about government wrongdoing benefits the country. I think they're politically, they are good American citizens, just want the government to do what it's supposed to do. I think they're treated by bureaucracies, not just in the FBI, but throughout the bureaucracy, like skunks at a picnic. Will you protect
Conks
whistleblowers
at a
from
picnic, guys.
retaliation, unlike former Director Wray, and promote a culture at the FBI that values whistleblowers' important contributions?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I share in your beliefs about the importance of whistleblowers.
So we've spent a lot of taxpayers' money ruining whistleblowers. Will you commit to ensuring that no taxpayer money will be used to identify and retaliate against whistleblowers?
Senator, if I'm confirmed, it will not.
Okay. You and I have heard a lot of criticism about various statements about January 6th. You said, quote, those who broke actual laws should be prosecuted, end of quote. But you've also called out the partisan nature of prosecutions and compared how the Biden Justice Department treated January 6th defenders with how they ignored many other crimes. Those include crimes related to illegal immigration, as well as riots that took place around the country. So explain your position on January 6th of this.
Watch the news.
And how do you respond to critics who say that you're anti-law enforcement?
Mr. Chairman, I greatly appreciate the question, the opportunity to discuss that. If anyone wants to consider me as anti-law enforcement, then look at my 16 years in government service. Whether I was trying 60 jury trials in state and federal court upholding the rights of the indigent and breathing life into constitutional due process, or later as a national security prosecutor, where I served this country and overseas, and later when I was a Joint Special Operations Command civilian embedded with SEAL Team 6 and Delta, chasing down some of the most high-value target terrorists there are on this earth and successfully achieving a mission end state. I have always respected law enforcement. I have taken that oath and will take that oath again, God willing, to be the next director of the FBI. As for January 6th, I have repeatedly, often, publicly, and privately said there can never be a tolerance for violence against law enforcement. And anyone that commits an act of violence against law enforcement must be investigated, prosecuted, and imprisoned. And on January 6th, I said the same thing about acts against law enforcement. The Capitol Police, who I have served with, and when I was Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense, rushing to the aid of the members of this committee and your colleagues to provide the National Guard was my top mission priority, not politics. And that is my love of this country to protect our laws and our way of life. And it was no different. If there's any ever corruption, I have been the first to call it out. And I will continue to call out corruption in government service because it is a privilege to serve this nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Outside of this committee, and some people on this committee have accused you of promoting the QAnon movement.
There we go,
My
guys.
colleagues have already asked your future boss, Mr. Bondi, many questions about this. I think it's easy to see these attacks for what.
There it is, guys. Grassley starts talking about the QAnon conspiracy theory, right? At 10:29, and 10:29 is saying force projection, right? Fast movers. There it is, guys. Forced reaction, forced projection, guys. So there it is. Let's listen carefully. QAnon, right? Ain't a thing, guys. There is Q and there are anons. QAnon does not exist. It's nothing.
That's
Grassley asked
4881, right?
What?
I said that's drop 4881.
Thank you. 4881.
Boy, ask the Q.
There it is, guys. There is Q. There are anons. There is no QAnon, right? There ain't no QAnon, guys. So again, so keep that in the back of your mind where Chuck Grassley talks about QAnon at 10:29 forced projection, guys. So let's sit back, grab the popcorn, and enjoy the show.
They are guilt by association. Are you a follower or promoter of QAnon?
No, Senator. In fact, I have publicly, including in the interviews provided to this committee, rejected outright QAnon baseless conspiracy theories or any other baseless conspiracy theories. They must be addressed head on with the truth, and I will continue to do that. And I will always continue to support Americans who support law enforcement, our military, and want a secure border.
There you go.
Over the past 4 years, the FBI and Justice Department have weaponized law
QAnon.
enforcement
that was fun.
towards ends. This is affecting me personally.
Because it's baseless, right? You know, QAnon is baseless. It's nothing, you know? There is no QAnon. It's baseless. Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy, guys. Q is a real thing. Anons are everywhere, you know? QAnon is baseless. There's nothing. There's
And that's what he
You know?
said, right? And I've openly denounced QAnon. Like,
yeah.
we all have.
Like Q himself, themselves are denouncing QAnon, right? Welcome to the digital battlefield, guys. At 1717, Grassley sweared him in at 1017, guys, right? Mathematically, you know, the mathematical probability of 1717 past the hour, 17 minutes past the hour, QAnon, you know? There is no QAnon.
Day after day after day after
Yes.
day.
Yeah.
We were
so-
wondering if he was going to ask, like, so
But there
who
it
is
is.
Q, right?
Yeah, so the media is labeling
No.
as, you know, QAnon as a method to deliberate and combine attached, you know, the theories, suggestions, and statements and actions. You know, so again, this is all baseless stuff. QAnon.
And on
right?
and on and on and on
And on and on and on.
and on.
Absolutely, guys.
You, along with even members of my staff, were the victims of FBI overreach when they secretly subpoenaed your records during the investigation into Crossfire Hurricane. Inspector General Horowitz of Justice Department was right to say actions like this have a quote, unquote, chilling effect on whistleblowers. How do you intend to make sure that this kind of misconduct never happens again?
Senator, this may be one of the scenarios that most uniquely qualifies me to take command at the FBI. Having been the victim of government overreach and a weaponized system of justice and law enforcement, I know what it feels like to have the full weight of the United States government barreling down on you. And as the Biden Inspector General determined, those activities by the FBI and DOJ were wholly improper and not predicated upon law and facts. I will ensure, if confirmed, that no American is subjected to that kind of torment,
Hit the link.
to that kind of cost, financially and personally. And most importantly, I will make sure that no American
comes
is
the booms,
subjected
guys.
to death threats like I was, and subjected to moving their residences like I was, because of government overreach, because of leaks of information about my personal status. If confirmed as FBI director, Mr. Chairman, you have my commitment that no one in this country will feel that pain.
Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Patel.
Okay, and now see the enemy talk all about
QAnon.
Yeah,
Yep.
but then okay, they're gonna call it QAnon, but they're gonna drop some epic, you know,
What?
truth out there, right? You know, talking about the deep state. Do you really think that Hillary Clinton is, you know, I don't know,
Yes.
you know, the Clinton Foundation and Haiti and right, all these truth bombs. They're gonna come out with that stuff, right? So now the enemy is gonna drop the sauce. And he's gonna say, you know, well, no, I don't know. Like that's gonna be epic, guys. Now
He's
they are
gonna smirk,
forced,
like,
you know, now
like
that
Bondi
they
did.
are forced to drop the things, right? That they are most scared about, right? So let's have a listen of what the enemy, what is going around in his head, guys.
And remember, this was the same senator that told Bondi, right? Like, oh, I'll
Yeah.
ask him. You
All
better-
right, guys. So this
the
is gonna be
same
good.
senator.
And again, guys, the mirror of this one was saying, you know, here comes the booms, right? 1032. Okay, we are active, guys. Bigger than you know. Okay, so let's have a little listen.
2301 Grass. Stay tuned and watch.
Okay, guys. Q plus. Not QAnon plus. No, Q plus, guys. Not QAnon plus, Q plus. All right? Stay tuned and watch. Q plus.
I woke up this morning to National Public Radio, and they had an item on there about what has happened to those who were given.
So here you got a classical wrap-up smear, right? I heard this in the news You
I
know?
heard this.
Yeah, so there's the
On
smoke.
in
Are you the
4
fire?
a.m. Yeah. In
Do
the
you
4
agree with the
a.m.
fire? Right?
Yeah.
There it
I
is,
heard this
guys.
at the 4 a.m. talking points.
Yeah, so this is a classic wrap up smear.
Blanket.
Sing it, hey, Jamie WV, we love you, sister. And that dude, awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. XE Rob, thank you so much for joining us. And M Eagles 88, we love you guys. Okay, guys. L Sins, DICK again. Okay, I can't read that good. DICK. I don't know what that means. Huh?
I believe that's his first
You
name.
talking about this dude?
That's his first name. I think it really is, though. I think his name is Dick Durbin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
DICK. Okay, guys. So let's have a little listen. Okay. So you say DICK, right? I race you POTUS, guys. So again, okay, let's go, guys.
Clemency by President Trump. One of these individuals was a man named Matthew Huddle.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Matthew Huddle.
If you could remind me, Senator.
Well, I was reminded again this morning. He's a man who's been found guilty of numerous crimes. The one described this morning was the outrageous where he beat his 3-year-old child to a point where the poor kid couldn't even sit down for a week. Mr. Huddle was one of the demonstrators who came to the Capitol on January 6th. He was incarcerated and charged with, and pled guilty to crimes that he had committed, violence against police officers. After he was released by President Trump, he returned to his home state of Indiana. A few days later, he was stopped on the road, pulled a gun on a policeman. The policeman, sheriff's deputy, turned, shot, and killed him. This is not the only instance of a person who received President Trump's clemency committing another crime. Peter Schwartz was mentioned this morning on the radio. 38 criminal convictions, 38. He'd been sentenced to 14 years in prison.
But it's all the same account, guys. It's all the same, legal expense case, right? They filed 38 accounts on one thing, right? On the legal expense thing, So they're just semantics, guys. It's wonderful to see.
He was released because of the president's unconditional clemency, which was given to him as well. So I guess my question is this. Was President Donald Trump wrong to give blanket clemency to the January 6 defendants?
Thank you, Ranking Member. A couple of things on that. One, the power of the presidential pardon is just that, the president.
Well, I concede he has the authority. I'm asking, was he wrong to do it?
And as we discussed in our private meeting, Senator, I have always rejected any violence against law enforcement, and I have, including in that group, specifically addressed any violence against law enforcement on January 6th, and I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement.
So do you think that America is safer because these 1,600 people have been given an opportunity to come out of serving their sentences and live in our communities again?
Senator, I have not looked at all 1,600 individual cases. I have always advocated for imprisoning those that cause harm to our law enforcement and civilian communities. I also believe America is not safer because President Biden's commutation of a man who murdered 2 FBI agents, Agent Kohler's and Williams' family, deserve better than to have the man that point blank range fired a shotgun into their heads and murdered them released from prison. So it goes both ways.
Leonard Pelletier was in prison for 45 years. He's 80 years old, and he was sentenced to home confinement. So he's not free, as you might have just suggested.
He killed 2 FBI agents.
That's true, he did, and he went to prison for it and should have. My question to you, though, is do you think America is safer because President Trump issued these pardons to 1,600 of these criminal defendants, many of whom violently assaulted our police in the Capitol?
Senator, America will be safe when we don't have 200,000 drug overdoses in 2 years. America will be safe when we don't have 50 homicides in a day.
So you just won't answer the question.
I'm
going to say,
here.
I don't think we're safer with Matthew Shuttle or Matthew Huddle was sent back to Indiana. I don't think we're safer with Peter Schwartz. I could go through a long list.
Firstborn
You guys
unicorn.
released the
Welcome.
prisons during freaking COVID. Shut the hell up.
Let me move to another topic if I can. Tell me about your J6 choir. What is that?
Oh, it was beautiful.
Well, it's not my choir. It's simply a recording that was utilized to raise funds for families in need of nonviolent offenders.
Who sings on this recording?
I don't know, Senator.
What did you have to do with it?
Simply to raise funds to.
Okay, so it's stopping. I don't know what's going on
My
there.
understanding is that the performers on this J6 choir were the rioters who are in
Our spin always gives us a little. How long was that? Was that a little 5 seconds at 17?
Weren't aware.
I seen it 17.
Need the recording?
No, Senator.
See?
Yep.
We're at 117, an hour 17.
Did you receive any money for selling
Interesting.
copies of that music or that recording?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You do have a foundation, though, do you not?
I'm very proud of the Kash Foundation and the $1.3 million we've given to families in need across this country, including active duty service members, police officers, putting kids in college, and helping people in disaster relief areas rebuild their homes and their communities.
Dick.
1&0 LLC, are you familiar with that?
Sorry?
1&0 LLC?
I believe, Senator, you're referring to the LLC that one of the individuals has his private business with.
Is it part of the Kash Foundation in any way?
Only in that one of the members of the board has that LLC for his outside business.
Andrew Allis?
I believe that's his name, yes.
Yes. Do you know how much was paid to him from your charitable work?
Yes, like any other charity, we had to go out and fundraise, something I'm sure every member of this committee is familiar with. And we use digital marketing campaigns.
Yeah.
And I believe we paid a digital marketing company through 1&0 $250,000 to raise $500,000, which we gave away to families in need, like when hurricanes struck Florida, Texas, and North Carolina.
We will be
You
going
were
through
sitting on
the,
your ass.
$250,000 to make $500,000 all day, baby.
foundation expenditures
Yep.
with the questions for
Good
record.
marketing campaign.
Chairman, as mentioned,
I look
you'll
forward
have a
to it.
chance to. Mr. Patel, you frequently associated with and sometimes praised extremist figures with well-documented histories of racism, anti-Semitism, conspiracies, and the like. In September of 2023, you appeared with Laura Loomer at an event promoting your book, this one here. You shared a photo of yourself and Loomer in which you held her book and she held yours. Just a few months
So
before this
what?
event, Ms. Loomer posted on X that the September 11 terrorist attacks were, quote, an inside job. Around that time, she accused Florida's First Lady, Casey DeSantis, of
Here we go,
exaggerating
guys.
her cancer diagnosis to gain voter sympathy. A number of my Republican colleagues on this committee have criticized Ms. Loomer's extremism. One of my colleagues described her as a, quote, crazy conspiracy theorist.
Boom, guys. 1039. 1039. Opinion
Conspiracy.
QAnon on Trump conspiracy theory. Here we go.
He just said it too.
Yes.
My
So there you
colleague,
go,
one of my
guys.
colleagues says she's a conspiracy theorist.
So what, guys? Okay, guys.
Do
Let's
you
listen.
believe that? One of your colleagues, like what? Like you? So you don't know
So-
who
so
any of these
he-
people are?
Wait a minute. So this dude is actually talking about 9/11 being an inside job, right? So, okay.
Uh-huh.
And everybody knows it is.
Yeah.
Just go to your neighbor and say, do you really think Arabs with box cutters took down the Twin Towers?
Crass. Look at Grassley right now. Look at him.
You know, he's like, you know, and she's like, he's really getting there, right? 9/11
Bullshit.
inside job. Everybody knows this, man. Have
The
you
other
been
senator,
living under a
la,
rug?
la, la.
You know, listen to what Kash is saying about 9/11 and inside job, guys. You know, dude.
I just love how Grassley's leaning in though.
You know, he's like, you know, this dude, man. Wow.
Who regularly utters disgusting garbage. Another called her really toxic.
Who showed up at a book event. I don't believe I'm guilty
I don't know
by
what's going on, guys.
association, and I certainly don't believe that an individual who believe I'm guilty by association, and I certainly don't $1,000.
Is it part of the Kash Foundation? Loomer. Were, quote, an inside job. Around that time, she accused Florida's
Let's keep it
First
like this,
Lady,
guys.
Casey DeSantis
I
of
want to hear
exaggerating her
Cash's
cancer
answer.
diagnosis to gain voter sympathy. A number of my Republican colleagues on this committee have criticized Ms. Loomer's extremism. One of my colleagues described her as a, quote, crazy conspiracy theorist who regularly utters disgusting
Guilt
garbage.
by association,
Another
guys.
called her
This is
really
how
toxic.
cults work.
Who
And why does it
showed
do
up at a
this?
book of-
Why does it do this? Why does it jump? Let's go try to go back just a little bit, guys. So 1940, and then it jumps to 44.
who showed up at a book event. I don't believe I'm guilty by association, and I certainly don't believe
Absolutely, Cash. Guilt by association. That is a cult tactic, guys.
that an individual who is the first minority to serve as the deputy director of national intelligence for this country is a racist in any way, and I detest any conjecture to the contrary.
You familiar with a Stu
Boom.
Peters? Does that name ring a bell?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
Not off the top of my head.
He made 8 separate appearances on his podcast. He promoted outrageous conspiracy theories and worked with a prominent neo-Nazi. There are more, Ted Nugent, it goes on, list goes on. I'm just asking, when it comes to your association with individuals, why are so many of them in this category?
My association, as you loosely define it, is by appearing in media over 1,000 times to take on people who are putting on conspiratorial theories and to devour them of their false impressions and to talk to them about the truth. That is something that I will always continue to fight for, Senator.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. We'll eventually talk about
Oh,
the
there is.
FBI. That's the job you're up here for, right?
Wait a minute. What did he say? Wait a minute, guys. Let's listen to that.
Thank you. We'll eventually talk about the FBI. That's the job you're up here for, right? Have you ever been subject to racism as an individual?
But fortunately, Senator, yes. I don't want to get into those details with my family here.
Oh, let's get into a few of them. Tell me about it.
Well, if you look at the record from January 6th, where I testified before that committee, because of my personal information being released by Congress, I was subjected to a direct and significant threat on my life. And I put that information in the record. I had to move. In that threat,
Go ahead.
I was called a detestable, and I'll apologize if I don't get it all right, but it's in the record, a detestable sand nigger who had no right being in this country. You should go back to where you came from. You belong with your terrorist home friends. That's what was sent to me. That's just a piece of it. But that's nothing compared to what the men and women in law enforcement face every day. And that's why they have my support.
Okay. Growing up, were you subject to racism?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I think the reason you're here has a lot to do with your work on Crossfire Hurricane. Are you familiar with that FBI operation?
I am, Senator.
So Senator Durbin mentioned the church report and the history of abuse, but he failed to mention Crossfire Hurricane. He failed to mention the Horowitz report. Wonder why? If you're waiting for these guys over here to figure that out, you're going to die waiting. So this is the Nunes memo. You work for Mr. Nunes over on the House side? David Nunes?
Sorry?
Are you familiar with this memo by the Foreign Intelligence Service Act abuses
Yes.
at the Department of Justice?
Absolutely.
Did you help write this memo?
I did as a staffer.
Okay, I want to put this in the record.
Thank you.
In this memo, you kind of dissected the abuses of Crossfire Hurricane, right?
I did, Senator.
And the Mueller investigation. So the Crossfire Hurricane investigators, 2 of them were Strzok and Page. Are you familiar with them?
I am, Senator.
Boom.
Okay, it was opened up on July the 31st, 2016. And here's what Strzok said. And damn, this feels momentous because this matters. The other one did too, but that was to ensure we did didn't F something up. This matters because this matters. So super glad to be on this voyage with you. That's to Paige. And Paige responds a couple of months later, he's not ever going to be President, right? Talking about Trump. Struck, no, he won't. We'll stop it. Is it fair to say that the people in charge of investigating Crossfire
They got
Hurricane?
paid
sound
millions of
familiar.
dollars.
Well, you don't have to take my word for it. That statement, along with the statements from the sources.
Are
during that
those days
operations-
over in the FBI, you hope?
Well, if they're not, they will be.
All
good.
right.
You know who Carter Page was.
I do, Senator.
Do you know that the FBI secured warrants against him on 4 different occasions?
Yes, Senator.
Do you know that the information that they relied upon came from the Steele dossier?
I do.
Was it you that were able to find out that the Steele dossier was a bunch of crap?
Yes, Senator. We followed the money and we exposed the fraud that was the Steele dossier.
And the primary subsource was Ignor Danchenko, right?
That's correct, Senator.
And he was actually a Russian analyst.
That's right.
Yep.
Are you aware that in January he told
Russian
the
collusion
FBI
on the other
that,
side.
let's see, what did he tell the FBI? Still had no proof to support the statements, then it was just talk. The primary subsource explained to the FBI that his information came from word of mouth and hearsay, conversations he had with friends over beers, and some of the information were statements he heard made in jest. And he told the FBI this in January
That's
of
right.
2017. And they got 2 more warrants after that.
That's correct.
Are you aware that the FBI had volumes of information that the Steele dossier was a bunch of bullshit and nobody ever told anybody at the top?
All right, guys. So 1045 is saying we don't inform our enemies on the specifics. Instead, we instill fear in them to make unplanned and disastrous counter moves. So again, guys, you know, Graham is activated again, guys. He was acting a little weird, but he's saying the right thing, guys. So again, he's helping out Kash. That's a good thing, guys. So let's have a listen to Kash's answer. Yes.
Like him and Grassley have both introduced records into this hearing.
Oh, that's for history, guys.
Like, do you notice that though, right? Like they're submitting, like right when they say I'm submitting this, like it's being submitted in this testimony.
Yes.
Because that's what this is. It's a hearing, right? Regardless, everything's recorded in there.
Yeah.
I mean, Grassley submitted an email that no one's ever heard before.
Yeah. The government gangsters are now in it. You know, all his, you know, Crossfire Hurricane, everything is in it. This is why this man has to become the FBI director. Now, let's see. You know, history will judge you well, right? Everything is now, you know, pinned down in history for everybody to go back to, you know? Yes, somebody?
Oh, I was just laughing at the chat.
Okay. Okay, guys. So let's go.
Because you know
Senator
everyone has mixed feelings on Lindsey, right? So like,
well, absolutely. He's you know, he's a slippery you know.
yeah,
But you know, Trump is in power, he's speaking like this. When Biden is in power, he's speaking, you know, a different tune, right?
he's watching his tongue. I think he just playing it smart, right? Like he knew they were
You know,
that
all we'll do is
infiltrated.
told, and he's doing now. He's doing a good thing, right? You know, so again,
I mean, they're literally talking about. I mean, those two got paid millions of dollars.
yeah, Peter Strzok, yeah, you know, the Steele dossier,
Freaking
you know,
Biden
the
admin.
Shenko, the real Russian collusion on the other side of the aisle, right? And
The other
while
guy
these
talking
other
about
stuff saying,
Mueller.
yeah,
Like,
just talking about, you know, like why he appeared on somebody's podcast, and that's all they have, right? Yeah. But again, let's continue because these answers will be really interesting.
I am, sir. We exposed.
Or they lied about being told.
That's correct.
So are you aware of the fact that the FISA court rebuked the FBI? Are you aware of the fact that an FBI lawyer went to jail because he misled the court by manipulating a email from the CIA?
I am.
Do you believe that Crossfire Hurricane was one of the most disgusting episodes in FBI history of a corrupt investigation led by corrupt people who wanted to take Donald Trump down?
Yes, sir.
You think that's why you're in this chair today, to fix that?
I think that's a big
Without
part.
Crossfire Hurricane, this guy wouldn't be here.
yep.
Yep.
And my friends on
Cause
the
and
other
effect,
side,
guys.
like pulling
Nunez.
teeth. Horowitz investigation, the inspector general.
That's why you say, now you are here, right? This is why you are here, to clean this up. Epicenter, Full House. They are all here 24/7, 365. Enjoy the show, guys. All right.
Hey, you know that all
Hey, well-
those inspector generals got fired, but Horowitz didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. Just a little
Yes. Let's wait and see how this movie is
I've
going
pointed
to
out
end,
stuff
guys.
that he's dropped though, right? Where I'm like,
Uh-huh.
oh.
Yeah.
We only see bits and pieces, right? Like what they give us. Like this yeah. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
say anything. Just because I don't
Let's-
want to jinx anything. Let's just see it play out.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Let's go.
Well, this fraudulent at its core.
At its core, the
At
epicenter,
its
right?
core.
At its core, the epicenter at 1046. Epicenter, Full House.
Mismanaged at its core. Running stop signs. At every turn, they went forward when they should have stopped. The Durham report said it was obviously politically motivated. FBI agents were telling anybody and
There's the
everybody that
Durham.
would listen, this is not reliable, this is not trustworthy, but they plowed on. And because of you and Trey Gowdy and others, we now know about this. Everybody who signed the warrant under questioning by me said if they knew then what they know now, they wouldn't sign the warrant. Comey said that.
Wrong one, guys.
Gates said that. Rosenstein
That's two
said
seven.
that.
Yeah.
The reason you're here is because most of the public, almost every Republican believes that the FBI has been used continuously in a political fashion, ignoring evidence, making up evidence, lying to get Donald Trump. And when it came to the Hunter Biden laptop, they told every social media outlet in October 2020, oh, that's Russian disinformation.
Boom.
That was BS too.
Yep,
Right before
yep.
the election, the FBI intervened to shut reporting on the Hunter laptop down as being Russian misinformation, according to Zuckerberg. Do you promise all of us those days are over at the
According to
FBI?
Facebook.
Yes, Senator, they are.
Are you proud of what you did to find all that?
Absolutely.
You think that's why you're here today, is to make sure that never happens again?
The American people deserve just that.
We have everything,
Senator
guys.
Whitehouse.
Thanks, Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Patel.
Boom.
I remember January 6th. Colleagues running through our halls to flee the mob, colleagues shouting that rioters should be shot, us returning to our constitutional business through hallways cleared for us by automatic weapons carrying SWAT teams.
Painting the picture, guys.
None of you, none of us, said those violent rioters should be pardoned. A Republican colleague said such pardons would be hard to believe, even absurd.
You just kept them up
Your
for
former
4
colleague
years
J.D.
with
Vance
no
said the
trial.
violent rioters should not be pardoned. Even Jim Jordan said pardons would, and I quote, focus on all the people who didn't commit any violence.
Even he said it, so it must
Well,
be true.
Trump pardoned all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lesson in that.
And rightfully so.
Every time you think Trump would never go that far, rethink that.
He told you he was going to
he-
do it.
You know, and he's your president now, buddy. So
I don't
what's
like this guy either.
your step? He's
Mr.
your
White
POTUS
House.
now, buddy. He's your boss now. So tread lightly.
Seem to agree that violence against police is unacceptable, yet more than 600 people
Platitudes,
who
guys.
physically attacked Capitol police officers were just put back on the street, part of a 1,500-person personal Trump army, now out there with people who have proven themselves willing to do violence on Trump's call.
Pause
In
it.
only 10 days, some
This is the narrative I've heard them set since the J6 was released, that's his right, his army of people now that will do anything that he, right, like these are Crazy people.
You know, and please forget about the police car you saw in that package with, you know, with the pipe thing. You know, we're not going to say what it was, right? There was planting in that. Let's not talk about the National Guard that was opened up by Trump, you know, and Nancy Pelosi just sitting on it, right? Let's not talk about everybody opening up the gates and letting everybody in and just waiting for
taking pictures with people.
Shit to hit the fan, right? That's what they were waiting for, and that is what happened. You know, people were tired. People saw the election being stolen, right? And it's just, you know, they created this event, right? And again, you know, you can say one or each of whoever did something, but again, right? It's these people were trying to save the republic, right? And again, you know, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if they did commit a crime, you can't keep somebody locked up for 4 years.
Even if you push somebody, or if you just push somebody away, that is, you know, you call that.
Well, regardless, right? Like, we have due process, right? Like B-Kit said, right? Like, you can't just keep somebody locked up and never have a trial. Like, we have a right to a speedy trial. That's our right, not the government, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's our right. You can't keep me locked up and not, like, that's what they don't get, right? Like, what, you can just keep people locked, like I said, even if you were going to prosecute them for a crime, you didn't. You just kept them locked up for 4 years. Like, what the shit? In the worst conditions, the senators were showing it, right? The conditions they were in. When they let them in, they wouldn't even let anybody videotape while like that. Yeah.
And what is assault, right? You know, what is assault? If you even push somebody or touch somebody's hand, that can be assault, right? So you can smear everybody like they're criminals because they, quote unquote, assaulted people. But again, what does it really entail, right? Yeah, man. So this is just smearing, a big smear campaign, and just let's listen to this rascal.
Are already back.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Committing crimes.
Yeah.
We've also tried as a committee together to address the
Now, you
dangers
lost your
of
pride,
illicit drug sales over the internet.
Told you they were going
And
to
I
piss you off,
assume we're
Kash.
all against murder for hire. But Trump
Like
also
MS-13? What did you say? What?
Internet. And I assume we're all against murder for hire.
Like MS-13, right, buddy?
You see what I'm saying? The narrative they're trying to set though with J6ers, like, that's some bullshit, man. That's freaking like they're hitmen or what? See what I'm saying? Like, that's some bull crap, dude. Like, that's taking it to the extreme.
You know, you're talking about people, you know, fighting for their country. You know, not fighting, but just being there, being present. You know, saying, making some waves. We don't agree with this, right? And then stuff happens, right? People are emotional, and the police start doing this and that, and the others are maybe shoving back, and boom, now he got assaulted, right? He assaulted me. Oh my God, right?
I mean, people are sharing videos now since Trump's actually in office, and they're not scared of being freaking coming after, right? That there's a lot. I've seen a lot of videos coming out where I'm like,
what about Maxine Waters, right? If you see them in a restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Oh, what is that called? You can call that assault, right? But that's all good. Peaceful protest, right?
As it's burning in the background, exactly.
Yeah,
We'll never forget CNN.
It's a peaceful protest. Punk! Hit by a rock, right? Cars on fire, explosions everywhere. Okay, guys, let's
Buildings on fire.
Let's blast to this idiotic rhetoric.
Also just pardoned a dark web operator sentenced to life in prison for trafficking illegal drugs online and accused of soliciting murders for hire. Those pardons, as Mr. Patel has said, are a mistake, but they are also a signal that we are entering a strange and dangerous time. That is the context for today's hearing.
That's your context.
Warnings that the FBI could become Trump's enforcer. Use the powers of law enforcement to stifle speech and dissent. Punish political rivals of either party. Get out of jail free
Can't
cards
make
to
this
violent
shit up,
supporters
man.
Oh my God!
warnings.
What?
You
Get out
cannot
of jail
make it
free
up.
cards like the pardon that was given to Hunter Biden? What the fuck are you talking about, man? This dude got his
you
head
can't
up
make it
his
up.
rat, dude.
We just
He's
went through
making.
that.
Oh my God! Preemptively, pardoning, Fauci and stuff. Like, dude, what are you talking about? Oh my God, this dude. He's not even looking at Cash because Cash got laser beams out of his eyes,
Oh,
man. Yeah.
Look
Grassley
at
is
me.
watching him, like,
Yeah, Grassley
You know?
leaned in over Durbin. Get out the way, Dick.
Mr.
We're
White
just gonna
House.
see Grassley's head pop in, huh?
Yeah, he's talking his shame, man. I think, oh my God, he's gonna be so sorry, man. Okay, let's
I
continue.
just like this is what I've heard. Like it's hard for me to watch these Democrats because like they're so unhinged that like
Dude,
everything they
everybody
say,
knows this.
we just
You know?
went through that. Like, are you shitting me right now?
Dude, understand that the majority of America voted for Trump because they saw what happened with J6, right? They voted for Trump to fix it. Now they have an expose where they are really happy, all of them. The magnitude of America that is voting for Trump now sees we want cash in, and now they see these rascals again lie, deceit, and twist the story, right? Dude, nothing can stop what is coming, right?
They're so
the
scared.
whole world is watching this, and he's just going through his talk about, right? Yeah, right. And everybody knows he's lying. Just a handful of people go like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense."
Look at the chat. Look at the chat. This is political theater, huh, TJ?
All right.
T. Johnson.
Yes.
You got
Navy vet.
Navy.
Central casting at its best.
best.
Okay, guys. Dragonfly, we love you. T. Johnson, For Savage, Thunder. Okay, guys. El Sands,
Grass, though, you
Slippery
said, though,
Snakes. Absolutely.
Before it started, you were like, all right, here we go. They're going to say everything out loud.
Yes. And,
This is like
Yes, Rick,
seriously
you.
though. This is how I am. Like I'm like 10 times probably worse, right? When I'm not live on air, like these stupid
Well, yeah. Okay.
I'll keep
Let's
it
try
calm
to-
on the show.
Sometimes I just can't help myself, man. When I see these guys but then I think to myself, this is good because now a lot of people can see them actually go ahead to see how they were, trying to deceive the people, because before people woke up, but now when you wake up and you see this stuff happening, you go like, wow, man, that we got some serious trouble in the seats of power, right? So whatever's going to happen after Kash is being sworn in, you're going to be ready to see, justice being done to, some of those people, right? Because this cannot go forward, right? This cannot go forward.
Good heed. Here are some warnings of this nominee's Trump administration colleagues. Former Attorney General Bill Barr said, "This nominee has virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency," end quote. "And we would never be able to command the respect necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau." That's for the deputy position. Former CIA Director
We'll get
Gina
to Trump's
Haspel
speech
was
after this,
reported
guys.
threatening to resign rather than have this nominee serve under her. John Bolton, Trump's former national security advisor, said,
Hey, Grass, pause it real
didn't
quick.
think he was.
Do you remember them saying Operation, was it Backpage or Back? This what the drop we're on right now was what it made me think of when they said like it was Operation Backpage or Operation Back something. It was back. I don't know, but this drop popped in my head when this was what Kash was involved in, like busting the people on Backpage. Like I think this was what Kash did. This was the operation. And they had mentioned it. Do you remember when they said that? Like in they said in 2017 or 18, you did Operation.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if it was. I want to say it was something. I don't know if it was back page, but you know how they have their weird names for their operations.
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, interesting, man.
Yeah. I
Department
don't
of
know. I just
Justice.
wanted to
I
stop
think it
'cause-
is because it talks about the Department of Justice, right? So, you know, I think this could be okay.
right.
Let's do some research on it.
Yeah.
Qualified, I was forced to hire him. Trump's deputy national security advisor, the nominee's former supervisor, said his ideas are ludicrous. He's absolutely unqualified for this job. He's untrustworthy. And it's an absolute disgrace to even consider an individual of this nature. That's from Republican appointees who worked with him. And here's what this nominee himself has said about using his office to prosecute journalists.
We love you singing a song.
We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media.
Yeah.
We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that a correct quotation, Mr. Patel?
Senator, that's a partial quotation.
But it's correct.
In part.
Regarding his publication of his enemies list, Mr. Patel proclaimed, the manhunt starts tomorrow, and reposted a video depicting him taking a chainsaw to his political enemies. Is that you, Kash Patel, reposting that at the top of that page?
Senator, I had nothing to do with the creation of that meme.
Is that you reposting it, was my question.
And that's me at the top.
You said FBI agents were responsible for the violence on January 6th.
I knew he was going to say that. I didn't create
beyond
that.
a reasonable doubt.
Because I heard him saying they were going to use that, right? He's just like, yeah, that someone. I didn't create that post. That's me at the
I did
top.
retweet it because it was promoting my book. You idiot, right? Like, yeah,
That was me at the top.
You know, let's see. Chainsaw, guys.
man.
Look at this, man. Look at
Hey, I'm really wondering if Schiff is in this one.
priceless, man.
And he's going to use the
Priceless.
one where he's launching him with a freaking watermelon in his watermelon head. Did you see that meme? Oh my gosh. This might
Look
get
at
pretty.
his face.
I know.
Yeah, that's me. I reposted it. I didn't make the meme, but it's
I didn't make
good,
it,
right?
but that's
It's
me at the
epic.
top.
It's freaking good, right? Pretty good. Ring a ding 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 ding. You know, let's awesome.
Top.
He's like, yes.
You said FBI agents.
There it is.
I told you,
Look,
there's
this is
Schiffy Schiff.
there's Schiff, man. Got it off hands, man. Awesome. Oh, wow.
Like how crazy is it? They're bringing memes in.
Yeah. Oh my God. You know, like the meme
the
police,
Senate.
guys. The meme police. Oh, that's
If
funny,
they had
man.
anything legitimate,
Yeah.
you know, they wouldn't resort to this.
Yeah, they got memes that he didn't even make.
Yeah. That's funny, man. Oh my God.
Responsible for the violence on January 6th, and I quote you here, beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that what you said?
That's completely incorrect, and I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
I'll give you an opportunity in writing, but this is my time now.
Have at it.
Oh, what? Have
Your
at
Attorney
it.
General-
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Oh
What?
wow. This is battle, man. You know, you can react to that in writing, right? This is my
This
time.
is my time.
He wants to paint a picture, man. Wow.
Look at Durbin over there. Look at his face even like, oh shit.
Yeah.
No, to the left, yeah.
Yeah.
You see him? Uh-oh.
Yeah. He's like, oh, let's see that again, guys.
Cobra
in
Chargers,
writing,
smirks.
but this-
Yeah, look at this.
Incorrect, and I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
I'll give you an opportunity in writing, but this is my time now.
Wow.
An inspector attorney
Because he can shoot this down with 2 sentences, guys.
general investigation
This is so flimsy, you know? Look at this, look at that, right? This is ridiculous.
found that was false. And you said we should impeach judges who rule against Donald Trump, who are in your words, political terrorists. When this nominee tries to explain all this away,
He doesn't want an answer, right? He just wants.
No.
time.
He's just painting the picture.
He just
you know?
wants to talk.
Yeah, you can respond in writing, right? This is my time now. I'm
Right.
just going to
This is my
speak. I'm
time.
just going to air a lot of BS.
Cash should have just sat back home away from the mic. Fuck it, then go.
Yeah. All right, just go ahead, buddy. Right?
he's testified under oath before a Colorado judge.
So this is what they do, right? This is what they do. They bring out one fact and they put out a few lies, and then they put out another quote, and then they put out a partial truth, right? And then
Snippet.
mixed all together is, you can swallow it. It goes down, but so much so. This is how they lie, guys. This is really important to watch this because they can't have him talk over it, right? Because this only stands when they paint the picture, but just with one little prick of a needle, this whole balloon just explodes, right? It's just so flimsy.
Who
Like,
presided
let me
over
read a sentence from his book.
Yeah.
Like, what?
You know?
Just a sentence, that's all? Get
Yeah.
the hell out of here. I hope Grassley says something.
case in which he was a witness, and the judge found, and I'm quoting here, he was not a credible witness. His testimony is not only illogical, but completely devoid of any evidence in the record. That's from a judge. This is a dangerous time, and I ask all my colleagues to consider whether these plain comments by this person and by his own Trump administration colleagues should be given a blind eye, just overlooked, or whether,
He's going to give you a
like the
blind eye.
warnings of pardoning violent January 6 offenders, they're warnings to be heeded. There is an unfathomable difference between a seeming facade being constructed around this nominee here
Exactly what you are doing, guys. You are creating a facade around that nominee, Kash Patel, buddy.
today and what he has actually done and said in real life when left to his own devices. Conduct shows character. And if you look at history, you see the danger of security chiefs in authoritarian regimes becoming the tools of political power.
Oh, you are too, buddy.
The characteristics that they often show are that they are vengeful,
You are.
that they are grandiose, that they are intemperate, that they are partisan and blindly loyal, and that they are servile. And
Word
You see the
salad, guys.
530 in the background,
No.
Grass?
Yep.
I'm afraid that the history of this nominee's conduct raises those warnings. And I yield my 1 second back.
Oh my God! Well done. Look at him, like you sorry SOB, right?
Look at that
Oh.
smirk. Like,
Yeah, he's
gonna
like,
keep-
oh, you sick puppy, man. You know?
You know what's great about this, Grass, is that like Q always told us that the Senate is the important one, right?
Yep.
And this is why. Because no matter what they freaking spew right now, no matter
It's on the
what they
record.
say, like he's gonna get nominated.
Yes.
Like there's nothing they can do to stop him getting nominated.
No.
Like all
But
they're
he's
doing
going
is
through it
just-
like a magnet, right? Pulling
they're
them
just
out
trying
of
to
their.
well,
Yes.
the Dems are trying to do what they always do and cause a uprising, right? Or a protest or a right. That's what they're always trying to do, is try to cause some division, right?
Yeah.
So they just spew that out there to the people that are actually listening to them, right? Which I can't even see, even if you are a Democrat, how any of what they say is even remotely okay, right? Like
Mhm.
just their tone alone, like the tone, right? When you go back and forth, it's been that way for 4 years. You go to the
Mhm.
Republicans and they're one way, the Democrats, they're just nasty, vile freaking creatures, right? Like
Yeah.
just teeth out, like just straight on crazy. And like for him to say the stuff that he's saying right now, considering we just lived through 4 years of everything he's trying to say that Kash is going to do, like that smirk says it all.
Mhm.
Right?
Let's go with Kash. Let's listen to what he's got to say.
Cornyn, you said you'd like to explain something. I forget the point he made.
Oh yes, Grassley's gonna give him the mic. Woo! Trust
I told
Grassley,
you.
guys. There we go.
I
Buckle
said I
up,
hope
Buttercups.
Grassley says something. Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
This
Go,
is my
Kash.
time. Well, guess what? This is my time, Mr. White House.
Yes, Mr. Whitehouse, go eat a DICK.
You can do that now if you want to.
Simply this, Senator. In the collective, all of those statements are taken out of grotesque context. And anyone that thinks my 16 years of service isn't exemplary on how I would proceed if confirmed as FBI is intentionally putting false information into the public ether and creating more public discourse. The only thing that will matter if I'm confirmed as a director of the FBI is a de-weaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
Ooh.
Before I call on Senator Cornyn, I'd like
Well done.
to say that we've heard about the January 6th pardons.
Now
think
I won't
it's
submit in
important
writing.
that we remind people at the same time
Yeah.
of some pardons by the previous administration. Thomas Sanders, a kidnapper who murdered a 12-year-old girl.
There it is, guys. Talking about human trafficking at 10:57, right? 57. Trafficking in plain sight. Report to the FBI and watch what happens. The spotlight, guys. Listen to what Grassley is saying at 10:57. 10:57 that talks about trafficking in plain sight. Watch what happens when you report it to the FBI. You know, interesting.
Girl named Lexus and her mother, Swellen Roberts. Adrian Peeler, a Connecticut drug kingpin who was convicted in the death of an 8-year-old boy and his mother. Leonard Peltier, that's already been referred to, that murdered 2 FBI agents.
Boom, FBI.
And even Director Ray, at that time, former Director Ray, said that that shouldn't have happened. And Judge Michael Conahan, who took
Yes.
kickbacks for wrongly sending.
The name is Ray Chandler, dude. He's saying Ray.
Oh, wait.
I was just thinking that right now. Isn't that Ray Chandler?
Michael Conahan, who took kickbacks for wrongly sending juveniles for profit detention centers, and Alex Saab, who laundered illicit proceeds for narcotics terrorist Nicolas Maduro, and was a key connection between Venezuela and Iran, and 5 family members of his own.
Love how
family.
it says
President Biden
Venezuela,
did
right?
that.
Venezuela.
Senator.
Welcome, Mr. Patel. Do you believe America is an exceptional nation?
It's the greatest nation.
Your family went through a lot to get here,
They sure did.
and your life story is, I think, a great example of people pursuing the American dream. Do you believe a large part of what makes America an exceptional nation is the rule of law?
It is one of the fundamental precepts that determines that.
And why is that?
Because without a singular application of a rule of law, we go back to the Uganda that my father fled in Idi Amin.
Boom.
I believe that the 2 most important institutions in America to preserve and protect and enforce the rule of law are the FBI and the Department of Justice. And the sort of politicalization that Senator Department of Justice and the sort of politicalization that Senator Graham and others have already talked about during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation or project of James Comey at the FBI and the abuse of intelligence tools American values and adherence to the rule of law. And I think your biggest task is going to be, along with Pam Bondi at the Office of the Attorney General, is to restore the rule of law to the Department of Justice and the FBI. Are you willing to do that?
Absolutely, Senator.
Without regard to partisan affiliation or politics?
Absolutely.
Do you believe President Trump, as the commander-in-chief, needs access to all of the lawfully available intelligence that can be collected by the American intelligence community in order to inform him so that he can make good judgments as commander-in-chief to assure the safety and security of the American people?
Having been responsible for the collection and predication and promulgation of that intelligence, I firmly believe he and every president must have it.
And so you would not support any impractical or perhaps immaterial or unworkable ways to inhibit the flow of that information to President Trump?
All the Mirrorgrass 11.
So let me just ask you, you and I have talked about this a number of times, and this has come up before in a number of different contexts.
Boom.
But as I've
He was
always
just
said,
talking about
I think
intelligence.
Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act is the most important law that most Americans have never heard of. But when I was questioning my fellow Texan, John Ratcliffe, who now has been confirmed as the director of the CIA, about this, we talked about some of the reform, and others have proposed reforms, which I think have gone a long way to help protect the privacy rights of American citizens. But let me just point out some of the improvements that have been made over the years. This is not the same 702 that was in effect during President Trump's first terms. These are a number of things that we did together on a bipartisan basis to make sure that the balance between the national security interests of the American people and the privacy and constitutional rights of American citizens were protected. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Senator, I do.
And I think Senator Tillis, with his typical outstanding graphics, has a wonderful handout which lays all of that out. But one of the things that's come up, and we've discussed this, is the idea that in order
Probably
to
someone hasn't yelled bingo yet.
lawfully collected intelligence under Section 702, that somehow, if a U.S. person's name is involved, that a warrant would be required. Now, you're a lawyer who's represented defendants in, as a public defender. You understand that what probable cause is required, what sort of evidence is required to be produced to a judge in order to get a warrant. Do you believe a warrant requirement is a practical and workable or even a necessary element of 702?
If I may just give some context on that, Senator. Having a background not only utilizing FISA and 702 as a national security prosecutor, but as a civilian at JSOC and later as an intelligence official and the Deputy Director of National Intelligence, 702 collection formulates over 45% of the presidential daily briefing that you referred to earlier.
I actually have heard it's as high as 60%,
It
but
can-
anyway,
it can-
it's a lot.
It's a lot. And the issue
It's bigger
for
than you
me
think.
is not with FISA and 702. The issue has been those that have been in government service and abused it in the past. And so we must work with Congress to provide the protections necessary for American citizens. Dealing with these matters, including hostage rescue operations in real time, which we use FISA collection to find and save American hostages, having a warrant requirement to go through that information in real time is just not comportive with the requirement to protect American citizenry. I'm all open to working with Congress on finding a better way forward, but right now, these improvements that you've made go a long way.
Well, and Director Ratcliffe said that he did not believe that, given the context of 702 collection, whether a
And now we're
foreign
at the
target
do the mirror.
communicates with a U.S. person, that there'd be sufficient evidence to go to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court or any other court
Yep.
to demonstrate probable cause. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, just in real time, Senator, excuse me, it's almost impossible to make that function and serve the national no-fail mission.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you point out the lack of trust. Any of these tools can be abused by people who are willing to break the law or abuse these tools or violate the public trust. Director Ratcliffe again used, I thought, a helpful analogy. I'll see if you agree with it. He said the knives in your kitchen have a very useful and beneficial purpose, but they too can be misused do you agree with that?
Absolutely, Senator.
And similarly, do you agree that tools like Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence and Surveillance Act can be used appropriately to protect national security, but they can also be abused by people who are willing to cross a line they should not cross?
They're both true, and that's why we need to work together to make sure Americans have trust again in these surveillance measures that we utilize to protect our country.
Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I think you know that I have great respect for the men and women of the FBI, their mission, fidelity, bravery, integrity. I believe they deserve a director who respects our work and sacrifices, and they deserve a director who's focused on their mission. This is not about bingo cards or games.
Oh, it is.
This is not about revenge. This
Bingo.
is about the safety of our country and the people that work in the FBI. And the FBI runs on facts. It runs on truth.
Oh, really?
Truth matters. And without truth, the whole
Like the Russia collusion, and like the Hunter laptop was, Russia fake information. Really, buddy.
system breaks down. You said that
I find
Donald
it
Trump has
interesting that she's not wearing a necklace. They always wear a necklace, right? And if you look, they're not now. They always wear pearls, right? Always.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden,
they're
no
broke
necklaces.
Guys. They're broke guys. They have other necklaces on their ankles, guys. With ball and chains, guys. These really fancy ones, right? With these blinking lights, right? With these GPS coordinations. Really fancy bracelets on their ankles. Okay, guys, let's continue.
every right to tell the world that in 2020, 2016, and every other election in between,
guys, do you want to skip this BS?
Because they
or
were.
do you want to listen to
yes
this?
or no? Did you say that?
I don't have that statement in front of me. But
Okay, that was from August 27th, 2023 Thrive Time show. I'll put it on the record. These claims made in that statement.
Because, guys, we also have a Trump event, right? So do we want to, I don't want to say waste time. It's great to see them try to fight back, right? And expose themselves in this matter. That's all good, right?
We're almost at 3 hours now. Look, it's
I still
2:54.
got 4 hours to go, guys. So I got all the time in the world. Do you want to listen to what they have, the lies that they're talking about, or do you want to skip forward, go through this, and then go into the Trump speech? It's your call, guys. Drop a 5x5 if you want to keep listening to everything. Or drop a 17 if you want to skip forward, guys. I'm just going to play this. If you want to fast forward this, drop a 17. If you want to keep listening to everything, drop a 5x5. So keep running this 5x5, skip forward 17.
Were rejected by courts, including by Republican judges.
Your call.
Is that correct?
So good to me.
I don't have enough of the facts in front of me to make that assessment.
I will put that statement on the record, but I think everyone in this committee, including the Republican members, knows that these statements were rejected by courts. You were asked about the police officers in the Capitol who testified in the January 6 hearings, and you accused them of lying. Is that correct or not correct?
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, Joe Packed podcast, March 2024. We'll put it on the record. I was there. The police officers were heroes that day.
Yes.
Did you post on your personal social media account in May of 2024, January 6th, never an insurrection, cowards in uniforms exposed. They broke the chain of command.
I believe you're referencing a post that was shown in part earlier. I don't have it in front of me.
You posted it, and it was on your account, and we will again put that out there once more as we go on.
Because it's
I don't
out of
wanna lose any more
context,
time on
honey.
this, but every one of these There's a record of it. And
He was
you haven't
talking about the
answered.
Pentagon, biatch.
You promoted a COVID vaccine reversal or detox
Oh,
supplement. One
same
scientist
stuff
said, I
again.
quote,
So again,
"None
we got a
these
lot
substances-"
of dude. We got a lot of 17s, guys. Do you want to listen to this air soar, or do you want to? So we got a lot of 17s, right? Again, guys, let's do one more vote. Drop a 17 if you want to skip this BS, or if you want to listen to everything, which is awesome because it gives Kash, a way to respond back. So that will be awesome to see as well. So again, there's something for listening to everything. But again, if you guys want to skip forth through this and just listen to, the other side, listen to everything 5x5, skip forward 17.
in any form would minimize side effects from a COVID-19 vaccine. That is preying on innocent people. Did
Get
you
a booster.
perform
Get another
clinical
booster, honey.
trials before you made that claim?
Get 5 boosters.
I'm not a doctor, so no.
But you did promote this supplement and told people that it would reverse or mitigate the side effects from COVID vaccine.
Did I give people an opportunity to make an independent choice for what's best for their families? Yes.
You did that last year, correct?
I don't have it in front of me again, Senator.
Mr. Patel, the FBI tackles some of the most complex threats that we face: terrorists, hostile foreign powers, violent gangs, fentanyl, criminal organizations. Your mission, though, has been to go after people. I've looked at it. I've read this stuff. Yes or no?
Liar.
When Trump wins, did you say this? When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials for an actual RICO statute violation, for criminally organizing the United
Thank you,
States
Yates.
government to break the law to rig presidential elections. Did you say that, yes or no?
Again, Senator, you're reading a partial statement, so I'm unable to fully respond.
Okay, again, we'll put it on the record. X22 report podcast.
Hey,
X22, guys. Made it. Woohoo! X22 report. Okay, guys. X22, shout out. Okay, guys.
Is from
So the left is watching X22, guys. You better be scared. Again,
Oh,
guys, we
they
got a
know
lot of
what's coming.
17s, right? Yes, Durf?
I will say this. Senator Kennedy seems to be coming up at 11:16.
Okay.
And right before he does, there's some drama. I can't be listening to both things at the same time. But I saw there was a bit of back and forth with Tillman. I don't know if that was him, but I don't know if you're able to fast forward about 5 minutes.
It's more like you just kind of
go back a little bit. Go to
skip
14.
the Democrats.
13 or 14. Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Okay, let's go.
So it's right after her.
agency, like in those numbers, if they thought it was so corrupt?
Thank you,
The
Durf.
American public's trust in it is at 40%. That's an all-time low.
Did you say that the FBI headquarters should be shut down and reopened as a museum of the deep state?
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to go an extra time?
Yes.
Let's see, you get a second round.
You get a second round.
Okay, we got the Wheel of Death. Let's see what this is.
Where are we at?
Let's refresh. 11:14.
Oh, man. Go down. Let's see. It's already over.
No. They're in recess right now.
Was there the police officer, its government ever seen?
Here's 6 of service.
It's actually 10 minutes.
Answer to that question.
There
He
we
is
go.
asking to be terrorists, taking down bank robbers, terrorists, 23, including today. You said that they remain utterly corrupt. This is an agency with agents who have taken down
Jeez.
terrorists, taken down bank robbers, taken down crime. And you wrote that the FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken. Do you know that under Chris Wray's leadership, he took over at a very difficult time, we all know that, appointed by President Trump, that during his tenure, the applications to the FBI has in fact tripled? Do you think people would be applying to that agency, like in those numbers, if they thought it was so corrupt?
The American public's trust in it is at 40%. That's an all-time low.
Did you say that the FBI headquarters should be shut down and reopened as a museum of the deep state?
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to go an extra time?
Let's see, you get a second round. Before I call on Senator Lee.
Could he just answer the question if he said that the FBI headquarters, where they investigate cybercrime and terrorism, should be shut down and opened as a deep state?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
As a museum? Did he say that the headquarters should be shut down?
Mr. Chair.
Get a booster. Get a booster. Please get a
An answer
booster.
to that question. He is asking to be head of the FBI, and he
Trust
said
the
that their
science,
headquarters
honey.
should be shut down.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
You got anything you want to say, Mr. Patel, before I go on to Senator Lee?
Simply this. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI. I stood with them here in this country. In every theater of war we have, I was on the ground in service of this nation. And any accusations leveled against me that I would somehow put political bias before the Constitution are grotesquely unfair. And I will have you reminded that I have been endorsed by over 300,000 law enforcement officers to become the next director of the FBI.
300,000, honey.
Mr. Chairman, I am quoting his own words from September of 2024. It is his own
getting
word.
mad.
It is not a conspiracy. It is what Mr. Patel actually
You're going
said
on a holiday
himself.
soon, baby.
Facts matter.
You forgot
Yeah.
that you had 3 minutes in the next round to say what you just said.
Okay, I'll say him again.
Okay. Before I call Lee.
Mr. Chair, just parliamentary inquiry, and it was on time. It wasn't disputing any of the debate, but I intend to keep to my 7 minutes, and I appreciate you keeping everyone to it. If we go over, can we have that decrement against the time in the second round? If a member goes over. That was actually 10 minutes, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure that I want to, sometimes it's faster to get things done here, just letting people shout and than it does to shut them up.
Mr. Chairman. You're a wise man, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Before we go to Lee.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, what do you want?
What do you want?
I love this guy. Mr. Chairman, I'm unlike Senator Tillis. I mean, if we're going to start this, I want an extra 3 minutes.
Well,
now my friend Senator Klobuchar put 3 minutes over.
So, here what you're saying is the chairman wasn't a very good chairman, but not shutting her up. But I've gone through this before. I think I know how to handle it and get this done.
I think you're a star-spangled awesome chairman. I just want to say that for the record. But if you're going to let somebody over there go 3 minutes over, I want my extra 3 minutes.
Well, let's see if it's abused by anybody else before we make that decision.
I'm just telling you, I'm going to abuse it.
Well, I'm not going to let you abuse it.
You're a good man, Mr. Chairman.
Before I go to Lee, I want to put a record statement in the record from 56 former FBI agents wrote to this committee to support this nominee. Quote, never has the FBI faced such an urgent and compelling need for comprehensive reform as it does today. Mr. Patel has proven he possesses the breadth of experience required to address these challenges. His leadership, expertise,
What do you
and
want?
vision make him uniquely qualified to guide the FBI through this
Jasmine Rose, we love you.
pivotal moment. For these reasons,
Not
we
doing a
stand
good
in
job because I
full
wouldn't
support
shut her
of
up.
Kash Patel's nomination. Any objection? So ordered. Mr. Lee.
Mr.
Oh
Patel,
my gosh.
while we're
So-
talking about your awards, let's talk about the cowards.
I thought
and
that
the
was fun.
comment for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done.
And I don't know if we actually want to listen to him. I think he's the last one before they went on recess.
Okay.
Do we want to watch him just to see if there's going to be any?
Yeah,
it's up.
He's
okay.
good too.
He was
Like,
at 12:03
good.
p.m.
11:07, 11:17, right?
Right
I mean,
now,
at least it's not a screaming Democrat this time, right? Like they're hard to hear.
Okay, guys, let's listen to this.
I agree with everyone in the chat with those 17s, right? But I really wanted to watch this one too. It sucks to have to listen to what they say, right? But at the same time, they're just ratting themselves out, right? Like everything they say, we already went through. Like it's the whole reason Trump's in office right now. Like, and the smirk that Kash has, like I said, there's nothing that can stop what's coming. Like they don't have enough votes to stop because we have the majority in the Senate, right? So there's nothing that they can do or cry about or anything that they're doing right now that's gonna stop them from being nominated. And you kind of see Kash get kind of heated right there, right? He was like, I got 300,000 freaking, law enforcement backing me. I thought he was gonna say like, keep running your freaking mouth.
And watch what happens.
Right? He kind of did in a smart, in a legal way, right?
Okay, guys, let's listen to this this dude.
Please. Would you like to tell us what that was? Put it in context to help the committee understand what that was about.
1117.
I think it's important. Thank you, Senator. During that time on January 6th, I was serving as Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense. And days prior, we had received the authorization from the President to issue the National Guard to protect you and your colleagues. But as you know, the law requires a request before the deployment of that guard. That request did not come in until the afternoon of January 6th. Once that request came in, this unfortunately, as has been confirmed by his own testimony, I believe, the Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy, failed to immediately deploy the National Guard and instead took a break to speak to media and make personal phone calls. That endangered the safety of you and your colleagues. And if you look at the Biden Inspector General report, we at the Department of Defense authorized the fastest cold start of the National Guard since World War II and the largest occupation since the American Civil War. And the Biden Justice Department said that we, including myself, as Chief of Staff, when it came to the deployment and employment of the National Guard, acted swiftly and without undue delay.
So that's what you were talking about. And that's why you had the reference to the UCMJ. Tell us what that means.
The Uniform Code of Military Justice is for uniform officers who betray the code of justice and also act inappropriately. And I thought any delay to have the National Guard arrive on scene here must be called out, whether it was a fellow Republican or not, especially someone under my auspices running the Department of Defense.
Okay, so moments ago when Senator Durbin displayed a chart with that quote, there was a reference in part of it to the UCMJ. That's what it was referring to.
Yes, sir.
Those were the cowards in uniform. Those people who didn't do what they were supposed to do, and a lot of people were put in danger as a result.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you. That's very good to know. I do find it significant that we've heard all kinds of aspersions cast in your direction by people who do not know you. By people who do not share your worldview, by people who do not share your commitment to the Constitution or your commitment to public service. I find it astounding that they're willing to say this amidst such great ignorance, and I find it equally heartening that the 56 former FBI officials who know you best, who have worked with you, who actually know who you are, who actually share your view of the Constitution, of the view that you ought to be a law enforcement agency and not a weapon of political warfare. These are the people who stand by you. Those who cast aspersions don't share those views. Would I be correct in surmising that?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the Fourth Amendment for a moment. The Fourth Amendment tells us that in order for the government to breach your expectation of privacy relative to your person, your home, your papers, if they want to search that, if they want to seize you, they've got to get a warrant. And that warrant has to describe with particularity the persons or places to be searched or to be seized, and to connect them up with a showing of probable cause. Now, in the case of FISA 702, we're dealing with a somewhat different universe. Now, moments ago, we heard some discussion about FISA 702, about suddenly we've got a different FISA 702 than what we had when President Trump was last in office. Is that true? Because by my count, FISA 702 has not changed substantively since President Trump was in office last.
That's correct.
Okay. And there was also some back and forth discussion about FISA 702 and the use of it and the fact that in real time, it might not work to get a warrant. This, in my view, misses the point. The concern that the American people have with FISA 702 is not about the real-time collection of communications regarding foreign targets. The concern is that once those communications are stored, you have within them what are referred to as incidentally collected communications of Americans, text messages, emails, recorded phone calls, and so forth. If they want to go in and search for someone, let's say you, if someone wants to go into one of those databases after they've been collected, let's see if you're unwittingly communicating with somebody who, unbeknownst to you, happens to be an agent of a foreign power or otherwise under surveillance under FISA 702. If they wanted to search for you, they wanted to enter your name, your phone number, your email address, or some other personal electronic identifier, would they have to get a warrant to do that under current law?
Under current law, I believe so, Senator.
Under current law, they routinely access that without getting a warrant. In order to access it, they've got their own internal procedures. They're not supposed to use this for light or transient reasons. They're supposed to have a perfectly good reason, and yet we found that on hundreds of thousands of occasions, they have accessed the private communications of Americans, searching for those individual Americans by name, by number, by email address, whatever it is, without a warrant or anything tantamount to it. On occasion, they've even been used for overtly nefarious reasons. One agent deciding to look in on his father because he suspected his father might be having an extramarital affair. On another occasion, an agent looked at people who were thinking about renting an apartment from him to make sure they were upstanding citizens and could be trusted. Are these appropriate uses of FISA 702?
As you alluded to, the FISA court, it's not me deciding it. The FISA court put out a report in 22 or 23 where 255,000 illegal improper queries of American citizens had occurred. 255,000 reasons why the American people don't trust it. And that's what we must work together, Congress and me, if I'm confirmed as FBI director, restore that trust and protect the mission.
Music to my ears, because I've been a U.S. Senator for 14 years. I've been on this committee the entire time. You were the very first FBI director or FBI director nominee who, when I've asked about this, hasn't said, oh, don't worry about it. We'll handle it okay. We've got good people on the inside.
Oh, dude, what's going on? What just happened?
That's when they went to break. Did it just cut?
Kash Patel soundbite, is that what I'm hearing?
Good detox.
Requisite
few roles in all of government.
Oh, what the shit was that?
directly to my ability to leave political bias.
We were at 11:23. Sorry.
Me deciding it. The FISA court put out a report in 22 or 23 where 255,000 illegal improper queries of American citizens had occurred. 255,000 reasons why the American people don't trust it. And that's what we must work together, Congress and me, if I'm confirmed as FBI director, restore that trust and protect the mission.
Music to my ears, because I've been a U.S. Senator for 14 years. I've been on this committee the entire time. You were the very first FBI director or FBI director nominee who, when I've asked about this, hasn't said, oh, don't worry about it. We'll handle it okay. We've got good people on the inside. We would never breach the trust of the American people. Do you know what? They were lying. I was willing to believe that they thought they were telling the truth, but they were mistaken. But they were lying. Time has told us that they were lying. You will not lie, and that's why I wholeheartedly support you.
Boom.
In the closing seconds that I have, I want to add my dismay and my disgust for the fact that you've been smeared, you've been attacked, you've been associated with racism, with being a Nazi. You are none of those things, sir. Just as your father lived as a racial minority in Uganda, you've been raised as a racial minority in this country, and you've been nothing but a patriot.
Yes.
Your commitment to the Constitution, to the rule of law, and to the American people is remarkable. And I'm honored to know you, to call you my friend, and to give you my vote.
Amen, guys.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Mr. Patel, to you and your family, congratulations on your nomination. And we had a constructive conversation last week. I appreciate you taking the time.
Slow
in
and steady
particular,
wins the race.
conversation about the prosecution of the World Cup
This
bombing
guy's an ass too,
in
by
Uganda
the way.
that took the life of a
Fast forward
Delawarean
him?
whose family I knew.
Yeah.
I found moving.
Follow the law. And I've done that in Obama Justice Department, in Republican Justice Departments, in the Obama military, in Republican civilian capacity. I have never once wavered from my constitutional oath of office.
Come on.
My goodness.
As a fact.
Do you think it is a...
Just as your father
report for the director of the FBI is into the office of the Deputy Attorney General, then that report is taken into the office of the Attorney General and ultimately the White House and the chain of command there.
So the FBI works for the White House?
No, the FBI is a member of the Department of Justice and has been the long-standing application.
And who does the Department of Justice work for?
They're in the executive branch, as all members do at the White House.
Attorney General Bondi gave a different answer when I asked her the same question, that they work for the Constitution and the American people. President used the FBI to persecute political adversaries.
Is that a setup?
Publicly said that folks
That was
ranging
bull.
from Liz Cheney to Adam Kinzinger to former Vice President Harris should be investigated and criminally prosecuted.
Yes.
If President Trump were to order you to open an investigation into any of these individuals, let's say Vice President Harris, would you?
Senator, this question speaks directly to my ability to leave political bias and allow independent behavior to be the only guiding light. As a public defender, I learned that in the harshest of arenas. And any law enforcement investigation, if I'm confirmed at the FBI, will only be launched on the following qualification: a factual, articulable, legal basis to do so. The president has said publicly that he will allow the FBI to remain independent.
And wait a minute. You have to understand those drops, right? Some must remain clean at distance from what is about to happen, right? So Trump is not telling anybody to do anything. Kash is saying, if somebody did something illegal, I'm going to go after him. Like a hound dog, like a bloodhound, right? I'm going to do it.
Like the
It's
terrorist
not
I've
because
been on the
Trump
ground
tells
with,
me
right?
I'm going to do my job, right? If somebody did something illegal and wrong, we're going to get them, right? Not
What did
because
you-
Trump told me, because some must remain distant and clean at distance from what is about to happen, right? So this is not going to be due to Trump. It's going to be because this dude is actually, doing his job, right? And nobody else can do it better than Kash Patel. And he's going to become the director of the FBI. It's going to be epic, guys.
And
Yes,
nothing can
Lance?
stop.
Oh, yes. All right.
Well, it's funny how at the beginning they remember how they used Mueller and tried to say like he never served, right?
Yeah.
But he was right there like with Delta's, with the Delta team, with this team,
Yeah.
with this team, like taking out terrorists. So like, what do you mean he like what?
And Mueller just did a months and months investigation, impeachment one, right? Where millions of dollars were wasted, right? And he didn't even knew who Perkins Coie was, who Steele was. Christopher Steele didn't ring a bell, right? Right? Didn't ring a bell. Huh. Ridiculous, right? But let's listen to Kash, guys.
And I have said as much as well.
So if FBI agents
Sunny
brought
side
to
up, we love you.
a factual legal basis,
Richard Rohr.
predication, and you are about to refer it to a prosecutor, and you get a call from the White House saying, don't proceed. This is a major donor. This is someone close to the president. This is inappropriate. What would you do?
Simple. I think you answered it partially in your question. The line agents, the brick agents who are trained to bring investigations on behalf of the FBI will make that decision-making process. And they will only have my full support so long as it upholds absolutely every value of the Constitution.
Like
that's it.
Like Biden.
So your predecessor, I went back and looked, and I asked the same questions of Director Comey and Director Wray. Director Wray, quoting former Attorney General Bell, said, "You should be willing to resign if necessary over conduct if you're pressed to engage in it that's unethical, illegal, or unconstitutional. If pressed by the president, would you resign?"
Oh, is that why you
My answer
resigned?
is simply, I would never do anything unconstitutional or unlawful, and I never have in my 16 years of government service.
Would you be
Did he
willing
just
to
rat
resign
out Ray?
as FBI director
Hmm.
if pressed and
Hey.
given no choice but to
What?
obey
Did
the
he
order?
did he just rat out Ray?
I don't know, man.
Because
It's,
that's the only reason he would resign, right? Like if he
Uh-huh.
was political, right? Come on
Yep.
now, like we know Biden sent them after everybody. Like we
Yep.
we've seen it. If not
Yep.
him, the admin, right? So like
Yep.
the shadow government, right?
Yeah.
So for him to say that, and who resigned?
Yep.
Ray?
Yeah.
Saying the only
Interesting, right?
reason he would resign is because
Somebody asked him something, right? Interesting. Okay,
Idiot.
guys. Let's listen to Kash, guys. Let's listen.
Resign.
Senator, I will always obey the law.
Does obeying the law require you to, as Attorney General Bell said, as FBI Director Wray said, refuse the order or resign?
I'm not familiar with the extent of the law that you're referring to, but my answer is simple. In my 16 years of government service, we will simply follow the law. And I've done that in Obama Justice Department, in Republican Justice Departments, in the Obama military, in Republican civilian capacity. I have never once wavered from my constitutional oath of office.
Mr.
I'm not
Patel,
about
your
to start.
predecessors in this role have been clear that they would be willing to resign if forced or directed.
Okay, guys. So something is happening here. They just got out. I don't know why. Let's fast forward. They just stopped the broadcast, guys, at 11:30. Okay. Let's fast forward.
And one
Okay. So somehow something happened.
with sheriff's departments and local officers, and where I
Okay.
live, west of the Mississippi, and work with sheriff's departments and local officers, and having one agent prevent one homicide, and having one agent in Washington prevent one rape. And I will do that over and over and over again, because the American people deserve the resources, not in Washington, D.C., but in the rest of the country.
And Mr. Patel, frankly, if that had been your statement, that would be something that would be defensible. It's the rest of it, saying you're going to turn it into a museum of the deep state, that causes repeated questions and concerns from people like myself. Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Before I
How about
call
it, Coons?
Senator Hawley, I'd like to enter letters into the record. Former U.S. attorneys,
Sorry?
former U.S. Department of Justice officials. who
Oh, I told him to
support-
cry about it.
Yeah.
Quote, Mr. Patel will bring to this critically important office his unique and extensive experience combating
God bless you,
terrorism,
Grass.
protecting our national
Grassley, man.
security. We will have
Love
no
him.
doubt that Kash Patel will serve our nation in this important post with integrity and tireless efforts to protect the American people. Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, welcome. It's great to see you again. I enjoyed our conversation
Hashtag
in my
17.
office a while back. Let me ask you this. Is it appropriate for the Federal Bureau of Investigation to attempt to recruit spies or informants
Is
into religious
Grassley
institutions in this country, particularly Catholic parishes? Is that appropriate?
I don't believe so, Senator.
Mr. Patel, are you familiar with the recent actions of the FBI in this regard, including this memo that I have right here, making a list of Catholic churches and parishes that they regard as potentially suspect and directing the potential recruitment of informants and other spies, let's be honest, into those parishes?
I'm familiar with that memo, Senator.
Mr. Patel, would you commit to me that you will, if you are confirmed, that you will finally and officially withdraw this memo and make it clear that this is not only unacceptable, but that it is an absolute violation of the First Amendment that every American enjoys under the Constitution of the United States?
If I'm confirmed, Senator, yes.
Will you also commit to me that you will conduct an investigation and find out who wrote this memo, who spread this memo, the field offices involved in this memo? Because I can tell you, we've had your predecessor sit right where you're sitting, and he has repeatedly lied to, there's no other word for it, lied to this committee. He told us initially that it didn't happen, that the FBI didn't make any lists of churches. That's not true. We have it. A whistleblower brought forward the list for us. He said then that only one field office had worked on it. Turns out we know from another whistleblower, multiple field offices worked on it. He said that it was never posted on the internal system. It turns out it was. We believe it's still in effect. Will you find out who was involved in this gross abuse of Americans' First Amendment rights? And will you discipline them? And if you possibly can, will you fire them, Mr. Patel, consistent with department policy and law?
Senator, you have my commitment to investigate any matters
All
such as
right.
this one that are important to Congress.
He's
I will
committed.
fully utilize, if confirmed, the investigative powers of the FBI to give you the information you require, and also to hold those accountable who violated the sacred trust placed in them at the FBI.
I'm glad to hear you say that, and I'm glad you use the word sacred trust, because that's exactly what it is. The FBI is the most powerful law enforcement body in this nation, arguably the most powerful law enforcement body at least in a free nation in the world.
What
and
about
to
the
have
NSA?
this body corrupted politically such that it is targeting people of faith in this country and then lying about it to this committee and the American people is unimaginable. I'll be honest with you. I never thought this would happen in the United States of America. I just didn't. If you had told me 5 years ago we'd be reading memos like this, I would have said, no way, that's bad fiction. In fact, it's a horrible reality.
Mm-hmm.
The department needs to be cleaned up, the agency does, and rights restored.
Only
and
when
protected. I'm
evil
glad to
is
hear you say
forced
that.
into the light,
Let me
right?
ask you this. Do you think it is appropriate for the FBI to be sending agents, including counterterrorism agents, to the parents of children who went to school board meetings and asked about critical race theory in their schools, asked about the school's masking policy during COVID? Should those parents be treated as domestic terrorists?
Parents who have the courage to ensure their children are taught what they feel is right, and those who have the courage of their convictions to go houses of worship, in my book, will never be domestic terrorists.
I'm delighted to hear you say that. You're familiar, I am sure, with this memorandum issued by the Attorney General, the last Attorney General, Merrick Garland, directing the FBI and other law enforcement agencies to look into parents who went to these school board meetings, and we know from whistleblowers who come forward to this committee and given us the evidence that in fact the FBI opened multiple cases against multiple parents across the nation, I believe including in my home state of Missouri, another gross abuse, incredible political power brought to bear against everyday citizens. Why? Because they went to a school board meeting that they're paying for and asked about what their kids were being taught. Once again, I can't imagine, I couldn't have ever thought this would happen in the United States of America. Will you find out who was involved in this policy within the FBI, who agreed with it,
gloves
who
are off,
implemented
guys.
it, who encouraged it? Will you find out that, Mr. Patel? Will you do an internal investigation? And will you make clear that those who supported this policy are
Cash,
appropriately
can you
disciplined?
double
And will you
confirm?
make clear that the FBI will never do something like this again?
If confirmed and pursuant to your congressional request, absolutely, Senator.
Thank you. Let me
That's all
ask
you
you
want me to
this.
tell you
Do
now?
think it's appropriate for the FBI to target people of faith, particularly those who hold pro-life convictions? Do you think it is appropriate for the FBI to single out and target people of faith in order to discourage the exercise of their First Amendment rights?
There can never be a targeting by law enforcement just based on their people's faiths.
And yet, under this last administration, the FBI and DOJ together brought numerous prosecutions under the FACE Act for nonviolent protests. President Trump has recently pardoned some of these folks, but it also includes individuals like Mark Houck from Philadelphia region, from Pennsylvania, who had an FBI SWAT team arrive at his door in the early hours of the morning, armed, of course, terrorizing him and his children, took him into custody. They charged him with a FACE Act violation. Why? Because he took his young son to a peaceful demonstration outside an abortion clinic. When his young son was shoved to the ground, he defended him. Mark Houck was acquitted by a jury, acquitted.
Cash,
Nevertheless,
I'll tell you now. What
the
you want?
FBI used their full resources, including a SWAT team, to try and terrorize him. Meanwhile, how many churches that were firebombed or pregnancy care centers that were firebombed, how many of them were protected by the last administration? Just about zero. It is an unbelievable instance of targeting. Mr. Patel, will you end this targeting? If you get to the FBI, if you are confirmed, will you end it? And will you make clear to all agency personnel that there can be no targeting on the basis of religious belief, and this will never happen again in the United States?
Senator, if confirmed, and it speaks to an issue we were talking about earlier,
I don't know
there will
what's
be no
going on,
such
guys.
targeting if I'm confirmed as FBI director. And the resources of the FBI, which are funded by the American
Let's
taxpayer
go back.
dollars, in the 7 minutes that you and I have been talking about, 2 people have died from fentanyl overdoses in this director. And it speaks to an issue.
Happen again in the United States.
Senator, if confirmed,
Why
and
is
speaks
it
to an
doing
issue we were
this?
talking about earlier, there will be no such targeting if I'm confirmed as Senator, if confirmed.
And this will never happen again in the United States of America, at least not under your watch.
Senator, if confirmed, and it speaks to an issue we were talking about earlier, there will be no such targeting if I'm confirmed as FBI director. And the resources of the FBI, which are funded by the American taxpayer dollars, in the 7 minutes that you and I have been talking about, 2 people have died from fentanyl overdoses. 1 person has been shot to death in this country, and 3 people have been raped. The resources of the FBI will go to that mission set and that mission set alone, because America deserves a better brand of justice, and I'm going to give it to them.
Fantastic. Here's my last question for you. Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to try and pressure the largest technology corporations in the world, the most powerful corporations in the world, social media companies. Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to pressure them to censor the political speech of everyday American citizens to try and violate the First Amendment? Is that appropriate, do you think, Mr. Patel?
No, Senator.
Will you put an end to this, Mr. Patel, if
Put
you
an
are
end to the
confirmed at
endless.
the FBI?
Senator, if confirmed, I will work with Congress to expose any corrupt activities the FBI has participated in, especially involved in the censorship of free speech.
Because we know from the court cases that have been brought across this country, and we know from the voluminous factual findings
wait
that
for the
was
next
done
4
under the
years.
record,
Oh,
that
man.
the FBI and other
It's already
agencies of
good.
this government under the last administration
These last
pressured,
hearings have been crap
coerced
with Ray.
these social
He
media
didn't say
companies
shit.
to censor speech of everyday Americans on a range of issues, from the Hunter Biden laptop to COVID, to the Dobbs decision, you name it, they tried to censor them. The Constitution doesn't permit the government to do it. The FBI tried to get the social media companies to do it. Will you end this practice, Mr. Patel, once and for all?
Senator, I will always follow the law. Thank you.
I like the ham.
Thank you, Mr.
Will
Chairman.
you?
Yes.
Senator Blumenthal's
You didn't point
next.
at him though, right? Just the
wanna
full
say,
hand.
When he's done, so let's see, the 30-minute break would make it about 12:25 or something. I expect you to be back here on time. And, and I'm going to have Senator Lee, I'm going to go open the Senate up now. Will you chair for me?
Who's running the show, dude? Like,
Thank you, Mr.
no
Chairman.
one else can open the
Welcome,
damn
Mr.
Senate
Patel.
room.
Thank you for
Yeah.
being here. And thank you for visiting with me.
The man with the
my
keys,
office
right?
At
Yep.
almost exactly
got the
moment
keys.
that you were talking to me.
Uh-huh.
The Department of Justice was firing more than a dozen lawyers who worked with the special counsel, Jack Smith, simply
Yes.
because they were
was
involved in
illegal.
that case. You've committed that the FBI will not be politicized.
You didn't hear the
Well,
email at the
heard
beginning that Grassley gave?
Will you
Mhm.
commit that you will
Hello.
not tolerate the firing of the FBI agents who worked with the special counsel's office on these investigations?
Senator,
Oh, no, they're
I
corrupt.
appreciate the time to visit with you.
It
in
is
your
a
office.
yes or no answer, and it is your first test.
Senator,
First,
every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard, and no one will be terminated for case
And
assignments.
I'm not going to accept that answer, because
Who
if
cares?
you can't admit that those FBI agents will be protected from political retribution, we can't accept you as FBI director.
All FBI employees will be protected against political
They
retribution.
those individuals deserve to be protected from Trump retribution. That was your first test. You failed it. And
All
that
FBI
is
employees should be protected.
that is a test of professional diligence, because it is
when
the
Grassley leaves the room,
This
of whether
idiot.
you will stand up and say no to the president if he gives you an unlawful or illegal order. Let me turn
blue
to
menthol.
the J6
Oh my God.
choir. You know who the J6 prison choir is, don't you?
It's been referenced earlier, yes.
And you know
You know
about
where the
song
name Blumenthal
that,
comes from?
In fact, you produced, you
No, where
promoted,
does it come from?
and you used to
Pause for a short history lesson.
as you
No,
put it,
no, no, no.
support, raise awareness and support for the political prisoners still locked in jail. Those J6 choir, were they political prisoners?
I don't know everyone in the J6 choir.
That's what you said.
No, he didn't.
That's
correct?
not how I read it, Senator.
This is your tweet. That's your whole statement.
That's not my tweet.
Well, I'm
You
reading
won't
it now.
stand
That's truth.
behind your own statements made in tweets, countless of them. As a matter of fact, as you
Oh,
put
that's
it
true.
to Steve Bannon
This is
on
another
his
tweet.
show, then we went into a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized.
But interesting, right? How Trump made sure that this is called the truth, right? So whenever they're going to refer to this, they have to call this a truth. But it isn't, they call it a tweet, right?
They call it a tweet. They won't do it.
They won't call this a truth, right? Like, that's funny.
it and put it as a song, now releasing it exclusively in the War Room. That was the
Skeletor.
J6 prison choir song.
And all proceeds were given away to charity to help families
And you
in
called
need.
them political prisoners.
They were.
Julian Cater, do you know what he did?
I don't know who that is, Senator.
Well, he's one of the J6 prison choir.
You seem to know more about it than I
Identified
do.
in a court file.
Yeah.
And you're saying now you don't know who he is? You glorified him and the rest of that choir?
You see
He's
his
the
little,
one who sprayed U.S. Capitol Police
his pin
Officer
next to
Brian
his
Sicknick
American one.
with pepper spray.
Yeah.
Officer Sicknick died the next day. Cater
The next
admitted
day.
his violence.
Okay,
He
you know
pleaded
what? I'm
guilty
done with
to
this dude.
assaulting
That's why I said
Yeah,
fast
you can
forward.
fast forward him.
police officer.
Let's listen to
As I said
Kash. Okay,
repeatedly,
yeah, yeah.
Senator, I'm not familiar with his case. You seem to know
let's
a lot
just
more
listen
about
to
it than
Kash,
I
guys.
do. And as I said repeatedly, I will
Just get your
always
blood boiled.
utilize my resources to help Americans in need, which is what I was trying to do here. And I've never once advocated for political violence or violence against law enforcement.
Ryan Nichols.
Let's
Ryan
just
Nichols
continue.
also pleaded guilty to assaulting a police officer.
Let's not have a
He was
conversation
one
here.
of the J6
Let's just.
choir. He pushed the crowd against officers defending a door to the Capitol and sprayed
I
officers.
got nothing left but
pepper
J6,
spray.
right?
Yeah. Just keep on
Was Ryan Nichols a
running the
political
narrative, right?
prisoner?
Let's not have a conversation
Same answer,
here.
Senator.
Let's run the narrative.
How about Jordan Mink, another member of the J6 choir?
I don't know who he is.
James McGrew, a political prisoner?
I don't know who that is.
Mr. Magoo?
James McGrew pushed and struck officers and launched a handrail toward them. And
Just to let you know,
glorified
Yes.
him.
the
You
next one
promoted
is
and produced
Ted
a
Cruz,
song
then it's
Yes.
Kennedy,
to
and
raise
then it's
money for
break
them.
until
Okay, good.
12:43.
There it is.
Not going to the Department of Justice and the track of risking and President. Let me first of all say thank you. Thank you for saying yes when President Trump asked you to serve in this role. I think there are very few roles in all of government that are more important than Director of the FBI, and there are very few roles in all of government that are more in need
11:49.
of a fundamental change. You and I have both spent much of our adult lives working in and around law enforcement. And the loss of respect from the American people of the FBI and of the Department of Justice is one of the most tragic developments of the last 4 years. Both the Department of Justice and the FBI have a long history of being apolitical, outside of politics, of being faithful to and focused on upholding the rule of law and keeping the American people safe. And in many ways, the worst legacy, in my opinion, of the Biden administration was the complete politicization and weaponization of both the Department of Justice and the FBI, turning them into tools to attack the perceived enemies of the Biden White
He's
House.
Santa Fe Kate. He still looks like a grown-up Eddie
Now-
Munster. God, that's
You have been charged with going in and restoring integrity of the
that's a
FBI.
good one.
That is not going to be an easy task. But before you can carry out that task, and I am confident you
Yo,
will
Manu,
be confirmed and you
welcome.
will be in the position to carry out that task, you've got to make it through the gauntlet of the Senate Judiciary Committee and my colleagues on the Democrat side of the aisle who I don't know how many spots on Senator Tillis's bingo card have been filled, but it looks like he's playing blackout and they're all filled right now. But you
I yelled bingo quite a
will
while
be
ago.
have been accused of just about everything they can, but I want to focus on what several Democrats have done recently,
Couldn't we get a card?
which
Mhm.
is trying to blame you for the violence that occurred on January 6th, which even in the annals of ridiculous attacks, this one really takes the cake. So let's just focus on some facts. Let me ask you a question. What role did you occupy in the days immediately before January 6th?
Chief of Staff of the Department of Defense.
You were the Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense.
Yes, sir.
So to be clear, you were not rioting at the Capitol.
No, sir.
Where were you physically on January 6th?
In the Office of the Secretary of Defense in the Pentagon.
And what were you doing on that day?
on that day specifically, responding to preparing to mobilize and deploy the National Guard once we got the lawful request from the local governing authority, which was the mayor of DC and the Speaker of the House.
Boom.
Now, how many days in advance were you working to prepare the Department of Defense to help secure the Capitol on January 6th?
Days in advance, Senator, we were in the Oval Office on an unrelated national security matter with the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff,
Do the
and
mirror grab.
myself. And the President authorized up to 20,000 plus National Guardsmen and women to secure any security
Actually
measures
doing his
necessary
job,
to the
man.
Capitol. So we were moving to the fullest extent of the law
Said we were working on
before
something
the
else.
requisite
National
request
security.
came from a local governing authority days ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
And while you were Chief of Staff at DOD, how many times did DOD approach Capitol Police and ask if they needed National Guard assistance?
I believe those letters are well documented, numerous instances, and numerous of those instances, those requests were shut down.
Now, am I correct that the Capitol Sergeant at Arms said assistance was unnecessary?
That's correct, Senator.
Who did the Sergeant at Arms report to?
The Speaker of the House.
That would have been Nancy Pelosi at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
And would that also be Chuck Schumer, then the Senate Majority Leader?
Yep.
The Sergeant at Arms, yes, Senator, reports up there.
Did Mayor Bowser, the Democrat elected mayor in D.C., either request or allow National Guard assistance?
She put in writing on the days leading up to January 6th a declination for National Guard additional support. And that letter is available publicly to the world.
So, and just to speak English for folks at home, a declination meant she said no, don't send National Guard. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a simple question, because from the questioning from my Democrat colleagues, they might think otherwise. Do you condemn violence against law enforcement?
All of it.
And by the way, is that true whether the violence is right wing or left wing or anywhere else?
There is no discriminating between types of violence against law enforcement.
And do you believe those who assault and commit violence against law enforcement should be prosecuted and should be sent to jail?
Especially those that kill them.
Let me ask you, how many years have you worked in public service?
About 16, Senator.
And how many years have you worked in particular in law enforcement and prosecution and national security?
Over a decade, Senator.
You know, I have to say it is ludicrous but sadly predictable that Democrats are endeavoring to tarnish you, to paint a false
Future-proof
caricature
past.
based on innuendo and smoke. And so you're working to protect the Capitol on January 6th, and yet they're trying to blame you for the violence that occurred. Let me ask you this just as a straightforward matter.
This is good, man.
What is the job of the FBI, and what will the FBI's role be if and when you are confirmed as its director?
The simple motto on the website of the FBI's homepage is to protect American citizens and uphold the Constitution. If I am confirmed as the next director of the FBI, that's what we're going to do and redirect resources to making sure that occurs every single
Logical thinking.
Thank you for your willingness to do so.
Except on the website, it says.
We'll hold you to account on restoring integrity at the FBI, and I thank you also for your commitment to transparency. I think that is incredibly important to bringing back integrity, and I'm grateful for it.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Deep breath. Next. Don't even try with this one.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Bye.
I do.
Are you
He's
unable
drunk
to
anyway.
answer my question, which is straightforward? Did you make money by promoting these supplements?
All of my financial disclosures.
Listen to her slur.
I would like to hear your answer, yes or no. Did you make money?
I don't have
This
those
is my third
financial
and last time I'm going to
disclosures
ask you
in front
that
of me.
question.
You have that information.
So you refuse to answer the question.
I answered 1,300 pages.
You are,
Yeah.
you no answer. And yet you spread dangerous misinformation. Mr. Patel, the FBI is the primary agency.
They don't even have like new
responsible
stuff
for
each one.
Yeah.
It's all the
and
same
rig-
crap.
Tribal issues and tribal crimes plaguing their communities, and I'll make that commitment to you as well, Senator.
My time is almost up, but I would
Okay,
like to
thank
note
God.
that on the many questions asked about the choir,
It's like, don't
the
even
What is
try
that?
with this
Tia
one.
Maria or something? What is
Yeah.
that?
at least
Is that a
5
crack pipe?
men who pled guilty to assaulting.
That's her secret weapon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a crack pipe, right? Okay. Okay, let's listen to this.
The Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi bar.
Okay, we'll go to Senator Kennedy next. And
That's a
then,
good
as
one.
directed by the chairman, we will take a 30-minute recess at the
Yeah.
conclusion of Senator Kennedy's question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is going to be good.
Yeah.
I just want to say for the record that Chairman Grassley is the greatest chairman God ever put breath in.
Trust Grassley.
And would somebody please tell Grassley I said that?
He's in trouble.
This is awesome.
You've made a lot of people mad, haven't you, Mr. Patel?
Seems so, Senator.
Think maybe you've made the right people mad?
As my FBI agents, the BRIC agents told me when I was running cases with them across this country and around the world, if you're not ticking off some people, you're not doing your job right.
That's right.
My colleague
Signal, guys.
and friend Senator Durbin called you a conspiracy theorist. You remember that?
It's going to be good.
You were instrumental in revealing that the Trump-Russia election collusion hoax was a hoax, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I was a lead investigator.
And as a lead investigator, he knew
Lead
all the
investigator.
details, right? You know, he knew
Right.
all the details, opposed to, Mueller, who he is, who doesn't know anything about it, right? Okay, guys, let's
Kennedy
let's
thinking about
get that
that,
into the
like-
record, guys. Let's get that into the record, right? Just saying, just saying. Okay, guys.
He's my best. Like, he's the best
Oh,
senator. I'm sorry. Like, he's, at least when it comes to these like hearings and
Yeah, he's funny.
even him in the Senate, right? He has said the most funniest stuff. My gosh, I've laughed so hard with this guy, like the stuff that he said. You know what I mean?
You made some people angry, huh?
Made some people angry.
Right? Okay, guys,
Did you make
let's
the
listen.
right people angry?
I think so. Okay, guys.
Oh, if it's all the
Let's-
Democrats,
Let's
yes.
ruffle some feathers, guys.
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Ah,
Facts matter, Senator.
1205, guys.
Just as I'm
Dude,
saying, I
we
love
need
what
some
he
new
said.
conspiracy theories, guys. Whoa, because all of them came true, guys. Whoa, look at this. He was waiting on this, guys. Whoa. Allison Mack, the signal, guys. Wow, this is a big one. Montana Skies, we love you. Dude. LVG 73, right? Boom. All of the conspiracies come through. We need new ones, right? Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's see
I
that
told
one
you
more
he
time,
says the
guys.
best stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
Like-
Let's see that one more time. Stella. Starla 20, guys. Bam. Let's listen to that one more time.
Let's go. Sounds to me like we need to get some. This was a hoax, weren't you? And
Look. He's waiting. He's looking. He's waiting. It's 12:04, right? It's 12:04. He's waiting. And he's waiting, right?
Pause.
Waiting. 12:04.
You looking at the clock?
were instrumental in
He's waiting in right?
revealing that the Trump-Russia election collusion hoax was a hoax, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I was a lead investigator.
He's waiting. 12:05. Here we go.
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Boom! 12:05.
Facts matter, Senator.
Facts matter, guys.
Conspiracy theorists are up something like 37-0.
37-0, guys. Wait a minute. 37-0.
Right?
I think drop 37 is a pretty good one, guys. They are the true patriots. We will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the republic from those evil bastards. Those people who you made mad, right? who for so long been sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight a good fight. Let justice be served. And there it is, guys. 37-0. Lance, this is one to clip up, man. This is a good one. Let's go, guys. It is now 12 minutes past 1, guys. So let's remember this timestamp. Dude, this is a good one. Let's see that one more time. And from the, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see that one more time. This is easy for Lance to clip up, guys. Let's do this. Let's do this trick again. Wait, let's go again. Wait.
Yes.
Election collusion. You remember that?
I do, Senator.
Okay. It is 112. Okay, guys, let's run it.
And friend Senator Durbin called you a conspiracy theorist. You remember that?
I do, Senator.
You were instrumental in revealing that the Trump-Russia election collusion hoax was a hoax, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I was a lead investigator.
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Boom, guys. Just turned 12:05, guys. 12:05. There it is, guys. All conspiracies are now proven true, guys. So let's listen to what he has to say right now.
Facts matter, Senator.
Boom.
I mean, conspiracy theorists are up something like 37-0.
Boom. 37. They are the true patriots, guys. We will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the Republic from those evil bad actors who for so long been sacrificing the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight a good fight. Get them angry. Let justice be served. Boom, guys. What a time to be alive, guys. Wow.
And you hear Kash laughing. Do you hear him?
Beautiful, man. Let's listen to that.
You're not saying that everybody at the FBI is bad, are you?
Never said that. I've overwhelmingly said multiple times that 98% of the FBI is courageous, apolitical warriors of justice. They just need better leadership, especially those who participated in these conspiracies that actually turned out to degrade them.
Whoa! Dude. Oh, my God.
And he said 98.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
What's 98? Yeah, 98, dude.
And the ones that did that, all the conspiracies were true.
Ooh.
Look at the graphic.
Graphic
right?
is good, guys. All these conspiracies, guys. The Russia collusion, right? The spying on Trump's campaign, right? By the 3-letter agencies, right? Like Trump was saying, if that's true, that's a big problem, right? Drain the swamp. And at some point, I will have no choice but to use the power granted to the presidency and get involved, guys. So there is Kash, and he's pointing his finger, right? You know, those guys that were responsible for those conspiracies, right? Listen to Kash.
Just apolitical.
You're not saying that everybody at the FBI is bad, are you?
Never said that. I've overwhelmingly said multiple times that 98% of the FBI is courageous, apolitical warriors of justice. They just need better leadership, especially those who participated in these conspiracies that actually turned out to degrade them.
Who put away the Unabomber?
The FBI.
Who put away Timothy McVeigh and his Stalin's stomach for blood?
Brick agents at the FBI.
By the way,
yes,
Firstborn Unicorn pointed out, 98%, the 9 + 8 is a 17.
Nice one. Well
Nice
done.
one.
Well done. Brainstorm 45. Great to see you, my friend.
Who helped investigate Jussie Smollett
Woo!
in an effort of self-aggrandizement set back
Oh,
the fight for minority rights for years.
I think that was local authorities.
It was the FBI that opened an investigation, wasn't it?
Eventually, yes, Senator.
There have been or were some bad people at the FBI and the Justice Department, which work hand in glove, weren't there?
Small way.
Unfortunately, yes, Senator.
Secretary Clinton's lawyer, a gentleman by the name of Michael Sussman,
Ooh.
had a pass come and go at the FBI building as he wished. Don't you think the American people have a right to know about the details of that?
Mm-hmm.
Not just that, but what a political
Not
party
just that,
was doing
guys.
with the secure compartmented information facility with direct access to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Mr. Hunter Biden cheated on his income taxes. Didn't pay $1.4 million in income taxes over 4 years.
There's a 14.
Mm-hmm.
And he filed fraudulent returns. He tried to deduct his hookers as a business expense, for God's sake. And they hit him with 2 misdemeanors before there was a public outcry. Don't you think the American people are entitled to know the details of that?
Oh, yes.
The American people are entitled to a singular form of justice and the details to every public corruption investigation.
You remember Peter Strzok?
Oh,
Sure do.
yes.
One of the leaders called up. Trump is a fucking idiot.
Wow.
Is unable to provide a coherent answer. End of quote. You remember that?
Ooh, let's.
Did he just?
Yeah, that's what he said, guys. Let's see that one more time, guys. I love those F-bombs, guys. I can't say
That
it,
came out
but
so
let's
smooth,
Kennedy
didn't
say
it?
it, guys. If
There was
Kennedy
no
says it,
stuttering in that one.
oh man, he's speaking French, guys.
Corruption investigation.
You remember Peter Strzok?
I sure do.
One of the leaders called up. Trump is a fucking idiot. Is unable to provide a coherent answer. End of quote. You remember that?
Peter Strzok said that.
You remember when his
Remember
girlfriend
Wendy?
texted Mr. Strzok, quote, Trump's not ever going to become president, right? Right? And Mr. Strzok replied, no, he won't. We'll stop it.
I do remember their insurance policy.
And then Mr. Strzok testified in front of God and country.
What's up?
He said it. I do
The
remember
insurance
their
policy,
insurance
right?
policy.
Yeah. Beautiful, guys. Beautiful. The insurance policy, and there's that other drop, right? Is it time to show our insurance policy, right? Let's look at the other side where the real crimes were committed, so there it is, guys. There's where it's going. It is going to be glorious, guys. We got the Senate. We got the FBI. Who's next?
That never had his political beliefs impacted his work. You believe in the tooth fairy?
When I was a kid.
You believe Jimmy Hoffa died of natural causes?
Who?
He's also not the.
What?
Oh,
Oh my God.
look
Do you
at
believe
his
in the
face.
tooth fairy? Dude, he's on fire, man.
You believe in the tooth fairy?
When I was
Something's
a kid.
bomb coming after that.
You believe Jimmy Hoffa died of natural causes?
Boom.
He's also not in the end zone of Giant Stadium.
And then Mr. Strzok got fired, and next thing we know, the FBI and the Department of Justice, after he sued, gave him $1.2 million. Don't you
Yep.
think the American people are entitled to know the details of that?
Absolutely.
Now, I want you to think hard before you answer my next question. Do you believe in the adage that 2 wrongs don't make a right, but they do make it even?
Senator, I think if anyone commits a wrong in government service, the American public deserve to know the absolute secular detail of that corrupt activity.
Okay, guys, wait a minute. The corrupt activity. And look at the timestamp that we're just passing, guys. 12:08, talking about, this stuff, right? You can read this, right? It talks about this stuff. Hussein and Mac, Adam Schiff and all that stuff, right? Those really bad apples. Whoa, guys. 12:09. Expand further. This door will be opened later. The choice to know will be yours. The end, guys. Whoo, over the target. And now it's 12-10. Man, these guys, man. As the world turns, guys, was playing when JFK got shot, guys. So let's listen.
Activity.
When
If anyone commits a wrong in government service, the American public deserve to know the absolute secular detail of that corrupt activity.
There it is.
When reforming the FBI and the Justice Department, two wrongs don't make a right, but they do make it even, is the wrong approach, isn't it?
That's correct.
And we're going to hold you accountable for that.
I hope you do.
Now, there's some good people at the FBI.
Lots.
And there have been and may still be some bad.
Time? Like what happened to the banner?
And you've got to find out
They're glitching.
who the bad people are and get rid of them in accordance with due process and the rule of law. And then you've got to lift up the good people. Don't go over there and burn that place down. Go over there and make it better. Do you commit to us today that you will do that?
I commit to you, if confirmed, Senator, every single day, 24/7, 365, the FBI will be the premier law enforcement agency in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll now recess for a 30-minute lunch
Okay,
break.
guys.
We'll return at
We're
approximately...
gonna recess.
What? I said that was a no.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. RSBN, we love you guys. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, this dude. Oh, no. Let's skip forward.
Senator, I would love my grand jury testimony to be released, but as you know, that grand jury testimony has been sealed by the Department of Justice, and I'm not.
Wait a minute. When did it come back?
He's the man for the minutes. What we hear, President
42, 43.
It's a beautiful thing to have, and it was hell now to Washington.
The cases against President Trump and were recently fired. Some of those that were involved in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Do you know who Brett Reynolds is?
Maybe, but it doesn't ring a bell at this point. So
You're under oath. You have no recollection of who Brett Reynolds is?
if you could provide me with a little more context, I could possibly remember.
Are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations?
Senator, just to be clear,
They're
I
worried
did not
about their hitmen.
any of those DOJ
Sir,
decisions.
that's a yes or no question. Are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations? Yes or no?
I'm not aware of that,
Thank you.
Senator.
There is no evidence of wrongdoing by FBI employees involved in these investigations. If you do pursue investigations of those involved, will you commit to using standard processes, including a standard review by the FBI Inspections
Are you
Division
preparing for
and the
something?
Inspector General?
Senator, I will honor all those review processes.
You will honor those review processes.
You
Yes,
see
sir.
their plan, right?
These
Their
are
little
actions
playbook.
that the FBI
Yes.
employees, if there are
They're
actions
cleaning
against
house,
FBI employees
mofo.
that do not follow those standards process
Yep.
that happen before you get in, will you commit to reversing any decision prior to your arrival so that those standard processes and the standard review by the FBI Inspections Division will take place?
I don't know what's going on right now over there, but I'm committed to you, Senator.
I don't know what's going on in your
colleagues
head,
that I will
buddy.
honor the internal review process of the FBI.
Have you made any commitments to anyone about pursuing any investigations or targets if you are FBI director?
Only violent criminals and terrorists.
Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Only following the Constitution.
Again, are you certain?
That I have told people on the
Have
the
you made, are
administration.
you certain? Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, I've only said I will use the Constitution.
Have you discussed specific investigations or targets
Panic
you would pursue
in
as FBI
DC,
director
guys.
with the President of the United States?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, no.
Are you certain?
To the best of my recollection, no.
According to public reports, you were subpoenaed by the federal prosecutors to testify as a witness before the grand jury investigation investigating the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. and you testified before the grand jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were before the grand jury, you pled the fifth on the basis of self-incrimination, correct?
I utilized my constitutional rights during that process with the advice and consent of counsel.
Happening
and appeared
now.
before that grand jury.
I will take that as a yes. And you are familiar, I imagine, with section 6002 of Title 18.
Off the top of my head, Senator, not.
Well, section 6002 is the immunity statute. Whenever a witness refuses to testify or provide other information before a grand jury based upon the privilege against self-incrimination, the court can order the witness to testify. The witness must comply with the order, but they receive immunity, which means that no testimony or any other information provided before the grand jury can be used against them in any criminal proceeding. You were compelled to testify as a witness in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case. Did you participate in any criminal conduct involved in that case?
Case got thrown out. Why are they?
Involved in which, the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case?
Yes.
No, I testified through compulsion by court order.
You received immunity for providing
He's a lawyer.
information that was self-incriminating. Do you remember the name of the prosecutor who questioned you?
There were multiple, Senator. I do not.
Was it one of the people, were any of them people that were fired this past week?
I have no idea, Senator.
Are you certain? You're under oath.
I'm aware that I'm under oath, Senator, and I have no idea, and I did not participate in the removal of any DOJ prosecutor.
What was the information you provided?
It's like them trying to say they have something, right? Are you sure you're under oath?
Are you sure?
Yeah, motherfucker.
As you know, that grand jury testimony has been sealed by the Department of Justice, and I'm not allowed to
Excuse
discuss.
my language.
Well, I find it troubling that you do not know the law here. And let me tell you what the law is. Rule 6
tell me.
governs grand jury proceedings. Under Rule 6E, grand jurors, court reporters, and prosecutors are bound to secrecy. But witnesses are not bound by secrecy. You were a witness in the classified documents case. You are not bound by secrecy. You can tell us everything that happened in that room and everything you testified about. I'll ask you again, what information did you provide to the grand jury?
In this, we are agreement, Senator. Get my grand jury testimony. I want it made public. I asked the Department of Justice to make it public, and they refused to do so.
There is no legal bound.
Tell me why it's sealed.
Against you telling us right now what you testified to.
When I asked for my transcript to be released, the
Sir,
Department
did
of
you or did you
Justice-
not commit a crime?
Senator, I did not commit a crime.
Then why won't you tell us what you testified to?
Because it occurred over the course of 3 weeks. I don't have the ability to recall everything I testified to, but I'm asking you to put my
Did you testify
transcript
to
down.
witnessing the President of the United States declassifying documents?
Senator, what I testified to is best captured by that transcript
So
in real
you're not
time.
willing to tell Congress, after making many pledges today about transparency, whether or not you testified to witnessing the President of the United States declassify documents. In the name of all the values you have said today, did you or did you not testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassify documents?
I testified accordingly and under oath, and I encourage you to get that transcript.
And by the law of our land, you are free to tell people, what are you hiding from Congress? Answer the question. Did you testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassifying documents, yes or no?
Senator, the grand jury testimony is available to you. I encourage you to make it public.
As you likely know, the second volume of Jack Smith's report about the
They won't.
classified documents is not public yet.
And then he uses Jack Smith.
Oh, you
Advice and
idiot.
Consent. The President on nominations.
Grass, let me get back in here.
Yeah. Where are you, Grass?
Do you agree that Congress should thoroughly review its nominees? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, last question and I'll be done. When you and I met, you told me that you wanted to remove 11,000 FBI personnel or move many of them, and you said that again today. You have looked at an org chart to understand what offices and functions that you'll be pulling from. I don't think you've done a serious analysis.
Oh, really?
But I do think you have an assignment from Donald Trump to gut the FBI. You said yourself, I'll shut down the FBI Hoover building. There are people specifically that you are targeting, I believe. And do you agree that you have already prepared plans to to remove certain individuals from
Even
their
though in the
office
opening statement
or
they admitted
being
that
put in
Hoover was
an
corrupt.
institution that you and I discussed that has
It's
no political
insane,
appointments
guys.
but one. Political personnel's involved. These names: Erica Knight, Tom Ferguson, Greg Bittner.
You stated your question. Would
People
you
are
answer
stupid, like
Yeah.
straight up.
what you want to? Okay.
We can move on.
Senator Blackburn.
Yeah, so we can
Thank
move
you,
on.
Mr.
Bye.
Chairman. And Mr. Patel, there is absolutely no doubt that you have the experience and the expertise to lead the FBI, and we welcome you here today. We are pleased that you are here.
It's
I've
time to
been
learn the
listening
truth, guys.
To my colleagues across the dais and listening to their questions, and it has led me to one thing. Why are the Democrats
They want you brainwashed.
so afraid of you?
I don't know, Senator. You'd have to ask them.
Well, I tell you what I think, and listening to their questions and your responses, which we appreciate, they know that you're going to go in and you're going to clean up that political cabal that has been over there for years.
Boom.
You are going to reposition
The political
the
cabal,
FBI to
guys.
its core
There it is.
mission. You stated that earlier in this hearing, and there will be no more political persecutions and no more two tiers of justice. And they have liked having two tiers of justice.
Projection,
they have
guys.
enjoyed it. And it has helped them. They think in their political mission, they've enjoyed targeting Catholics. They've enjoyed targeting parents. But the American people have said they want no more of that. And our colleagues know you're going to
Coming
clean it up.
soon.
I want to talk to you about the Epstein case. I have worked on this for years, trying to get those records of who flew on Epstein's plane and
Yes.
who helped him
We were just
build
on a Delta
this
at
international
12:52,
human trafficking,
3807.
sex trafficking ring. Now, earlier I urged then Chairman Durbin to subpoena those records, and I ended up
Okay.
being blocked by Senator Durbin
Beautiful,
and
my
Christopher
public shelter.
Ray. They
Sexual
stonewalled
misconduct.
on this.
Well done.
And I know that breaking
People
up
are
these
stupid. I just said that too.
is important.
I did not
Mm-hmm.
know that that's what that Delta said.
So will you work with me on
Resignations.
this issue so we know who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in building these sex trafficking rings?
Absolutely, Senator. Child sex trafficking has no place
That's
in
the
the United
Delta.
States of America, and I will do
Wow,
everything
man.
as FBI director to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past and how we are going to countermand missing
Wow.
children and
Wait.
footage children going forward.
Thank you for that.
So there it is, guys. This Delta that happened at 12:52. This is just 2 minutes later, right? She started talking about Epstein at 12:52. 12:52 talks about resignations, right? Sexual misconduct. Will the truth come out? And that's exactly what she's talking about, right? Dude, that is huge. Another good one, guys. Let's go
And then
back.
Cash says it too. Cash is
Yes,
like,
let's go back to 12:52, guys, so you guys can see.
There is absolutely no doubt that you have the experience and the expertise to lead the FBI, and we welcome you here today. We are pleased that you are here. I've been listening to my
12:52.
colleagues across the dais
12:52,
and
guys.
listening to their questions, and it has led me to one thing. Why are the Democrats so afraid of you?
I don't know, Senator. You'd have to ask them.
The
Well, I tell you
resignations,
what I
guys.
think, and listening
you
to
have to
your
ask them.
questions and your responses, which we appreciate, they know that you're going to go in and you're going to clean up that political.
And there it is, guys. Clean out that political cabal, right? The truth will come out regarding sexual misconduct. Huh. You cannot attack a political opponent, right? Dude, the public shelter. These people are stupid. And now the Epstein Island is coming up.
cabal that has been over there for years. You are going to reposition the FBI to its core mission. You stated that earlier in this hearing, and there will be no more political persecutions and no more two tiers of justice. And they have liked having two tiers of justice. They have enjoyed it, and it has helped them. They think in their political mission, they've enjoyed targeting Catholics. They've enjoyed targeting parents. But the American people have said they want no more of that. And our colleagues know you're going to clean it up. I want to talk to you about the Epstein case. I have worked on this for years, trying to get those records of who flew on Epstein's plane and who helped him build this international human trafficking, sex trafficking ring. Now, earlier I urged then Chairman Durbin to subpoena those records, and I ended up being blocked by Senator Durbin and Christopher Wray. They stonewalled on this, and I know that breaking up these trafficking rings is important to President Trump. So will you work with me on this issue so we know who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in building these sex trafficking rings?
Absolutely, Senator. Child sex trafficking has no place in the United States.
Round of applause,
America, and I
guys.
will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight
The full
of what
extent,
happened
guys.
in the past and how we are going to countermand missing children and exploited children going forward.
Thank you for that.
Wow.
I do want to touch on the political persecution. I find it so interesting that they feel like you would carry out political persecution. Your parents are with us today. They fled Uganda and persecution from Idi Amin. And I think that with your background and given your family's history, that you would never move to political persecution. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator, that is.
And we appreciate that you would remove any kind of two tiers of justice from the FBI because they have practiced that every day for years. Not all FBI agents. There are some good ones, and we certainly want to keep them, but the politics has got to be moved out of the agency. Now, they've tried to frame you as being anti-police. We've discussed that some today. And I know that you grew up working with NYPD officers in your community. And I know that law enforcement groups, including the National Association of Police Organizations, have endorsed your nomination. And on top of that, your brother is a law enforcement officer. Is that accurate?
Many of my family are, yes, Senator.
How many of your family, sir?
Well,
101
I
is
guess
the next one, Grass.
Definition of family. We got a
It'll
really
be
big one in our own
1308.
family.
We all love big
I mean,
families.
3808.
We got a lot.
I
Sorry.
appreciate that. But it is accurate to say that in your role, you're going to do everything that you possibly can to protect the men and women who are protecting our communities.
That is of the utmost importance.
Thank you. I want to go to the Nunes memo. You were the principal author of the Nunes memo. Is that accurate?
Yes, me and staff.
Thank you. And that did really so much to focus the light on the Russiagate hoax and the political cabal that was for years operated out of the DOJ and the FBI. And I know that there are some that felt like that memo was not accurate. We know now differently. And I'm quoting a comment that was made about that memo and by a member of that House Intel Committee, and I quote, "It was meant only to give Republican House members a distorted view of the FBI," end quote. I find it so interesting. They use the term distorted view. I think the American people who for 4 years under Biden saw the FBI weaponized against them, against parents, against people of faith,
Hostage, no more.
weaponized against President Trump. I think they would disagree with that. Do you stand by the good work that you did on the Nunes memo?
Our team, and yes, absolutely.
And the Nunes memo was accurate in its description of the details, correct?
As confirmed by the Inspector General, the Special Counsel, because the Nunes memo only contained sworn information received pursuant to transcribed interviews and production of government materials, including FBI 302s and DOJ memorandum.
So the Nunes memo is accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. In your new role as director, how will you work to root out two tiers of justice at the FBI?
The same way I have always done so, ma'am, with the utmost
Moab.
fidelity to the Constitution
World
and
is watching.
integrity to law enforcement. Government must allow those who are privileged to serve to execute their law enforcement duties fully, but at the same time, the American people deserve accountability inwards to government to any of those who violate that sacred trust.
Boom.
And as you prepare to take this new role, what are the top areas of concern for you as we look at our national security?
The top areas when it comes to national security, ma'am, have remained unchanged and the threat dynamic has increased. It's thwarting terrorist activities and terrorist attacks here and overseas against our citizens and our allies. And it also includes CCP espionage, which is running rampant these last 5 years through our country, including our cyber infrastructure and our agricultural properties. And it also includes taking on Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, and any other adversary that wishes to harm America.
Thank you. I look forward to a yes.
Harm America, guys, at 12:59. There it says, right, 12:59. Bodas deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for his work. You know, this is about taking back our freedom and saving our children and people from the evil that has plagued our country and the world for so long, guys. Exactly.
Vote on your confirmation.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Padilla.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes.
Since the senator from Tennessee raised my name, I'd like to respond.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, while I was chair of the committee, protecting children from sexual exploitation was one of our highest priorities. We chaired hearings on kids' online safety, and we decided on a bipartisan basis to call the big tech CEOs in for an important, maybe historic meeting of this committee. Last year, the committee.
And why are you
reported
trying to block the Epstein list from being released?
Yes.
The crap.
Punk.
Child safety online, including one of my own Stop CSAM and Senator Blackburn's Report Act.
Okay,
In the
you know
previous
what?
Congress, Senator.
Well, we don't want to listen to you wash your hands, right? Okay, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, wait, what is she saying?
On to Chairman.
We subsequently reached out to hers to try to identify what record she was actually seeking.
Is she
We
recording
did
him?
not receive a response.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond to Chairman Durbin, I had raised the.
There is the Delta, guys, that
But
Lance
for
was
sure,
talking about.
She is
There it
recording.
is. Worth remembering. Whistleblowers. Sources 1 and 2. No such agency. NSC, sorry, guys.
The issue with Chairman Durbin. I had raised it on the floor that we wanted to get these records. And then during that hearing that you're recognizing, sir, or that you're mentioning, I sought recognition. It was not my Republican colleagues that ended that hearing. Mr. Chairman, you had the gavel, and you were the chairman, and you sought not to recognize me. And I know, and you know, and so many people are aware, sir, that you and Christopher Wray did not want those out. And I know we need to move on for questions, but Mr. Chairman, we have fought
Press,
this
that's
issue
the Delta,
for
the
quite
leaks.
some time. I look forward to having an FBI that will
Right?
work to
Whistleblower.
help get
Yep.
these records and end this human
Well
and
done.
sex trafficking in this country.
And the link is epidemic of leaks, right? They didn't
Senator
want
from
they didn't want
Tennessee
you
knows
coming
what
out.
the 2-hour rule is.
Boom.
The 2-hour rule takes the gavel
And
out
there's
of the
sessions,
chairman's
guys.
hands, and that
With
was what's
sessions.
being executed when you were seeking recognition.
Oh, my God.
That was kind of like, whoa.
You can't confirm or deny the existence of the leaks. Michael Flynn, some of these other leaks used politically against the administration. So let me ask you this. Since the president was elected, has anybody been held accountable criminally or administratively for leaking information against the administration with a political motive?
Well, I think the individual in Georgia had a motive that's been charged, we have 27 ongoing investigations. Some of those involve leaks before President Trump took office and some after.
Final question, just yes or no.
Before that, there was only 3 per year, only 9. There's 3 times as many this year as in the entire 3 years before being investigated.
Boom.
Leaking, you
Sessions cannot look like an impartial player out to get all former Obama team members, right?
Hey, Grass.
So interesting, guys. Yes.
What was the time in that video that we just watched with Sessions?
The time
Because it
in
was
this
on
video?
Fox. So what was the time in that one? Was there a
leaking, you
is there a
mentioned.
time? Yeah, it's at the top.
1:05 p.m. Almost the
1:05.
same time.
Yeah.
Interesting. Huh. Okay, guys, let's continue.
And being executed by your side of the aisle.
Senator Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, as we know, it's not just the nominee
Hey, Grass,
for FBI
real quick,
director. That's before.
there's a this guy's an idiot. There's a excuse me. There was a Delta, but it's kind of hidden at the next one with the one at 1:10. But there was one at 1 o'clock. It's 38:09. And that was around that same time, right? When she started speaking.
What do you like about this, Rob? Treason. Okay.
Bribery and
Dude.
other high crimes and misdemeanors.
Ooh, yes.
Failed to support the Constitution.
Oh,
Remember,
and that's exactly, yes. He's bringing
said
it
he's
back
gonna
to the
clean
Constitution.
house.
Yeah, you know, he brings it back to the Constitution. He constantly says that, right? Well done, Lance. Well done.
Clean record. Huh.
Boom.
SC Supreme Court to hear case regarding legality of impeachment articles drafted by the House. Clean record, right? Like partisan politics. Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Guys. Okay. Awesome.
All right.
Awesome. Okay.
Let's see
Let's
what
go.
Grass has
Go. Okay. Love you, Grass. Love you, Lance.
But he's saying they heard from me. That's not a quote from me, end of quote. General Tata wrote to the committee and said it was, quote, irresponsible, end quote.
Elaine, great to
say
see you.
Mr. Patel jeopardized the mission. He said, quote, Kash played a critical role in that and many other successes during his tenure precisely because he cares so deeply about America, its national domestic security, and her citizens. So by unanimous consent.
So the domestic security, guys. Well, it is 111, and 111 brings you to, was Obama groomed to be the commander in chief, right? There's drop 111. There it is, guys. Why would investments be made in a former president pre-political days, right?
Oh,
was the former president of the United States groomed to be the commander in chief? Is that even possible? Is the U.S. political and election system corrupt? Who owns the polling machines, right? They never thought you would lose. Now they all lose, guys. Operators are active. We are at war. Good night. Good night, B.O. Godfather 3. Taking on the corrupt elements, guys. Okay, yes, Lance?
At the Delta, too, because it was 1310, right? And he was talking about, we were kind of talking over him, but he was saying about, I think the files, what was he, let's see, are you gonna,
is that loading?
Okay, so that one was the 1310 was the, where'd you go, you stupid thing? 3809, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the Delta, right?
Mhm.
So in between when Blackburn was talking about the child trafficking, that was the one, right? That was the 1300 and the 1301.
Yes.
Right? And now we got Grassley at the 1310, right? And in those drops, it's talking about the treason, sedition, right? Treason, bribery, other high crimes and misdemeanors.
Yep. Boom time. Well done. And
And
they're 89, and he talked about 98, right? So interesting. Kash Patel was talking about 98, right? There's the 89 minutes. So that's interesting. Okay, guys, let's run with Grass. Grassley is taking charge, guys, and he's
back.
he opened the Senate door, guys. So let's listen to Grassley. Well
I
done,
will
Lance.
put
We
this
love you.
letter in the record. Any disagreement? I hear none. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you, Mr. Patel. It's great to have your family here. I know they must be very proud. I have to tell you, I saw up close and personal how politically weaponized the FBI had become. In my former job as Attorney General of Missouri, we brought the Missouri versus Biden lawsuit, which uncovered this vast censorship enterprise where the federal government coerced and colluded with some of the biggest companies in the history of the world to suppress speech. And not just that, actually to pre-bunk the Hunter Biden laptop story. The FBI had the laptop in November of 2019. They met with senior executives. Yoel Roth, who was the main guy at Twitter at the time, signed an affidavit saying
love you, Elaine.
they were talking specifically about the laptop. It could be Hunter Biden's, pre-bunking it, calling it a Russian hack and leak operation. They knew it was true. They knew it was his laptop. So the rot is deep, and the time for you is now, and I'm glad, because reform is needed. Senator Durbin referenced your book. I think it's a good, everyone should read the book, because I want to ask you about some quotes that are in the book, because a lot's been made of it, usually just some of the endnotes, but the content of the book. Did you say in the book, American justice must never be selective? If the law is applied unevenly, democracy crumbles. Did you say that?
I did, Senator.
When agencies like the FBI and the CIA prioritize politics over truth, the nation suffers. Did you say that?
I sure did, Senator.
Accountability isn't optional. Those who violate the public trust must face real consequences, regardless of their rank or title. Did you say that?
I did, Senator.
Okay. There's a lot more in there.
Is that a bad
And
thing? Right?
I know that Senator Tillis has got the game of bingo. I'd like to play another game. Would you rather?
Let's have at it, sir.
Would you rather the FBI prosecute and persecute parents
Patriots
who voice
fight.
legitimate concerns at school board meetings, or should it investigate domestic terrorists who commit school shootings and threaten the lives of American children?
Absolutely investigate and prioritize the safety of our children and any actual and real domestic terrorists, as I've prosecuted in my past in the Obama Justice Department.
Would you rather the FBI be weaponized by investigating presidential candidates, political opponents, spying on and wiretapping candidates' advisors, or should the FBI get back to its core mission and get politics out of the FBI?
There should be no politics in the FBI, and having been a victim of the weaponization of law enforcement against me, I know what that feels like, and if I'm confirmed, I will make sure no American feels that sleight of hand ever again.
Sleight of hand,
Would
guys.
you rather the FBI target traditional Catholics?
Think magic. What you see is the distraction, right? Sleight of hand. Look here. Do not look there, right?
Extremists? Or should the FBI focus on investigating actual threats posed to the American people by cartels pumping fentanyl into our communities through the southern border?
100,000 deaths due to fentanyl and drug overdoses in 1 year. I'd rather the FBI focus on that and save our children.
Would you rather the FBI ignore when thugs threaten to harm and plot against Supreme Court justices? Or should the FBI actually investigate that and get to the bottom of it?
I'm so glad you brought that up, Senator. This body passed a law to protect our justices of the peace, including the Supreme Court, and every single justice of the peace deserves that enforcement of that law so they can do their duty.
Would you rather the FBI pressure social media companies into censoring conservative viewpoints, or should it focus on what the FBI should get back to, which is investigating interstate crimes that threaten the well-being of Americans?
No censorship. Let's focus on investigating interstate crimes.
Would you rather the
And what
FBI
Supreme Court
raid
justice
the
did they
home
really
of
go
a
after?
former president
Mm-hmm.
and chief political rival, going through the first lady's personal belongings, spreading out documents on the floor staged, or should it raid the homes of terrorists who seek to harm citizens?
Let's
Did you
let
hear
our
that,
men
Grass?
and law enforcement kick down.
Yes.
He just talked about them, the FBI going in and setting up the scene, right? Spreading
Yes, and
stuff on the floor.
There's a drop, guys. There's a drop, Rigged system. What are they afraid of? So much redacting, Why
And they don't
such
wanna turn over
unequal justice? At some point, I will have no choice but to use the power granted to the presidency and get involved, guys. So there is, the thoughts of the current president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, POTUS 47. And again, somehow QX isn't scraping anymore. Or this, I don't know. Do I have to close these tabs? Really?
Maybe.
Come on now. It doesn't want to do it.
Maybe
That's
that
weird,
is
right?
Is that the meme for that one?
No, this is the one. This is that picture that should be in there. But it's not
Yeah,
pulling
mine's
it up.
not loading either.
Okay. So
Just
maybe
so you know, there are a
Yes.
few soul shinings here and there, right?
Mm-hmm. I think we're almost there, right? So it's
I
think-
actually,
it's still going?
I think it might be.
Okay. If there's anything good, let me know. And let's listen to Kash. 13:15, guys. Let's listen to what he just said.
To see on the floor staged through the First Lady's personal belongings, spreading out documents on the floor staged, or should it raid the homes of terrorists who seek to harm citizens?
Let's let our men and women in law enforcement kick down the doors of terrorists and narco traffickers and pedophiles and put those people in prison where they belong.
So, I mean, I could go on and on. But let me tell you what I think's really going on here.
But define the word terrorist. Who are they, right? These are not just, right? Who are the traitors and who are those pedophiles, right? Just think about that.
What I think's going on here is that the folks on the other side can't actually believe and can't come to grips that they're in this position right now. That they're in the minority and that President Trump is back in office.
Ooh.
Because what they did was, after he was out of office, they tried to destroy him.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to financially ruin him and his family. They tried to intimidate him. They tried to throw him in jail for the rest of his life. They tried to demonize half the country. Their opening and closing argument for the last 4 years has been that President Trump and Republicans are a threat to democracy. But the American people sat in a jury box and they watched. And they weighed the evidence and they heard all the facts and they rendered their own verdict. And their verdict was for reform. They don't believe that the people who've been doing this in these positions have
At
done
117, we want reform.
They think the deck is
Boom.
stacked against them.
Well done.
And they saw how our justice system
The swamp
was
is being
turned
drained.
against political
Justice,
opponents in a
guys.
Soviet-style justice system, which moniker was, show me the man and I'll show you the crime.
Yep.
You, and by the way, I don't think they can believe you're sitting where you're sitting at right now. But guess what?
100%.
You are.
Yes.
And you're going to get confirmed.
Yep.
And you're going to lead this agency back to what it always should have been.
Yep.
Which is to protect the American people, to fight crime, to put the bad guys in jail, not to execute a political agenda.
Nope.
Like some banana republic form of justice, where you point to the person on the other
just
side
lived
that you
through.
want taken out, and you go do that person's bidding.
Okay,
This
guys,
country was
I'll
founded
be back
on
in a
the
second.
idea that people could say what they wanted, they could believe what they want, and that the government wouldn't come after them. The government's job is not to tell you what you should think or what you can say or what you can do or what you believe. And this
protect
Justice Department under Christopher Wray and under Joe Biden and Merrick Garland has done just that. And that's why the trust has plummeted So you got a big job. You got a big job. But
Dude, you got a big job at 118, guys. What is the FBI responsible for, right? 118 is 1318, right? Military time. There it actually says, what is the FBI responsible for? And he's saying you got a big job, right? Dude. Again, talking about Sessions and Huber, aka, the sealed indictments, the Department of Justice. Wow, guys. 450
said,
agents. Wow.
When does Sessions step back in?
Yep. Military intel. Interesting, guys. Justice, guys. Wow, this is huge. 1318.
Oh,
let's continue. Yeah.
Why are selected EOs aggressively being written and put into law?
Yeah.
State.
Yes.
Now you could take that as just a CA, California next.
Uh-huh.
And we just had the water turn back on.
Okay.
Right?
Nice one. Good one.
So, yeah.
Okay, guys.
No outside comes.
Right? Awesome, guys.
I have all the faith in the world in you that you're going to restore that trust because you believe in the rule of law. You have an incredible personal story. You're going to get confirmed, and I wish you all the best, and you have my vote.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that.
Senator Welch.
Thank you very much.
That's what I said. There's nothing you can do. He's going to get
You
confirmed.
guys won. There was, if you want to call it a jury box, the American people elected you. And you're the majority party in the House and in the Senate. You've got President Trump was duly elected. But let me tell
The
you.
mirror was, for those watching, this should scare you.
ongoing
It's the
concern
power you deserve on to survive.
sometimes
Money
does
is
not
worthless without those in power serving you.
We had a
White House,
catastrophe. for our
military,
democracy
patriots,
January 6th.
ready to play.
And you're asserting that you won, and you did, and I acknowledge it. It troubles me that so many people have difficulty saying that Biden won the election. And I listened to your response, Mr. Patel, and many of the people who congratulated you and your parents on your extraordinary story. I share
Somebody's
that,
scared.
So I want you to know that.
I want you
But
to
what's so
know
hard
that.
about just saying that Biden won the 2020 election? What's hard
Yeah,
about
the mirror grass, it was 811.
Senator, as I've said before, that President Biden was certified and sworn in, and he was the president. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, the other way to say it is he won.
He was the president.
The other way to say it is he won. I can say Trump won. I didn't vote for him, but he won. You know, Al Gore said
it wasn't rigged.
Bush won.
Yeah.
When they were having that recount in Florida. And we have had a peaceful transfer of power here in very contested elections. And, you know, just be very direct with you about what.
Wait a minute, buddy. What peaceful transition of power did we have in 2016 with impeachment hoax 1, 2, What peaceful transfer of power did we have after, 2020 where Biden, what's his name, right? I already forgot his name. When Biden weaponized the DOJ and FBI against Trump, right? And all these court cases against him, trying to smear him, make him a criminal. What are you talking about?
Why I think this is of consequence. When Trump,
You're going to see consequence, buddy.
Donald Trump has never acknowledged that he lost in 2020. And he invited
So
people
what?
to come to the Capitol on January 6th to stop the steal. And after that happened, police officers died. People were injured.
No, Ashley Babbitt got shot in the head. That's what happened.
Yes, that's what happened.
And
Boldy.
that's your boss. Do you believe that the 2020 election was stolen, as President Trump says it is?
Let's find out.
Yes.
My opinions on the 2020 election have been expressed in this hearing, and he's entitled to whatever opinions he wants.
Do you agree with him that the election was stolen in 2020?
Senator,
It was.
Millions of Americans expressed concern going back to multiple elections over election integrity.
You know, you're so skillful. You
you're
understand
not.
what I'm asking you. Can you say the words, Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
Joe
He
Biden
didn't.
is the was the president of the United States.
Yeah, I'm going to stay on this. There's a difference. I can say the words.
Good for
Donald
you.
Trump won.
Yeah, why should I lie?
I don't like to say it.
He did not win.
But I must say it.
Good for you.
You cannot say that Joe Biden won the election.
You must say it.
Because he
I
did
don't
not.
have to say it.
And for both of them, Senator, both of their elections were certified, and they are both, one was and one now is president.
Okay. The reason I have some concerns about that, my colleagues on the Republican side, is that whoever is the FBI director, and I suspect it will be Mr. Patel, has a boss. And he has strong points of view. He said Vice President Harris was a criminal and should be prosecuted. Is that a
Correct.
prosecution you would initiate?
There is no prosecution or that the FBI will ever initiate because the FBI will only do investigations, and those will only be open where there's a factual and constitutional basis to do so.
Your boss has said that
Your
General
boss?
Milley, who served us with great distinction, I happen to have great admiration for, should be tried for treason. Do you
That
agree
tells
with
you
that?
about your character.
Everybody's
asshat.
entitled to their opinion. The only thing that matters at the FBI is whether the law is followed.
Okay, I know everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Like
I'm
nothing's
asking
about
you
the FBI, right?
your
Nothing.
opinion. Should General
Yeah,
Milley
right.
be tried for treason?
Vice President
Yes.
Harris, Kamala Harris, or General Milley or anyone otherwise will not be subjected to an FBI investigation. That doesn't mean the rigorous standards of the Constitution.
You've talked about your devotion to the men and women in the FBI.
It wasn't a no.
accept that. But as you know, President Trump used the power of the pardon to let people who are cop beaters out of jail, right? He also let
And Biden let sexual. Oh my gosh, you just go.
you're familiar with Ross.
You
Ulbricht, maybe
you
you're not.
defunded the police, right? What are you talking about? You defunded the police. Come on now.
Ross Ulbricht started the Silk Road, the dark web. He made millions of dollars selling drugs, providing a vehicle by which people could get things that were going to kill them, and people died. He
Is
also
he really talking about the dark web? Do you
a
really
couple
want to
of
go
people
there?
to
Mhm.
murder on his behalf because he thought his
There's a lot of
empire was
videos
threatened.
there that
Do you
don't want to see.
What is your opinion about Trump pardoning this drug dealer, attempted murderer?
My opinion on presidential pardons is that one, I was not consulted. And
No. I'm asking you your opinion.
What does
about
that have
this
to do with the
whole-
FBI?
Should
Exactly.
The person who created that dark web drug dealer
Absolutely nothing.
situation, should he be pardoned in your opinion?
Senator, it's not appropriate for me to speak on pardons, but I've spoken out against pardons against cop killers and those who do violence in law enforcement, whether it's President Biden or
I'm
Trump.
with you on that. Okay, I'm with the chairman over here, but I'm just trying to find out on Ulbricht. You're gonna, again, bottom line here, you're gonna have a tough job, and you're gonna have a tough boss, because he gets it in his mind he wants to do something, nothing gets in the way, and there's gonna come a time when
It's funny when
an
he says
FBI director
he's already said he's just going to let them have full reign, right? Bobby, it's yours.
about the
Cash,
Constitution,
it's yours.
what's the
Elon, it's yours.
responsibility
Like,
can that person at that time, when
Do what you
the
gotta do.
important values of the Constitution are at stake, say no to a person who is insisting you take an action?
And Senator,
like Biden.
that's why I think it's time, for the first time in this country's history, that a public defender.
Yeah, pictures
is the
are
next
not
director
working.
of the FBI, because no one knows more about constitutional due process than PDs.
Well, you know you're appealing to mutual pride here with the public defender, but you know what? I still understand you didn't answer the question. That's the public defender in me, okay? Look, and I say this to my colleagues, we
public
cannot have a
defender?
weaponized Justice
Really?
Department or FBI. And what's weaponized is in the eye of the beholder, like the prosecutions of President Trump, and I get that. We cannot have it. But what I think we all have to acknowledge when we've got a president who's basically saying,
Yo, Diane,
political
great to
enemy,
see you.
whether it's Harris, whether it's Liz Cheney, whether it's Adam Schiff, should be prosecuted, that's doing damage
Right,
to
Greg, sir?
the mutual goal we have of not weaponizing a department. I yield back.
Yeah. Bye now. Useless.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Patel, thank you so much for being here. To your family, I know that this has to be such an incredible moment. Congratulations, and thank
Now
you for
comes the pain.
time to be a part of this with all of us. Look, I have been diligently listening over the last few hours, and what I have heard you say is this, that your duty is to protect American citizens, that you will work to uphold the Constitution. I have heard you say you're going to get back to making sure you focus on violent crime. You said, I want children to have parks to play in, not needles to walk on. You said, I'm going to let cops be cops. You said, we've got to get back to having full transparency. You said all requests will be responded to, and on all members of the Judiciary Committee, for that we say thank you. You said you were going to have the backs, as you always have, of law enforcement. You reminded us about being embedded in SEAL Team 6. You said our law enforcement officers deserve the very best. You said you know and you will not allow there to be victims of government overreach because it has happened to you. You talked about having no intention of going backwards. You have talked about making sure that we actually address drug overdoses. You talked about your work with 1.3 million active duty service members, making sure they had resources they needed. You've talked about de-weaponizing and making sure that we don't politicize the department. You said America is the greatest nation. You said you believe that because you believe in the rule of law. You have told me personally, gone will be the days of identifying a person and looking for a crime. You have said everything you do will be factual and constitutionally based. You have said there will be no targeting based on someone's faith. You have said that when these FBI agents are upholding the law, you will always have their back. You have said that there will be a singular form of justice once again. And most importantly, I think in addition to all of this, is I have really not gotten to hear you talk about the FBI.
Yes.
And so I would love, you mentioned in the 7 minutes that it takes one of these senators to ask you questions, that unfortunately there are, I believe you said, 3 rapes, 2 overdoses, 1 murder. Look, yesterday we signed the Laken Riley Act and the law President Trump did. And when we look at what's happening across our country with the surge of illegal migrants that have come in, when we look at fentanyl overdoses being the leading cause of death between the ages of 18 and 45, I've heard you say you want to tackle that. When we look at parents like Laken Riley's mother yesterday, as she talked about her heartbreaking loss that should have never happened, Rachel Marin's family there, Sarah Root's family there, Jocelyn Nungberry's family there.
We will not be held
deserve
hostage.
An FBI that is focused on finding these criminals and getting them out of here. So my question for you is, I'd like for you to talk about that. You've talked about cleaning up America, making it safe and secure for its
Closing
people.
Act.
Please tell the American people your plans.
Thank you, Senator.
The plans at 129, Closing Act, guys. Operations by No Such Agency, aka Q Group.
I really appreciate it. And the 2 themes that, if I'm confirmed, that I have for the FBI are really just going back to keeping it simple. 1, let good cops be cops. 100,000 drug overdoses, 100,000 rapes, 17,000 homicides. That's only with 70% of the precincts reporting in. That is violent crime exploding out of control. We've got 38,000 employees at the FBI, and as I alluded to earlier, almost a third of them work in and around the Washington, D.C. area. Well, those crimes are committed out in the rest of America. And I'm going to let good cops be cops and put handcuffs on the bad guys and put child molesters in prison and put murderers in prison and make sure CCP
I can't see it, guys. I'm so sorry.
Constituents. That's track 1. Track 2, to restore the trust in the FBI. That has degraded, not by my opinion, by the Gallup poll, that only 40% of Americans have trust and faith in the FBI. It is a cataclysmic failure in leadership to get to that point that did not happen over time. And so what the FBI must do while tackling violent crime and protecting Americans' national security and our sovereignty is work with Congress, Republicans and Democrats, to expose any government corruption, provide government accountability through transparency, and get you all the documents that you are the custodians of. The FBI reports to Congress. If I am confirmed as FBI director, I will report to Congress. And I will just save you with this one caveat here about my personal experiences with the FBI. The men and women of the FBI do the most courageous work on God's green earth. I was fortunate enough to utilize FISA 702 national security measures to prevent a shopping mall from blowing up in Houston and the state capitol from being attacked in California. Courageous men and women do that work every day, and these are cases you never hear about. Instead, the only things you hear about are the baseless conspiracy theories and attacks levied at me. Well, here's something for America. You can say whatever you want about me. If I'm confirmed, bring it on.
Yep.
But you will not denigrate the men and women of the FBI that saved this country.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And speaking of,
Bless you, sister.
I want
Bless
to talk to you
you.
a little bit about how you're going to make
And
sure that
look
those
how
men and women
beaming
have
with
the opportunity
hope
to
she
get
is,
out
right?
and about throughout the country. And so when we look at that, obviously Huntsville, Alabama, to me is
Redstone.
We love you,
Redstone.
sister.
That's exactly right. Redstone Arsenal is a beacon of what we should look at, putting our men and women out amongst.
You know, patriots can't wait to make America great again, right? Do you see this? Do you see her eyes? Do you see the optimism? And do you see the left, right? Again, they want to see America succeed, right? They just can't wait to get Kash in there, right? To make it all better, right? Including Trump, including Elon, including RFK, and the whole shebang, right? This is a dream team. She knows, right? And they just can't wait to get started, right? Beautiful.
Very people that they serve. And so in my next few minutes, I certainly want to talk to you about that. I'll save it for the next three.
And see the permanent
But just
smile on her face,
finishing
right?
up on what's happening at our border. We saw under this previous administration that there were about, I think, 1.7 million special interest aliens that came across our border. I think the House Judiciary Committee put it out. That's obviously from the 26 countries that DHS determines have the greatest threat here in our homeland. When you're looking
Okay, you know what, Lance? I'm gonna put in the overclock GPU, by the way. Let me see if that helps.
at how do you
Listen.
tackle that. So, they're in the interior. Additionally, the people on the terrorist watch list, the hundreds of people that have been released into our country. How do you man your men and women to go and find those individuals and make sure that our country is safe?
This is going to require a collection of law enforcement, what we call 1811 agents across the various agencies, specifically HSI and Secretary Noem are going to be prioritized with tasking and going after illegals to follow the law and the orders issued by the White House. But also at the same time, the FBI possesses an enormous amount of resources to go into our jails and find those already imprisoned and with pending deportation orders, with pending violations of their parole status. So if I'm confirmed, the full resources of the FBI, where appropriate, will be committed to that cause, but I believe primacy rests with other agencies.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Senator Schiff.
Mr. Patel, early in this hearing, Senator Durbin asked
Oh,
you about
wow.
the January 6th choir of inmates.
This is gonna be good.
Whose song you promoted, and here's what you said.
Yeah.
I did not have anything to do with the recording. I did not have anything
guys,
to
get
do
ready.
with the recording. Do you stand by that testimony, Mr.
Again, we're gonna play this, guys. This is dead man talking, guys. This is the Green Mile. This is not walking. This is a dead man talking, guys. Let's listen to this.
Patel?
Senator, what I said was I didn't do the recording.
You said you didn't have anything to do with the recording, which is interesting because here's what you told Steve Bannon on his podcast. So what we thought would be cool is if we captured that audio and then, of course, had the greatest president, President Donald J. Trump, recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we went to a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it out as a song now releasing exclusively on the War Room. We. If you had nothing to do with it, Mr. Patel, why did you tell Steve Bannon and all his listeners that you did?
That's why it says we, as you highlighted.
Yeah, and you're part of the we, right? When you say we, that includes you, doesn't it, Mr. Patel?
Not in every instance.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
idiot.
new. So when you said we, you didn't really mean you. Is that your testimony?
Yes, of course.
Not unless you have a new definition for the word we.
Yep.
Okay, I always thought we included the person who pronounced the word.
Boom! Kill
But
him.
maybe not. Well, you also said this, Mr. Patel. We
Dark to
were
light,
able
guys.
to capture the recording thanks to their courageous singing, and we were able to take it to a studio.
Oh, you sound so stupid, man. He said, we isn't me, unless you have another definition of it. And he didn't saw that coming, man. That stupid idiot. Didn't saw that coming. And he only has the text that he has to go through because there's no original thought into that melon head, right? There's no original thought there. He got it all written out. He already debunked him. Dude, we doesn't mean me, right? Unless you got another definition. Now he's stuck with his set rhetoric, right? And he just plows through it. Beautiful, guys. Let's see it again. Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, quick burn, guys. Woohoo!
I mean, you, that's new. So
that's new, really now.
When you said we, you didn't really mean you. Is that your testimony?
Not unless you have a new definition for the word we.
Oh, okay. I always thought we included the person who pronounced the word, but maybe not. Well, you also said this, Mr. Patel. We were able to capture the recording thanks to their courageous singing, and we were able to take it to a studio. So let me ask you, Mr. Patel, after saying we took it to a studio, did you take it to a studio?
Me personally, no.
After you said that we digitized and recorded it and all that,
did
you take it to a studio and digitize and record it?
Not me.
Me personally, no.
Okay, so you were lying to Steve Bannon and his audience.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I was using the proverbial we appropriately, as you've
the
identified.
royal we. Oh, I see.
Yes, idiot.
And so,
so
you certainly promoted the hell out of it, though, didn't you?
I don't know what that means, but I promoted the heck out of raising money for families in need.
With promotions on social media and saying you were going to get this to #1 on the billboards, right, Mr. Patel?
I think it did.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Isn't that great? People who violently attack police have a #1 song thanks to you, Mr. Patel. That's something to be really proud of. Now, you've claimed, Mr. Patel, you didn't know about any of these people in the choir. Is that right?
I did not know about the violent offenders, and I did not participate in any of the violence in and around January 6th.
Tell me, Mr. Patel, what due diligence did you do to find out who was in the choir before you promoted their beautiful music? These people who assaulted law enforcement. What due diligence did you do?
Senator, I didn't record it myself.
So you did no due diligence before you promoted
I didn't
this
record it.
song by
Can you
these
listen?
violent felons. Is that what you're telling us?
Senator, I did not record that myself.
So you're being considered for director of the FBI. And here you did no diligence to find out whether people you were associating with now the President of the United States in song were convicted of attacking police officers. Is that who we want running the FBI? I want you to turn around. There are Capitol Police officers behind you. They're guarding us. Take a look at them right now. Turn around.
I'm looking at you. You're talking to me.
No, look at them.
You're
I
not
want you
telling me
look
what
at
to
them
do.
If you can, if you have the courage to look them in the eye, Mr. Patel, and tell them you're proud of what you did. Tell them you're proud that you raised money off of people that assaulted their colleagues, that pepper sprayed them, that beat them with poles. Tell them you're proud of what you did, Mr. Patel. They're right there. They're guarding you today.
Tell me that you're proud of what you did to those kids.
Tell them how proud you are.
That's an abject lie, and you know it.
How
I've
proud you are.
never, ever accepted violence against law enforcement. I've worked with these men and
you
women,
didn't
as you
accept
know,
it. You
my entire
glorified
life,
it in song,
and I did
Mr.
not
Patel.
make a single dime out of
You
it.
glorified it in
Well,
song.
How about you ask them if I have their backs, and let's see about that
Let me ask
answer.
you this, Mr. Patel. Let me ask you this. If an FBI director promoted a song of people who sprayed pepper spray in the face of an FBI agent, would you say they were fit to be director?
Mr. Schiff,
Yes or no? Would they be fit to be director?
I am fit to be the director of the FBI.
If you were the FBI director and you promoted a song with someone who beat an FBI agent with a pole, would you say you were fit to be FBI director?
Mr. Schiff, I am fit to be FBI director based on my 16
And
years
yet
in
you
government
did all
service.
these things, Mr. Patel. You can say, oh, I support law enforcement. I decry violence against law enforcement. You could say all that. It's what you did, Mr. Patel, that matters. It's what you did that
It's
matters.
what you did, buddy.
Let me ask you
What's
about
going
something
to
else
matter?
that you did, Mr. Patel. Did you claim that Donald Trump declassified all the documents at Mar-a-Lago? Did you claim that?
In what proceeding?
To the public, ever, did you tell anyone that Donald Trump declassified all the documents at Mar-a-Lago?
From publicly available information, President Trump issued a declassification order on a variety of
No,
materials.
I'm just asking you, did you tell the public, did you tell anyone, did you make the claim that Donald Trump had declassified those hundreds of classified documents that were Mar-a-Lago? Did you make that claim
From
publicly?
my best of my recollection, I said President Trump issued a declassification order to a large number of documents.
Yeah, and were you present when he declassified all the Mar-a-Lago documents?
Senator, I'm not saying he declassified all the Mar-a-Lago documents. I said President
so now-
Trump declassified a large number of documents.
What's up?
The delta was at 3811.
What's Delta? Oh, 3811. Got you. Okay. Rand Paul. Is that a good drop?
I'm not sure. That was just the delta.
Okay. Oh! Is it talking about Schiff? Is this talking about Schiff? There it is.
There it is.
The Delta talk about Schiff, guys. National Security Council and Democrats partisan conspired with Schiff to plot impeding the president before they were formally House impeachment proceedings. Oh, look at that, guys. Whoa, look at that beauty. This Delta, guys. This Delta, Senator Rand Paul, guys. Boom. Talks about Adam Schiff. The real crimes, guys. The real crimes. In the Delta at 13:39. The Delta of 1:39 p.m., guys. Wow. Rand Paul. We can actually go to the tweet, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yep. There it is. Adam Schiff. Boom. There it is, guys. Wow. Look at this. This tweet talks about Schiff, guys. Wow. And he talks about, the we and the me and the song, right? Yeah, just to promote it to help other people out, right? What are you talking about?
Documents, and I would hope this committee and the rest of Congress would
And
want to get those
3812.
documents to the
And Mr.
American
Patel-
people.
What?
And 3812. Both of them back to back.
3812. 3812. Remember these names. Okay. Adam Schiff, guys, remember these names. Well done. Lance on this epic quest, guys.
Remember these names?
Boom.
There's a name to remember, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Interesting,
I,
guys.
You want to take a second and take a quick look at something I did?
Oh,
I think. Yeah.
And that's under the 142 what that delta is on, and Kash is gonna respond during that.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Yes. A name to remember. Kash Patel, guys. Well done.
Enlarge it? Yeah. I don't know if you'll see it, but
Kash Patel, a name to remember, guys. 1017. Beautiful, guys. Beautiful.
10:17 p.m., mind you, but 10:17 nonetheless.
Yes, 1017, a name to remember. Well done, Lance. Durf. Well done, brother. Well done, my friend. Let's listen to Kash. Rip Schiff, a new one.
Patel, before a president or anyone declassified documents, wouldn't you want to know whether making the public would cause sources to be killed? Wouldn't you want to know that before you just declare they're all declassified? Wouldn't that be the responsible thing for a president to do?
It was the responsible thing for us to do. That's why we declassified the Nunes memo.
And did Donald Trump declassify?
And no one died.
And did Donald Trump ever ask any of the agencies who produced those documents whether declassifying them would put people's lives at risk? Did he ever do that to your knowledge, Kash Patel?
I don't know that he didn't. Do you?
No, that's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem, isn't it? So let me just ask, Mr. Chairman, if you would, Mr. Patel has said he has no problem. He would support the release of his grand jury testimony in that case. I would ask you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, to join me in requesting, with Mr. Patel's approval, the release of those grand jury transcripts. And I would also ask Mr. Patel whether you support the release of Volume 2 as it pertains to you of the special counsel's report. Any reference to
why, when it was illegal,
or truthfulness, will you support
stated with the email that Grassley released? Jump in, Grassley.
Yep.
I support following the law and providing whatever information the law requires.
Well, you said to the Wall Street Journal that you support transparency. Here's your chance, Mr. Patel. You support release of that to this committee, yes or no?
Your time's up. Before I call on Senator Tillis, I have letters here from law enforcement groups.
There it is, guys.
representing 310,000 officers supporting
Roll call
Mr.
behaviors,
Patel's,
guys.
nomination. And they'd be like the Association of Police Organizations, National Police Association, United Federation of Police Officers, Police Benevolent Association, United Coalition for Public Safety. I'll put these in the record. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Patel, thanks for being here. I want to thank my colleague, Senator Welsh, for being so measured and respectful in the way that he engaged with you. I just want to cover a few things, and I don't know if it'll take 7 minutes or not. I want to go back to the we versus I.
Time to move on, guys.
Discussion. Other people may not have been paying attention. I've only missed Senator Booker's questions, but in your exchange with my colleague from one of my former states that I lived in, Louisiana, he repeatedly said you with respect to preparing a memo or documents, and you repeatedly said we. So you are somebody who's not like a lot of people around here that say I a lot, even though it was the we that got things done. So I, for one, appreciate how you focus on that. Now let's talk about how things change over time. I don't know if President
Hillary Clinton,
if the presidential candidate.
At the Delta, guys. 1342. Remember these names. Hillary Clinton. Wow. Well done. Lance on his epic quest, guys. Huh. But isn't it like 142 as well, right? 142. One.
Guys, look at the
142.
Look at the link. Yeah. Look at the links.
Which one? This one? This one?
Both of them. The bottom one I checked. Let's see what the top one is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's I fired him, right? Fired the prosecutor. Son of a bitch. He got fired, right? There it is, guys.
And then go below.
Not getting the money. Oops. There it is.
Talking
Adam
about
Schiff.
this guy?
Uh-huh. Interesting, guys. Let's see this one. What's going on here? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So these guys were on the, Biden infant, his son. I'm not going to read this, guys. Okay, guys. Beautiful.
But that ties back to the last one, right? Because that's what the Anon was saying was, you mean this guy?
Remember these names. There it is, guys. Well done, Lance. Well done.
Clinton ever claimed that President Trump was legitimately elected. I know that Stacey Abrams never really, I think, allowed or acknowledged that Governor Kemp was governor until the second time she lost. I don't know what's wrong with you simply saying that President Biden is duly elected. Now, I believe that Senator Welsh is asking for
and talking about
reason.
Biden.
Most people aren't. Most people
crap.
aren't. Now we got you. Now we're going to create a wedge between.
Yep.
That was the Delta, right?
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Biden.
Yes. There it is. The Biden. There it is, guys. Well done, Lance.
My gosh.
There it is. Boom. The Delta to the minute, guys. 1342. There it is. Name to remember. Hillary Clinton and Biden. Well done, Lance.
Between you and the president and other people by using that word that they can absolutely exploit. So you've answered the question. President Biden was duly elected. I don't have any problem with saying he won because I certified the election along with so many others on January the 6th. Now let me talk about January the 6th. Y'all may not know this. I don't know if it's public. I can't imagine why it'd be classified. This was the room
341 Grass
that we retreated to on January the 6th. I was the last Senate member out of the chamber. I was actually approached by one of the vice president's details saying it's time to go. Part of it was because I was really angry and a little way wanting to fight, which was probably not a good idea. But what I saw, and what I saw for these people, and it's unfair to tell you to get up, order you to physically get up and turn around. It's a great tactic used frequently here in the committee, but you were right to engage the senator respectfully in a line of questioning. I looked at all the ones who were in the chamber on January the 6th, and they were heroes. I looked at the ones after I transcended down the stairs and went into the trains connecting the Capitol. Those heroes were bloody. They were bruised, and they were still holding the line, and we saw and heard people 50 yards away. Every one of those people in the Capitol, I've said, were thugs, and I don't apologize for it. They were either caught up in the moment and didn't do damage to a police officer, or they harmed a police officer, and I disagree absolutely and said it on the Senate floor with the pardons of people who did harm to the president. And I've had conversations with you that suggest that if you had been consulted on that, we'd have probably had a little bit different structure for the pardons, folks. This man understands what happens when the leadership of a law enforcement agency fails to protect their own. And I have to admit that in the last administration, I saw a commander-in-chief who looked the other way when you should have been saying the people who were mostly peaceful protesters in Kenosha with a building burning in the background, well, they had a righteous cause. So it's okay if they harm law enforcement or public safety officers. And when they damaged the federal building in Portland and they harmed police officers there, I didn't see anybody calling for arrest in the insurrection in those government buildings, federal buildings. Folks, let's be consistent because I am. I said it then and I said it now. These folks are heroes. They got us to this room. We spent hours here. And they were so successful with securing this building, we went back the same day and finished our job. That only happened because of these proud law enforcement officers, and I know you would support them. Okay, let me take a breath. You answered the question on Section 702, but I have to refer to my friend Alex Padilla. We co-chair the Mental Health Caucus together. I love working with him. One of the problems around here with people who pretend like they're bipartisan, but they never do it when it's hard, is that they also make it more difficult for other people.
641 Grass.
Section 702 was reauthorized in April of 2024. We had 4 or 5 of our members agree to walk the plank to make sure that and I didn't, by the way, because I wanted the reforms done. But I have to say, I'm glad that they did. Because I just had a colleague say they were guilty of bending a knee. What they were guilty of is protecting this nation. Now, were they happy that the reforms weren't done? No. I've heard John Cornyn say things. Mike Lee's got a lot of, Senator Cornyn.
There it is.
They've got a lot of great ideas and we should
Clinton.
reform it. But that's what's wrong with this place, folks. We just had somebody here try and do an offhanded hit on people that, on a bipartisan basis, reauthorize something that's critically important for keeping this nation safe. So I guess the inference is next time, don't do that. Be partisan. Go dark. Endanger the U.S. So come on, guys, let's be real here. If anything, I hope I've been consistent on. Let's just be balanced. You know, really, you've had colleagues, we've had colleagues on the other side of the aisle called President Trump an illegitimate president. Now, we have, the witness has acknowledged that President Biden's election was certified. If you want to use a specific word, what are we, in high school? I mean, come on. So I do have to tell you, though, Kash, I've hit bingo a couple of times. And I have a feeling by the time we get to the third round, we will again.
A couple of lot of money on it.
You know what? I put a lot of, I won't call it money, but capital on? It's the due diligence I've done on you and the extraordinary job you're doing in this committee. One of the reasons you're seeing frustration among people asking you questions is you're composed, you're respectful, you reached out to every one of them and asked to meet with them. They've thanked you for doing that. I suspect that those conversations went a lot better than the TV personalities that we've seen today. So I've got 50 minutes. You want to wrap up on, and I'm going to come back for the second round. You want to wrap up on, let me just ask you this question. I went to the floor yesterday to make it very clear. I've been thanking these Capitol Police officers, and I told them I actually thought that the pardons of people who did harm to police officers sucked. And I told them that at every one of these security entrances when I come in, and I stand by it, and I respectfully disagree with the president or whoever likely gave him advice, because the president has to rely on best advice for some of these executive orders. But I make no apology for saying that the men and women on Capitol Hill that got us safely to this building are heroes. The people who harmed them are thugs, but they're out now. So here's their opportunity, Mr. Patel. You find the people that you were convicted of harming, call them, write them a letter, apologize to them. And if you don't, and you come to Capitol Hill, I will track you down and I will burden you until you do. Now I've run out of time. I'll be back for a second round.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Moody.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. And thank you for being here. I know this has been a long day. I am the junior most senator, so you know I go last. But ever since I got here, it's been a whole week. I get told two things when I rush up to my fellow senators. Number one, are you Senator Britt? And number two, you know the Senate is a body that is deliberative and calm. And I'm anything but. So I don't know how the next couple of years is going to look, but I hope that they'll bear with me. Serving as an AG over the last 4 years, I've seen a lot of things out of these agencies that I never thought we'd see in the United States of America. I know my fellow attorneys general around the nation would agree with me. In fact, some of them are here today to support you. I'd love to introduce them if they'll stand up. The Attorney General from South Carolina, the former Utah Attorney General, Sean Reyes. I'm sorry, Alan Wilson. I didn't say your name.
Beautiful
South Carolina
drop.
AG. And Louisiana
Utah,
AG,
you say?
Liz Merrill. They joined me.
Utah.
Thank you for being here.
Sessions?
They joined me in signing on to a letter supporting your nomination. And we did that while I was still the Attorney General over a week ago. They came here today to support you. And Mr. Chairman, I know that you've been referencing a lot of letters that you've been entered into evidence. I'd like this to be entered into the record. Sorry, I'm talking like a trial lawyer. With consent, please, sir. This is signed by 24 states attorneys general that support the nomination of Mr. Patel.
Attorney General, guys.
One of the things that I have been most upset about is watching federal agents.
So she talks about attorney generals at 151. At drop 151 talks about AG Sessions, guys. AG Sessions. AG
And
Sessions.
she said Utah, right?
Interesting, right? Interesting.
Agencies take more and more and more power and step all over the dual sovereignty of state and local law enforcement and investigations and prosecutions. I know you, like me, served in both the state criminal justice system and the federal criminal justice system. I was a federal prosecutor, a state judge, and a state attorney general, and I know you crossed over those jurisdictions. Do I have your commitment as the director of the FBI that you will respect dual sovereignty of the federal government, the FBI, to pursue its investigations of federal laws, and respect local and state law enforcement?
Dude, she's mentioning it all. She's mentioning the Attorney General. You know, she's mentioning the Federal Reserve, the Fed, the FBI, and the state. That is ridiculous. You know, the 151 talks about AG Sessions. She talks about Utah, and then she talks about the federal, the FBI, and the state. Listen to that.
Pursuing violence of a general and a federal criminal justice system. I was a federal prosecutor, a state judge, and a state attorney general, and I know you crossed over those jurisdictions. Do I have your commitment as the director of the FBI that you will respect dual sovereignty of the federal government, the FBI, to pursue its investigations of federal laws and respect local and state law enforcement pursuing violations of their own laws, even when there may be
law.
overlap of investigation.
Justice under the law.
Senator, not only do you have my commitment, if you have any,
This is crazy.
for the first time ever, the National Sheriff's Association
She's verbatim
has
going
endorsed
through the
and nominated
drop.
to be the director of the FBI. 3,100 sheriff's deputies across the country have endorsed me for one reason, I think, primarily, because I'm committed to local level law enforcement and state jurisdiction. Washington, D.C. cannot fix the problems of this country,
31.
but everyday cops can and do it every single day. And so if I'm confirmed as FBI director, we're going to work with local law enforcement because they're going to tell us what they need, and we're going to give them everything we can. But we are not going to trample on local law enforcement because they're the ones keeping our communities safe just as much as anyone here.
The citizens of Florida will be happy to hear that, as well as Americans. As you know, after the second assassination attempt, which took place in the state of Florida against a Florida resident, now President Donald Trump, many
Delta,
people were surprised that that could
3813.
happen in just over 2 months. Many people were shocked that a would-be assassin could get that close to a
13.
president after it had just happened so quickly. So needless to say, many
3813.
Americans, certainly for Floridians, demanded a transparent and accountable investigation of that second assassination attempt. I was tasked, along with law enforcement in Florida, to pursue that investigation. And every step of the way, federal law enforcement, the FBI specifically, and the attorneys, federal attorneys, frustrated our efforts, told us we couldn't go on the crime scene, they wouldn't share evidence, they suggested that we would be violating.
And again, she talked about the second assassination attempt on Trump, right? When it was 153, it's now 154, right? And that drop talks about for the coming days ahead. Ask yourselves an honest question: why would Trump go through all this, right? Want to endanger himself and his family by becoming POTUS, right? So interesting that she talked about the second assassination attempt and then talking about the reason why Trump is going through this. Because he wants to make the U.S. and the world a better place for his family and those good and decent people who have been taken advantage of, could not stomach the thought of mass murder occurring to satisfy Moloch, Adam Schiff, and did not have the stomach of the thought of children being kidnapped, drugged, raped, while leaders and law enforcement of the world turned a blind eye, right? He was tired of seeing how certain racist countries were constantly being abused, kept in need and poor and suffering, all for a specific purpose. And he could not in good conscience see the world burn, guys. So again, so interesting that she's going through the drops, man. Absolutely going through the drops.
Violating the law if we pursued our own investigation.
And then the mirror.
Of us telling
4531.
a 6-year-old girl almost died as a result of state and local law enforcement having to shut down the roads to pursue that would-be assassin, and I'm not going to use his name. In an unprecedented action, because of these frustrated efforts, I, as the Attorney General of Florida, had to sue the DOJ and Merrick Garland
451.
because they refused and obstructed our ability to prosecute and investigate our own laws against one of our own citizens, even in the face of such distrust of the FBI, who was pursuing an investigation against the victim himself. So at a time when you have data that shows that Americans' trust in the FBI is at its lowest point in history, when the FBI is not trusted by local and state law enforcement, can you think of a better time for the FBI to say, yes, Florida investigators, come in, let's work this together, not to the detriment of the investigation, but in a collaborative effort? Can you think of a better time to have done that rather than hide beside some
Watch what
law that
happens.
they said prevented us from moving forward with our own investigation?
There it is.
Senator off the.
Oh, guys, 155. The FBI must be cleaned. And once clean, the implications are huge. This is a big one, guys. She's asking him that question, right? Will you go ahead and help out? 1355, the military timestamp, is talking about the FBI and DOJ must be cleaned. And once they are clean, the implications will be huge. Watch what happens in 30 days, guys. Huh.
Yeah,
really interesting. Yes.
The Delta was 3814. Check this. Oh my gosh, dude.
3814?
Yes.
There's the Delta, guys. The previous Delta, just 1 minute ago, 15.
Oh no, that's not. That's 15.
Okay.
Nope. I was off.
Okay, no worries. No worries. Gotcha. Gotcha.
The top of my head.
I got excited though. Look at that one. Let's just look at it real quick because it's a good one. I know I'm off, but let's
Which
just
one?
it's coming up, right? All right.
Which one?
Oh my gosh, 3814. Like I said, I know we're not on this Delta yet, right? But look at
3814.
3814. Today's the 30th.
Okay. Oh,
Today's
that's a good
January
one.
30th.
Coincidences are fun. Thanks, DOJ. I just can't see the picture.
Click on it. Yeah.
Done in 30, guys. Flynn. Okay.
That goes.
And think
with your
about
30.
who framed General Flynn. That was the FBI guys under Comey. You know,
Says
this
it
is
right
how
there
it
in the
all.
link,
They
right?
Yes. What? Oh yeah.
Oh, in the link, yeah.
Yes.
FBI agents.
Yeah. He did not lie, but again, they made him. They forced him, right? So interesting, guys. Beautiful. Thanks, DOJ.
Sorry, I jumped the gun on that one.
No worries. Gotcha.
Law enforcement is not supposed to be territorial. Law enforcement is not supposed to be a turf battle. Law enforcement is best done in this country when it is complementary, and it should have been done in that instance.
Do I have your commitment? Now, mind you, I'd like to enter into evidence the complaint that we filed against Merrick Garland, the complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief. This was a result of the FBI obstructing our investigation at every turn. Do I have your commitment that as soon as you are confirmed, which I believe you will be, that you will address this suit, interface with the investigators and the lawyers in Florida, and begin cooperating with us so that we might pursue justice for that little girl?
Absolutely, Senator.
And I'll just finally end
Absolutely,
with, yes,
Senator.
I have had a lot of work experiences, as you have, working on the front lines with law enforcement to go after those violating laws. But I am also the wife of a law enforcement agent, federal,
1356 right now.
local. We need somebody at the helm that understands the mission is to stand on that line between good and evil, between crime and chaos. There is no other mission. And we trust that you're going to right-size this agency and set it back on
We
course.
trust.
And I am
And she
proud
was talking about Merrick Garland, right?
Beautiful, guys.
Is there any objection among the committee for her request to insert things in the record? I hear none. So ordered.
Yeah, that was quick. I hear none. That's ordered.
Each one.
Okay, Grass, you got it. Love you, man.
I've spoken on this issue many
That was
times. I
funny,
may have
man.
even discussed it with you in my office. The FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force inappropriately briefed me and Senator Johnson. That briefing was later used to falsely tie our Biden family investigation to, you can expect it, Russian disinformation.
Yes.
Our investigation was based on records from both the Obama and the Biden administrations, along with various
Shadow government.
fake records.
Brainstorm. Chuck is
Over
our man,
4
right?
years later, the FBI has yet to provide us the underlying intelligence that they said formed the basis for the briefing. So if confirmed, I want you to work with me to finally get to the bottom of what happened here, including providing me and Senator Johnson with related records.
Yeah.
You have that commitment, Senator, if confirmed.
Boom.
Defund the police movement and other anti-law enforcement rhetoric has reduced morale among law enforcement, and maybe some of that's carried over to the FBI. I don't know. But what will you do at the FBI to help improve morale and increase retention of the brave men and women serving at the FBI or in law enforcement generally?
Senator, I think the answer dovetails with the mission set of the FBI.
We
In order
love
to increase
dovetails, guys.
recruitment, in order to maintain
The
force
stage must be
capacity
set.
at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, we need to incentivize police officers and good cops to be cops, to let them get out there and do the mission that they signed up to do, which is protect our community against gang violence, against rapists, against thugs, against murderers, and against terrorists. And I will prioritize, if confirmed, every resource that we have to make sure the 1811s in the field and the FBI staff are dedicated to that mission set alone. And if we achieve that with the work of
Read this, guys.
congressional transparency, then I believe the retention rates and the enrollment rates at the FBI will skyrocket.
You spent 10 years in public defending. What's the biggest lesson you took away from that experience?
The awesome powers of the United States government when bearing down against an individual charged with some very serious crimes, some heinous crimes. And the biggest lesson is twofold. One, that the defense has a right, every defendant has a right to constitutional due process, and not a piece of it, but all of it, 100% every single day. And on the other side, there needs to be a measured action that follows constitutional due process and doesn't violate the civil liberties of those that we are seeking to hold against violations of law. And that balance is one of the most important lessons I learned as both a public defender and a national security prosecutor at the Department of Justice.
What's a common theme when bad
Years
news is
ago,
about to break against them?
Attorney General Robert Jackson said something like, being a prosecutor is the most powerful office in the country because he's got the power to ruin people if you want to ruin people. You've probably been up against some of that.
I have.
Yeah.
What is the common theme?
My time's
Right?
up, I guess. Oh, yeah. It's your turn. Well, you brought up public trust at 41%.
There it is, guys. Public trust, guys. At 1400. 1400 is saying the hard part for us is having to wait for the public to know what we have known for a very long time. There is no bigger threat to them than the public being awake and thinking for themselves. Why are we here? What is a common theme when really bad news is about to break against them? Stay vigilant, guys. Senator Grassley is hitting it out of the park.
So in a general way, without going for an hour, tell me what you're going to do to increase the public trust of the FBI.
Simple. Make sure we don't have 100,000 rapes in this country next year. Make sure we don't have 100,000 drug overdoses from Chinese fentanyl and Mexican heroin. And make sure we don't have 17,000 homicides. Those numbers need to be cut in half immediately. And the public will regain trust in the FBI and law enforcement once we achieve that mission.
Well done. Well said. Results, guys.
Patel, I have 3 or 4 things, and I'll.
Well, we don't care what you have to say, right?
First is this. When it comes to the issue of violence in politics, I personally believe it has no place,
201 Grass.
whether it's violence against Donald Trump at the Butler County Fairgrounds or violence against Nancy Pelosi's husband.
Clown Front.
Period. Those people who, Proud Boys, whatever the heck they call themselves, have no place in this country as far as I'm concerned if they espouse
Okay,
violence.
1700. We want to fast forward this, right?
Who are you to say has no place in this country?
Number 2, the reason why we keep asking, which may sound a little silly to the audience here, why are we so concerned about this choir singing a song? What's that got to do with anything? The question is, who are you going to care about? Who are you going to help? Are you going to help those victims of January 6th, the policemen and their families? Or are you going to help people who were arrested for assaulting them? I think the J6 choir looks like a tribute to them, characterizing them
Let's
as
see if he says
political
anything about Q in this one.
and just patriotic
Yeah.
people who may have gotten out of hand. Do you see the difference?
I can, excuse me, sir, I can appreciate the difference, but I think my track record shows which side I fall on.
Well, that's why we keep asking you. What do you do with the money that you get from this music, and who do you give it to? And you've really kind of ducked and dodged and said, I'm not aware of this. I had nothing to do with it.
And again, guys, this is a beautiful drop. Drop 1402. You know, what had to happen first? Think logically. Think DOJ and FBI. Think cleaning, right? Drop 46. Is the puzzle coming together? We have reached our cruising altitude of 40,000 foot long ago. As we prepare to land, please fasten your seatbelts and make sure your seats are back and folding trays are in their full upright position, guys. We're going to land because the FBI is going to be cleaned. First, the corruption needed to be shown, right? Then it's going to be cleaned. Cash is coming in. This is what's going to happen. There will be the D5, right? Insane.
No, we actually give all the money. Nobody made any money. All proceeds went
Amir
through.
Grass, 3041.
Musical work.
Yes, all the money, all the profits went to nonviolent offenders' families and other groups in need.
The point I'm getting to is not what happens to the proceeds, but who created this musical masterpiece.
So first he talked about what's happening with the money. Now he's talking about who was making it, right? Crazy.
In on this creation, who they chose to be the members of the choir, and you profess to know nothing about that. Is that true?
I did not have any participation in the recording.
Well, it's going to be difficult to understand how you can disperse the money and have nothing to do with the recording. Let me ask you about one of the conspiracy theories, one of the major ones.
Oh, there it
that
is.
I've heard you associated with, and that is whether or not the FBI planned January 6th. Why did you say that?
Senator, I appreciate the
they
opportunity
did.
to address that.
Okay,
That's not
there we
what I
go,
said.
guys.
The entirety of the statement attributes my conclusion based on the public record that the FBI utilized sources in and around January 6th, and the Biden Inspector General confirmed just that.
So it's Cash's Corner.
Yep.
And the date is December I can't read the writing, it's so small here. It looks like it's December 2002. And what did the FBI know before January 6th? And you said, what was the FBI doing planning January
2002?
6th for a year? Let's send this down.
What's up?
Oh, he said December 6th, 2002.
Okay. Yeah.
Buddy, you're way off.
Yeah.
What did the FBI know? Looks like it's December 2002.
Yeah.
And what did the FBI know before January 6th? And you said, what was the FBI doing planning January 6th for a year? Want to send this down to the desk so he gets a chance to look at it?
Uh-huh. That was after his
Did you
investigation.
think the FBI was really planning January 6th for a year?
Actually, Senator, I'm grateful that you raised this point.
Here we
You should
go,
watch
guys.
The entirety of the episode.
Buckle
This is
up.
The problem with
I don't
taking
wanna do that.
snippets. Well, let me inform you then. What it says is it raises an interrogatory asking why government resources were utilized. I've run resources and sources at the FBI. I've run sources overseas. It takes months for source developmental
What
networks.
resources were utilized a year in advance of planning?
That's the question I'm asking, and the Biden Inspector General report answered that question in the affirmative, that multiple sources were utilized.
Yep.
And I was simply trying to get to that answer.
What the Inspector General came back with was, quote, there is no evidence that the FBI had undercover employees in the various protest crowds or at the Capitol on January 6th.
And there is
no
huge,
evidence.
There's a huge distinction between undercover employees and sources. I know because I ran them. And anybody in law enforcement knows that
So
too.
you think the FBI was planning January 6th for months ahead of time?
Once again, that's not what I said.
This is what he asked.
Read your own words. Maybe that's a good starting point. I just say one last thing. We've talked a lot about fentanyl, stopping it from coming to the United States. If you were successful in becoming head of the FBI, I wish you good luck and do everything I can to help you. But don't forget there's traffic moving in the opposite direction. What are we sending back to Mexico and the cartels? Money and guns. Money and guns. Please look at the whole equation. We've got to deal with
Yeah, who? Whoa. This stupid mother. Like,
Yeah.
you are a. That's what all
Yeah.
the NGOs are about, you stupid freaking
Yeah.
idiot. Oh my
Yeah.
freaking gosh, dude.
Yeah, this
The
guy
same
is
funding
ridiculous.
he paused, right? That you guys took to
Yeah.
a judge to get it released. Oh
Yep.
my dude.
Yep. Yeah.
Are you what are they getting in return from us? Like, are you
Yep. This is
You know how it hurts
ridiculous.
my brain? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, I
no,
just,
no, no. This
oh my
they're gaslighting,
gosh,
man.
dude.
You know?
They're in so much panic. They're just ratting on themselves, dude. Like,
Yep. Yeah, yeah. We're sending back
whoo.
this. We're sending back that.
Breathe,
you know?
Lance. Breathe.
Oh.
No, this is the stuff. Like, this is how I act for real. Like, when no one's watching, right? That's some.
Yeah. 8377.
When I'm yelling at my TV, right?
You just see it as that they're shooting themselves in the foot.
Mm-hmm. He just I just said that. Oh my God, right?
Yep.
Okay, guys, let's continue.
I will, Senator.
Can we hear that
I
again real
yield.
quick?
Okay, yes, let's see that again. Come on.
Deal with all aspects of it.
That's a great point. I will, Senator.
I yield.
Senator Lee.
Talked a lot about fentanyl and stopping it from coming to the United States. If you were successful in becoming head of the FBI, I wish you good luck and do everything I can to help you. But don't forget there's traffic moving in the opposite direction. What are we sending back to Mexico and the cartels? Money and guns.
What?
Money and guns.
And what are you getting in return for it? Let's not say, right? What is coming over the border? Okay.
Yeah,
Please,
we won't go away.
Yeah, you're giving them money and guns, and what are you getting?
I can't
Yeah,
believe he just said
let's
that.
let's ask Adam Schiff what he's getting in return for it, right? Okay.
What are they getting in? Like,
Mm-hmm.
sure, just rat out Biden. That was his whole freaking administration.
Including and especially involving the FBI. Government.
Well, read your own words. Maybe that's a good starting point.
Truly remove what? Truly.
Government. Including.
And just patriotic people who may have gotten out of hand.
Come
Do you
on
see
now.
the difference?
Funds, resources, and sources at the FBI.
That has been expressed by nearly every member of this committee today, I would add. And this group, a very large group of law enforcement officials from throughout the United States of America, has come in support of you because of that. As they do that, they express confidence in you specifically and in your ability in particular to bring back, quote, transparency, integrity, collaboration, and commitment to excellence within the FBI. Tell me what you'll do in order to do that, and how you'll commit to work with other law enforcement, both within the FBI, elsewhere within the federal government, and with state and local law enforcement officials to bring that back.
Senator, the only way to truly remove weaponization and politicization from law enforcement is to follow the Constitution. And if you look at the FBI's website and their mission statement and their core values, each has 8. And the 8th and last core value of the mission statement on the FBI's website right now is fighting violent crime. That needs to be number 1.
Yep.
The 8th core value out of all core values on the FBI's website right now is rigorous obedience to the Constitution. That needs to be number 1. Reorienting these policies with an effective leadership in place to follow the law will allow us
8
to
at
achieve
1408.
singular standard of constitutional law enforcement. And that is the only way you remove the weaponization from politics and, from law enforcement. And that's what the sheriffs are talking about, and that's what cops are talking about.
If men and women were angels, we wouldn't need government. If we had angels to govern us, we wouldn't need a constitution. We're not angels. We don't have access to them. So we got to follow the rules. And that's your top job. I appreciate your support for the
pictures are back.
Senator Whitehouse.
Mr. Patel, you supposedly know something
Oh,
about.
look, there's the money. Or is that the
I
phone?
went to the DOJ
Phones.
website
iPhones.
to get language. I'm quoting
Plane loads.
Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E prohibits most persons present during the proceedings from disclosing what
We're gonna fast forward
transpired
this guy, right?
Really special.
Okay,
And he's right.
come on.
But here's where we both
Lie to you? Of course you can.
and he's right.
Permission as the witness. Do you give us that permission?
Senator, I'm not an expert on this constitutional standard, and so I can't commit to something.
It's not
that I
expert.
don't
It's
know.
like super simple. Grand jury rule 6E doesn't apply to witnesses. This is not hard. You are a witness. That is a simple
keeps
fact.
harping on the
Keep
same
my eye on my
thing.
Yeah.
mouth.
Stop.
As a prosecutor, where grand jury witnesses were not allowed to share what they were testifying to, and when I was commissioned
Grand
before
jury
the judge,
witnesses are allowed to speak about what they were told
Wow.
in the about what they said in the grand jury, unless they're under a specific court order. Are you under a specific court order not to
None of
reveal
your
testimony
business,
in the grand
buddy.
jury?
Senator, I can't
Sit
go
here right
into
now.
I can't go into court orders granted by the D.C. District Chief Judge.
If they apply to you, of course you can.
You want me to violate a court order?
Right?
You're saying that there's a secret court order in which you can't tell whether you're subject to a court order or not?
I'm telling
he
you
has a
that
case
you
pending
find
against
the
you.
applicable court order, and it permits this
I
request.
don't need a court order if you give authorization.
I'm not the one that has the authority to do that.
Yes, you are, as a witness. You're just wrong on that. Second, the FBI has records related to the criminal investigations of Donald
buddy,
Trump.
you were in trouble.
Will you protect those records in a manner consistent with ordinary FBI document
Panic
preservation
in
practices
DC, guys.
as head of the FBI?
All records.
Yeah, I love
No
it.
destruction of documents to please.
I
Trump.
was just looking at drop
Oh, I think he put
2260
forth a
and it
memo
says panic in
saying all
DC.
records must be preserved.
Beautiful,
Good.
man.
That's hilarious.
He's all mad.
He goes nuts.
That's it. I'm gonna text someone. Wait, there's no one to text.
Yeah. Biden's gone.
Mr. Patel, did you listen to what my colleague Senator Welsh had to say about politicizing the FBI and the Department of Justice?
I did, sir.
I did too. I always listen when Senator Welch
Always listen.
speaks.
Oh, wonderful.
And he's right. But here's where we find ourselves today, and you can put an end to this.
The world can't swallow the truth.
For better or worse, either in reality or perception, in modern times, the FBI has been politicized. Or at least there's an appearance. It started with Mr. James Comey. He publicly investigated the political nominee of both major parties. Guinness Book of World Records. He publicly investigated both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Held a press conference. Hurt that agency more than I will ever know. I wouldn't put Mr. Comey in charge of a ham sandwich. And so did Peter Strzok.
I would love a ham sandwich, by the way.
And so did Lisa Page.
Yeah, Message sent. The end, guys.
And so did Michael
the lovers.
Sussman.
Yes.
And the person who gave him, a Hillary Clinton lawyer, a pass to roam around the Department of Justice and the FBI at will. And so did the prosecutors who tried to slip by a 2 misdemeanor plea deal for the president's son. And it hurts me to say this, but so did Attorney General Garland. For the first time in the history of ever, the Attorney General Garland chose
15
to prosecute a
What?
former president of the United States.
Military.
And this part
Oh, what's going
is
on?
really special.
Oh, he talks about the political weaponization, guys. You know, of investigating both sides. And there is Trump, guys. Dude, this Kennedy guy is awesome, man. 1415, now comes the pain. They exposed the password, guys. There it is. Now comes the pain at 1415, guys. If the FBI or DOJ infiltrated a campaign, no, both, for the benefit of another campaign, that's a really big deal. Only the release or review of the documents, again, you know, but again, he's saying drain the swamp, guys. So again, exactly what Senator Kennedy is talking about. That is huge.
Most of them are on the Senate Judiciary, right?
And dude, and it says, right? They thought it was coming yesterday. They were wrong, guys. It's coming on the 30th of January, 2025, guys. So there it is. Really interesting. Really interesting. So there it is, right? 2018.
And that's
there's
it.
a 5, right? 2025, right? Interesting. Interesting.
Like that's exactly what he's talking about, right?
Yeah,
Obama,
yeah, yeah.
Trump, like you
Yeah,
can't.
yeah. And he was on national television boasting about it, right? And he hurt the agency beyond repair almost, right? And there's Trump saying, hey, if the FBI infiltrated the campaign for the benefit of another, that's a really big deal. Drain the swamp. And, yeah, so
And he
there's
was
Kash.
talking about Garland too, right? So like
Yep.
it's all right there.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Beautiful.
He did it after the former president of the United States announced that he would be a candidate against his Attorney General Garland's boss.
See?
Yeah.
Forget the merits. We can argue those all day long. You understand the perception? It's got to end now. The seal has been broken.
Whoa, the seal's broken, guys. There is drop 1111, guys. 1111, seals broken, guys. There it is. Seals broken. Boom, drop 1111, seals broken, guys. The seal is broken. Woo, let's look at the other side where the real crimes were committed, guys. Election integrity. Okay, guys, what's going on here?
Don't go over there and burn down that agency. Stop it now. The seal has been broken.
Boom, the seal has been broken. Election integrity. Huh. Seals broken. Rod Rosenstein. Problems. IG report. Sessions. Huber. Sealed indictments. And there it is, guys. Military start. Big month. You have more than you know. Reason why we are here more. Beautiful, guys. The military, the Marines are already at the southern border, guys. It's happening. Big month. Boom time. True Seeker, we love you.
We've got to stop it now.
So, Mama Hood, thank you
Don't
so
go-
much. Mama Hood is giving away 1 subscription, guys. And Mama Hood, we love you. Let's see who's getting it, guys. Let's see who's getting it. And thank you so much, Mama Hood. And Jan G63, congratulations. Welcome to the Red Castle Club. And big thanks to Mama Hood, giving Jan G63 a Red Castle, guys. So welcome to the Red Castle Club, Jan. And thank you so much, Mama Hood. God bless you all. Let's continue with, this beautiful, beautiful patriot.
Over there and burn down that agency.
Mm-mm.
You go over there and lift it up.
Lift it up, guys.
Clean it out.
Clean
but
it out.
lift it up in accordance with due process and the rule of law. Because Senator Welch is right. This has got to end.
We love you, Mama Hood.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Mr. Patel, our agencies, in particular the FBI and DOJ, critically rely on inspectors general and general counsels for advice. As Chair Grassley and many of us have long recognized, federal agencies rely on the independent oversight of inspectors general, and agencies depend on the legal advice of offices of general counsel. And as you've testified today, it's your intention to lead the FBI within the boundaries of law and the Constitution. Last week, President Trump fired more than a dozen inspectors general and provided no notice to Congress. We passed a law in 2022 requiring the president to provide Congress with a substantive rationale, including detailed and case-specific
We
reasons.
love you guys.
30 days before the removal of
What
any
a time to be alive,
How many
right?
days has President Trump been in office?
Did he just say 30 days?
Yep.
Sorry, Senator.
He did.
Has President Trump been in office? 30 days before the removal.
Boom. 30 days for the removal. Watch what happens, right? We just
Well,
had
that's
that
the Delta.
drop. Yep. Lumaiwa, we love you.
And
What-
done
what-
in 30.
Yes, done in
Yeah,
30,
done in
guys.
30.
Yes, absolutely, guys. Let's see that one more time. Bring me that Delta, by the way.
38 14.
Thank you. There it is. Done in 30, guys. The Delta. Woo! There it is. Done in 30. Let's listen.
Rationale, including detailed and
With the
case-specific
quotes.
reasons. 30 days before.
Boom! 30 days. Lance, you got to show this, man. Clip it up. This is a banger.
The removal of any rationale, including detailed and case-specific reasons, 30 days. With a substantive rationale, including detailed and case-specific reasons,
Let's see that
30
one more
days.
time. One more time, guys. Okay, guys. Let's pull this one in.
Substantive rationale.
And what drop is it?
Detailed and case-specific.
It is drop 3840. 14.
Thank you.
Dude, this is 1.5 hours to
I'm glad
the
pictures
Delta
are back.
guys. Dude,
Right?
check it out.
Because the picture has the done in 30, and then the bottom has the January 30th. Today is January 30th.
Yep.
So like
Coincidences are
coincidences are
fun. Dude, this
fun.
is crazy, guys. Durf, man, just take a screenshot, man. Just take a screenshot. There it is. All you need. Wait a minute. Oh, we don't have subtitles here. Dude.
Reasons. Provide Congress with a substantive.
There it is. There it is. Done in 30, man. That's all you need, man. There's your decode. And then just type in there, 30 days, Just show this. This is the thing, man. Wait a minute. I gotta blow this one a little bit there. Right? There you go. I think this is it.
Drag it up just a little bit, Grass. Like the whole window. We're
Like
at
that?
the We Are Live. Just
Oh,
pull it up just a little. Yeah.
there it is. Done in 30, guys.
There we go.
There you go, Lance. Durf. Wait, or we gotta go a little bit like this. Because you gotta see those two fingers, right? Is it like that? Is that good?
Let me see if I.
Take a screenshot. This is it, man. Boom. Wait. Let me highlight this and do that, right? There it is, guys. Boom. There's your decode, guys. There is your decode. And the FBI agents, guys. Check it out. Done in 30 FBI agents. Dude. Guys, this is why you're watching the shows, right?
Absolutely.
This is why you guys are watching the shows. I don't have to go out and make the decodes, right? You're watching this happening live. Normally we would see this, my hand would shake, then I got to make all these screenshots and post it out there. I don't have to do that anymore. You just have to join us live and see it happen in real time. And then you got to go to Lance or Durf, to like, retweet, share, and drop a comment, right? And again, guys, we love you to the moon and back. God bless you all. Did you take the screenshot?
You know what? I'm gonna take it after.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to edit a couple things, so.
Okay, guys. But there it is, guys. Boom. FBI agents. This is the Senate hearing of the FBI, guys. This is ridiculous. This is crazy. Oh man, this is good. I'm gonna take.
Like, what the crap's going on right now?
You know
right?
what?
Like,
I'm just gonna take a. Oh shit.
you're gonna take a screenshot and make a
Oh yes, I am.
decode?
I'm just gonna take them. Fuck that shit. Let me see. There it is. Boom. Screenshot taken. Join us live. Join us live. Okay, guys, let's go. Love it. I still got a few minutes to go, guys, before Miss Grasshopper comes home. Let's see if we can make it till the end. We won't, but again, I'll do everything I can, man.
Rationale, including detailed and case-specific reasons, 30 days before the removal of NEIG.
Dude,
How many?
see that one more time, man. What in the world?
Requiring the president to provide Congress with a substantive rationale, including detailed and case-specific reasons, 30 days before the removal of NEIG. How many days has President Trump been in office?
Sorry, Senator. Approximately 10.
10. Is it possible to give 30 days notice?
He's already
in 10
making a tweet, right?
I'm not great at math, but it doesn't sound like it.
It doesn't. You're an attorney. Did Trump facially violate this law in terms of the timing of the firing of the inspectors general?
Senator, I'm not going to entertain a hypothetical on legal
30-10?
violation. We'll look into all possible
30-10?
legal violations referred.
I'll simply say that for those of us concerned about the quality and the duration of service of inspectors general, this
Treason,
was troubling.
guys. Boom.
And frankly, I think it is a facial violation.
Oh, there it is, guys. Did he just say 30-10?
Yep.
Yeah, after
Violation of a law.
Kash confirmed like 10 days, And then he said 10, and then he said again the whole 30, and then he said
Hiring
10.
of the inspectors general.
Senator, I'm not going to enter.
Yeah, 30-10. There it is. It's about to happen. Be vigilant. Treason, guys. Treason at the highest level of government, guys. Do you really think, the attempted treason will go unpunished? They escape unscathed?
Unscathed.
Unscathed, right?
There's a lot of March Madness, isn't there?
Uh-huh. Beautiful, guys.
Because 30
Ooh,
days
get
would
ready.
put us into March.
Yeah. Well, again, from the moment Kash is going to be there, right? We got to wait until all these confirmations. Trump is writing executive orders, getting, the National Guard and the Marines ready, and, there's so much going on, guys. But again, let's just sit back, guys. You already did your thing, right? You already voted Trump in. You elected them to do the heavy lifting, and Q is saying, sit back and enjoy the show, make sure, local action, national impact. So if you can attribute something, please do, right? But again, we want to give a big thank you to Darla. Thank you so much. Fantastic show. Nothing beats winning. Much love. Well, absolutely, Darla. We are winning so good. And it's not like we are winning and other people are losing, right? It's like everybody is winning, everybody. So, it's a beautiful thing, guys. Again, the bad side is losing, but again, the whole world is rejoicing, right? And then 10 days in office. Eagles, we love you. And to Laura, thank you so much for your incredible support. Our little sister Brown is with us, sister. We love you. And again, Gypsy Jane from New Zealand is with us, sister. We love you. Kristen May from Denmark is with us. Guys, we love you guys to the moon and back. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's listen to Kash Patel.
Also,
who's
don't
going
forget to
become,
hit the like button, guys. Don't
Yes,
forget to
but
hit that like button.
it happens to me all the time. When I watch something, it's an awesome show, and then I forget to like it. But again, these things happen, guys. So don't feel bad if you don't, if you forget, but it would help the algorithm. But again, let's go with Kash, guys. This is the biggest win, guys. This guy behind the mic, who would have thought this day would ever happen? We all knew it was going to happen, but now it's actually happening, right? Like, how incredible is this? I'm smiling.
On legal violations, but I will look into all possible legal violations.
I'll simply say that for those of us concerned about the quality and the duration of service of inspectors general, this was troubling. And frankly, I think it is an official violation of the law passed by Congress.
Beep, beep, beep.
In September 2023, on the Great America Show, a podcast, you said, and I believe I'm quoting accurately, all these general counsel's offices throughout every agency and department need to be slashed in half because these lawyers just come in there and they come in there to slow down and paralyze the movement of the America First agenda. Mr. Patel, does that comment suggest that if confirmed, it would be your intention to fire the career civil servants, the lawyers in the FBI's general counsel office?
No.
Could you give us any reassurance that it would be your intention to listen to the advice and counsel of the Inspector General of the department and the general counsel of the agency?
With addressing those in order, Senator, with IGs, as you know, I believe, and have shown throughout this proceeding that IGs have provided invaluable service in Republican and Democratic administrations. And I think they're critical, and we must have competent IGs going forward. Similarly, with general counsel's offices who are stocked with career employees, those employees must continue their work so long as no employee politicizes the work and mission of the FBI.
Thank you. My core concern about these firings of the IGs, about the independence of the agency, have not been fully satisfied. I appreciate your answers here today, but I remain concerned by your previous statements and your answers here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I recognize Cruz, Senator has some unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I have two letters here. I'd ask unanimous consent they be entered into the record. One is from William Webster, FBI Director under Presidents Carter and Reagan, and CIA Director under Reagan and Bush. He's in the audience. And another from 23 Republican former law enforcement
He's in the
officials.
audience.
These are letters in opposition to the nomination.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Cruz.
So what do you get?
Thank
30?
you, Mr. Chairman. Patel, in the first round of
Wasn't that
questions,
30?
talked about the
What?
politicization.
I said,
and
did he
weaponization
just,
of
was
FBI
that
and
30 people?
I don't know.
I don't want to hear him again, but
Law enforcement
go ahead. I want to.
These
Did
are
he?
letters in opposition to the nomination.
Without objection, so ordered, Senator Cruz.
Or was
Senator
it
Thank you, Mr.
Cruz.
Chairman. Mr. Patel, in the first round of questioning,
They're
you
like,
and
we
I
got 29 Republicans. And they're like, we got
politicization and weaponization
330
of the
police
Department of Justice.
officers.
That has significant negative consequences in terms of undermining trust in the FBI and the Department of Justice and abusing the power of the FBI and the Department of Justice. But it also has consequences in that it diverts resources at the FBI and DOJ from urgent law enforcement and national security priorities. I will tell you, when I go back home to Texas, I am somewhat regularly asked by Texans, should we abolish the FBI? Now, my answer to that is an emphatic no. The FBI has a critical mission of stopping bad guys, whether serial killers or human traffickers or child molesters or terrorists. But it says something that a sizable percentage of America has so lost faith in the Bureau that they believe it should be shut down. I think allowing the FBI to be politicized has resulted in far too little attention being placed on very serious national security risks that we face right now, including for the last 4 years. As a result of the open borders that we've had, over 12 million illegal immigrants have come into this country. And I believe as a consequence of that, we face a greater
Monique,
risk today
great to see you. Monique
of a
from
major
Bake, we
terrorist
love you.
attack than we have at any time since September 11th, 2001. You have well over a decade of experience in national security and law enforcement. In your judgment, do you agree with me as to the magnitude of the threat we face right now of a potential terrorist attack?
It's as high as I've ever seen it, Senator.
And describe to this committee what the FBI should be doing to prevent future terrorist attacks.
Working hand in glove with our intelligence community and obtaining information that directly relates to the FBI's criminal mandate on an intelligence basis and thwarting and
There's this again, guys. This tweet, this drop, the executive order, pen and paper and signature from Donald J. Trump. Like, how much more proof do you need that they have access to Trump, the Q team? Because they just dropped a picture with the signature, with, the map and the pen, right? At 1421, the military timestamp, and that tweet talks about the FBI infiltrating the campaign, right? Drain the swamp. If that is the deal, that the FBI infiltrated Trump's campaign to benefit the other campaign, that is a very big deal, right? The executive orders and Kash Patel coming in, guys.
and stopping any terrorist attacks here and any homegrown activities abroad that are directed at the United States of America, along with countermanding the CCP espionage rings in this country, which dovetail with the foreign terrorist organization activity.
Does it concern you that Customs and Border Patrol in the previous administration instructed Border Patrol agents in particular to be on the lookout
Great to
for
see you, my
Hamas
friend.
or Hezbollah or Palestinian
Shout out to the
Islamic
Dutch
Jihad
annals.
terrorists crossing our southern border? Does that concern you as a risk to Americans across the country?
That, along with the fact that the prior Homeland Secretary and the prior FBI director testified to Congress that there are dozens of known foreign terrorist affiliates in the United States of America, and they don't know where they are.
And it will be your priority to stop them. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to ask you some easy questions. I take it from what you have said to
Failed.
my colleague.
Okay, bye now. Bye.
Like he said
Whatever.
last time, huh?
You
failed.
Department of Justice.
But I'm not asking you to make the
Yeah,
decision.
you're not
I'm
asking. We're not
in
listening.
favor
Okay,
of
bye,
justice.
bye,
Attorney
bye.
Chairman.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
All
Chairman.
good.
Mr. Patel, I want to
Bye-bye,
continue
Mr.
on
Blumenthal.
a brief topic I mentioned earlier and one that we discussed in my office when you came to visit in December, and that is Redstone Arsenal and
Look at the
FBI
pride in her
assets
face.
and the men and
We
women
love
that
her, man.
will report to you when confirmed that are there in
Who
Huntsville,
knows
Alabama.
where the bodies are buried?
So I really want you to come and visit with me. The state-of-the-art facilities that we have there are pretty
Miss
incredible.
Penny
Very
Black, oh my God.
across the board.
Q Team rocks. Love you so much, Hopper, Lance, and Durf. Thank you for guiding us to this point and keep the faith with love in your hearts. Chat, you are epic. And Miss Penny Black, we love you to the moon and back. You know, let's have a phone call pretty soon because we got a lot to talk about. And Miss Penny Black, oh my God, give it up for Miss Penny Black, everybody. And give it up for our beloved Delara L. We love you guys. And Miss Penny Black, God bless you all. Let's continue with this wonderful patriot. And look at the hope in her face, guys. Look at how she's beaming, glowing with hope, right? Cannot wait to make America great again, right? Beautiful.
We have the ballistics research
Kinda like
facility. The
1426 says.
1426. Oh my God, really? Let me see, guys. Because this is 225. Who knows where the bodies are buried? The ones who put the bodies there. You know, and it says Blackwater was used in a hell of a lot of shady ops. And they kept all their crimes in the books which POTUS just got access to, right? And Q is saying, correct, make the connections. This is important to understand because when this breaks, many won't swallow, right? Like the drops were saying, you know, confirmations of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted, right? And then, you know, these public riots are being organized to prevent the arrest of more senior politicians, right? But again, this drop is saying the MSN is not to be trusted. You are the voice. We are here to help guide. Future proofs past. You are the calm before and during the storm, guys. And a beautiful shout out to Sharia Me, who's giving away another subscription, guys. And let's see who gets it, guys. We're going to see later on who's going to get it. Okay, Delara L is now being gifted a Red Castle member. So Delara L, welcome to the Red Castle Club. And thank you so much. Big thanks to Sharia Me. We love you guys. Gypsy Jane, we love you. And again, let's continue with this one. Lance is telling me to look at drop 1426. Let's have a little look, guys. We are Q, guys. Absolutely. That's the beauty, man. And look at the hope. Look at that smile. Jordy M is giving away another subscription, guys. And let's see who gets it. Let's see, guys. There is E. Marshall. Welcome to the Red Castle Club. And thank you so much. Big thanks to Jordy M. Brother, we do have to call. It was, you know, we called like months ago. So we do have to set up another call. Yes, Durf?
I'm going to post a link in the chat.
He's going to post a link in the chat, guys.
It does kind of suck we didn't get that this year.
Which one?
Oh, just with the crowd and everybody
Oh,
outside.
yeah. Yeah,
You know
but
what I
again,
mean?
yep.
That crowd would have been so big, like
Check this
Yep.
out.
Okay. George Papadopoulos, the Russia Gate
Oh.
operation has been brought up a lot about, during this confirmation. Let me see, confirmation hearing. Let's see, guys. This is the most important information to declassify and release to the American public. Okay, because George already said it, right? Trump already declassified the Russia Gate files. He
Let's see who's
should
talking.
make it public, right?
He's been saying misfud forever, right? Like,
Oh, yeah. You
this
know?
this is the biggest what this is it.
Joseph
this is it,
Misfud.
This is it.
Yeah,
Look
there's
who's
10
there.
minutes. But
Durham.
Yep, Durham. It's Durham time, guys. Oh my God, we are on this side of the fence, guys. And again, it's so surreal, guys. It's so surreal to see Trump behind the Resolute desk, right? That beautiful JFK desk, guys. It's like, oh my God, I just can't believe it. And I do have to pinch myself. You know, when I see Air Force One, I, tend to say Trump Force One. Like we have to shift our thoughts, guys. But again, we are Q, beautiful. Trump returning to the public. And let's listen to this wonderful patriot. asking Kash Patel
Just to
interesting
say,
questions. Yes.
the minutes and seconds were
Oh.
2608.
2608.
Yep. That one is what were in the envelopes.
Okay, I promised to counter. Well
Now,
done.
The middle, if we looked at it as, the military would be 142608, so 4260.
4260. So we're going to release this one and we're going to release that. Okay.
Yeah. Now, wait. Before you hit it, never mind.
Oh, what?
I was gonna say put a comma and then put 2260.
Okay.
Well, I kind
So
of
where
like that where we go all, yes, but the panic in DC, with Durham
Yes, absolutely.
and the We Are Q at 1426.
Nice one. Nice one.
And Cash talked about Loretta, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the tarmac guys. Okay. So
That's
let's
the-
continue.
You know, that
Yeah.
part kind of trips me out. Like he was in the Obama administration, and then just to be in the Trump administration and like see what happened, right? Like kind of your old boss, right? Kind of, you know what I mean? Like, what the hell's going on right now? Like, you got to figure like Cash knows a lot considering he was in that Obama administration, right? Like he was in the thick of it basically with everyone. So then when he gets the reports of all this, right, it's kind of like, what the?
Man.
On?
This is a well-oiled machine, man.
You
And we have been waiting so long for this.
Yeah.
And for us to finally see it happen, that's a miracle, guys. It's like I'm a happy camper. We all are, right? And it's like weird to be on in 2025. It's like I told, it's almost like dancing on the moon, right? It's like getting used to. You gotta, you don't have to kick so much on the ground because you're gonna lift off, right? We're used to the Newtons, and again, the Newtons are less on the moon. So let's continue with this beautiful woman speaking, this beautiful patriot speaking to Kash. Who would have thought, guys? Kash Patel as FBI director. I couldn't think about a better person to do it, man. Wow.
Hazardous Device School. We have TDAC, which is the Terrorist
Happiness,
Explosive
hope.
Device Analytics Center. And last but not least, obviously,
I wonder if Grassley
and
shut him down in the
sometimes
beginning about
as
Q.
Headquarters South.
Maybe.
We have the
No
sprawling
one's asked about it.
South campus of the FBI. Look, there has been over $4 billion invested there. It is truly remarkable that the training that is going on there. They are delivering to missions when it comes to emerging technologies, investigating lead generation, security, and contracts personnel and human resources, just to name a few. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time in my 3 minutes to dive into all of the incredible work that's doing there, but just want to reiterate.
Isn't it great that
the
people like
workforce
this
occupying these facilities
are taking care of
they were
America?
moved from DC to Huntsville. They are working diligently each and every day to make sure that men and women in uniform are the best
Look at
trained,
the
equipped,
energy
and
of this
ready
woman, right?
that there is. And I would
Incredible.
love a commitment from you just to come with me to visit those facilities, see what those men and women are doing, what they're learning, and all of the training that's right there at their fingertips.
Senator, you have that commitment, and this is a great example, real quick, of the FBI's capabilities and infrastructure systems around the country that already exist to the tune of billions.
Billions.
And not only is it, I believe, a 38,000-acre sprawling campus, this Congress billeted 2,500 seats, but 4,000 seats still remain open. So let's go to work. I'll come to
Yeah.
Alabama and let's fill those seats.
Absolutely.
Fill the
I
seats,
love it.
guys.
I'd love to hear that. And another thing, too, obviously, as we've looked over the last couple of years, I'll put on my appropriator hat. The budget, obviously, for the FBI has been decreased. Obviously, you're going to help
can we
us
pause it just a-
return
just a sec?
America.
Yes.
So first he said 2,500, and then he said 4,000. So do the 2,500. Dude, nothing can stop what's coming. In the red.
Okay.
D5.
Yep.
December 5th. D5.
And this is not
Nothing can
simply
stop
another
what's happening.
4-year election,
Yeah.
but this is a crossroads. Yes, beautiful. In our history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we the people reclaim what is rightfully ours, right? Reclaim control over our government. And there it is, guys. It's happening as we speak, guys. Boom, boom, boom.
His
House of
trust in
Cards.
the FBI. But as we
Beautiful,
look at
man. Beautiful, Lance. And again, maybe you want to take over the screen, the stream after Miss Grasshopper comes home to finish this off. But let's see how far we get. But I love this drop, guys. The House of Cards, guys. Well done, Lance. Extreme panic in DC, guys. Extreme, guys. Mueller, Pelosi. Okay. Transparency is the only way. There it is, guys. Beautiful. Well done, Lance. Beautiful.
And look up 4,000 real quick.
Okay.
Bad actors.
Yes, the rebellion of the empire. And this is how Comey was communicating with those bad actors, right? They were using these game chats to communicate with one another, right? And they had
Xbox.
their Xbox Rebellion or Empire. They used that I don't know, Star Wars game. There it is.
Stargaze, yeah, the game chat.
Yeah, there it is. The game chat, the Star Wars game. The space is not fully armed and operational. So they took it down, but this is how they would communicate with one another, right? These evil, sick bastards. And again, Kash, beautiful drop, Lance. Well done, my friend. Our promise to counter. Beautiful. We are Q.
try to make those numbers work. I just want on your radar, I want you to be thoughtful about this. It's easy to say, let's cut training. That's an easy thing to cut first. I think that that's the worst thing that we can do. We want to make sure that our men and women are ready, that they're ready to find leads that lead to child trafficking rings and other things. And you've talked about the rapes, the fentanyl overdoses, the murders. We want to make sure that we are equipping them with all the tools necessary to make those strides for the American people. And so just want your commitment from you that as we look at those things, that you will take a good look at training and make sure that that's not the first thing that gets cut.
Absolutely. High standards and merit. That's
Thank
what
you
we'll
so
do.
much.
High standards and merit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we talked about, Mr. Patel, truth incredibly important in an FBI director.
Oh,
and
my God.
A number of the things I asked you about in the first round, you didn't recall or you wanted more context.
Okay.
I'm going to give you one of those. I'll give you the rest on the record.
Okay, let's forget
in the
about
government.
this.
And so I just
in the federal.
Oh my God.
Considering Mr.
Oh my God. Blah
in the
blah.
last 4 years. Talk about how you might bring that together.
So, Senator,
Being the last, stories we talked.
that's it. That's the only thing that matters.
Could you talk about
More so than
Us will base our vote on your nomination on the best interest, who can work in the best interest of our
She's
country,
really drunk,
and
dude.
not based on
That
this
looked like
or-
it was floating above her head.
Yeah. She's really drunk.
Oh yeah, she slurs like a mofo. Like
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's
I want to give you a chance to respond
Nancy's
to
little partner there, huh?
Yeah.
the law here.
I would
You
like some
can't
of that sake,
authorize
right?
the release of your grand jury testimony. Only a court can do that. Is that right?
that's been my understanding.
Yeah, and you I think you've stated that the best reflection and the most accurate
Monique van Beek.
version of your testimony is the transcript.
Awesome to see.
In the grand jury testimony that you're
Thought he was
fine
gonna
to be
say the
released
best
before it
is yet to come.
right? Yeah, okay. And it lasted like 3 or 4 days. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Yeah. I also want to. Senator Durbin's talked about what your priority or your priorities will be, and I think your testimony has been.
Yeah, and again, guys,
that it'll be
where's
adherence to
Nancy,
the
right?
Constitution
L-Sense?
and the people of the United States of America, right? You take that very seriously.
That's it. That's the only thing that matters.
Where's Nancy,
Could you
guys?
talk about maybe some other priorities we talked?
Okay.
We talked initially in my first round about getting the FBI back to its core mission, which is to fight crime and not, sort of try to.
Here, 832. Oh, now we're
Do the things that it's been doing the last 4 years. Talk about how you might bring that together.
So, Senator, I appreciate the question. It's something I wanted to address maybe 6 hours ago, so I appreciate the opportunity to do it now. Whether we prioritize going after violent crime and national security.
Did he
we
just
cannot
say 6
defend
hours ago?
either of those successfully unless we go after the underlying criminal
And we are,
nexus there.
we are 5 hours.
And whether
in,
it's human
you know?
trafficking,
we are
whether it's
within
terror,
6 hours, right?
whether it's opioids,
Yeah, but
whether
drop
it's
6.
right gang violence,
Some of us
the
come here
intersection
just to
there,
drop crumbs.
narco trafficking. It is the underlying underbelly, the evil, illegal underbelly of all those operations. And we have not prioritized, in my opinion, as a law enforcement agency, the collective power we can rain down on criminal narco trafficking networks. And ideally, if I'm confirmed, Senator, I would like to work with Attorney General Pam Bondi, if she can be confirmed, to set up regional drug interdiction task force where our local sheriff's offices, our local PDs, and our local precincts are folded in with the FBI on an information and authority
And just look at the.
to take.
I know we gotta hurry up. Damn it, the MS-13 one, right? And you got to think about what they're saying about the J6ers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is not, which is false, right? Like, what the
Murder
hell are
for
you
hire,
talking
right?
about? Right?
Murder for hire. You know.
Oh, we know somebody.
Yeah.
We know somebody you guys hire, huh?
Yeah. You know.
Remember they caught that MS-13 gang member in the, was he in a police suit? Or do you remember that? I think it was a couple of years ago.
Yep.
Or it might.
Yep.
We might even have been live during that, right? We covered it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But there it is, guys.
We won't say
MS-13.
it, but there it is.
Yeah.
Take down the criminal networks. And the advice and consent process
criminal
is extremely
networks.
informative this to me. I do not know your jurisdictions as well as you all ever will. That's what makes this so critically important educational. I did not know that Memphis was the homicide capital of America per capita. I did not know that there was a corridor in Ohio that speaks to the human trafficking volume more so than any intersection in the country. That is what I will rely on your expertise across the aisle to fold in those resources and target those criminal active hotbeds. And I believe if we are successful in actually crippling the narco trafficking networks, we will see a decrease monumental in violent crime and at the same time protecting Americans' national security.
And maybe, just maybe,
Oh, and he talked about the narco network.
you have a third of the personnel for the FBI here in Washington, D.C. Maybe, just maybe, one of the reforms is to get more of those folks out into those areas across the country to go do that, right? That's what you're talking about.
I think so, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Patel, do you know any of these 5 individuals? Erica Knight, Tom Ferguson, Greg Menser, Steve Reese, or Carlos Fernandez?
Yes, Senator.
Who are they?
People I've worked with in the past at some point.
I'm told that those are the people that will be additional political appointees to help run the FBI. Is that correct?
That's news to me, Senator.
Under the history of the Federal Bureau
let's
of
fast forward this
Investigation
guy.
in the early 1970s.
Yeah. Bullshit.
All right.
Yeah. Great
Perfect.
timing. Bye.
Good one, Grass.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And
Not my
thank you for
first
your
rodeo, guys.
patience today. We do appreciate it. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman,
Morons,
I
all of
put
them,
up
guys.
the clip that showed me requesting the records for Epstein. That is, I put that up on social media.
There
just
it
so we
is,
can
guys.
clarify that issue.
Boom.
Mr. Patel, what I'd like to ask you about, you mentioned
Import
that
and
Memphis is
exports,
the homicide
children.
homicide capital of the country.
Trace the Clinton
that
Foundation.
Concerns us. And we've
Boom.
recently had an issue where the FBI wanted to consolidate the Memphis and Knoxville offices into a Nashville office. And of course, this causes us some concern. And I would like to get your commitment that you will make certain that we have every resource we need in Memphis to deal with this issue, and that the FBI will be appropriately resourced in the state of Tennessee.
You absolutely will, Senator.
Thank you so much for that. And then we've had some talk today about DEI. And we've talked about this in this committee, and the emphasis the FBI put on DEI and things like counting Swifty bracelets and things of that nature, and not on investigations. And what we want to make certain is that we have qualified individuals who are going to stick to that core mission. And you have talked about that mission today, and thank you for being able to recite what it is. We appreciate that. And I want you to just talk a little bit about those first few actions that you can take to build back the recruiting and the training in order to accomplish that mission.
Absolutely, Senator.
Yes.
Quite simple.
Did you know that I think X's AI is in Memphis, Tennessee? And did you see how that we were on that drop that said massive data centers?
Mm-hmm.
That's what that is too. It's a massive data center.
Mm-hmm. Well done. Well done, my friend. Which drop is that?
What we were just on it, right? I could have sworn I just seen you on it.
There it is.
There we go. Underground massive data center, and she was talking about Memphis, Tennessee, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was like, wait a minute. This one's saying massive data center. She's talking about Memphis, and then when you come on here, that's where Grok is. XAI is massive Memphis data center.
Awesome. Well done, Lance. Great point.
Huh.
Okay, guys.
Just saying.
That's a beauty, man. That's a beauty. And again, I'm texting with Miss Grasshopper because I want to go live tomorrow as well. But tomorrow we have like an art exhibition where I need to go, where she needs to go to. But she's pregnant, so she needs somebody to go with her. And that's going to be at 7 p.m. So I'm just texting her, like, if we can go live tomorrow. So I know if I'm going to make a promise, because I promised Miss Penny Black that we'll have maybe a double whammy. So we're going to be live today and maybe tomorrow, guys. But I'm already making the art of the deal as we are live, guys. So I'm a little distracted. So please excuse me while I'm making the art of the deal, guys. Let's continue.
I know we have limited
love you,
time,
Lance. Great stuff.
Is that people who sign up to serve the FBI must meet the rigorous high standards, merits, and physical fitness standards, and those will not be changed.
So that will be a priority for you.
And I think people who want to join the FBI do so with the dedication to serve this country and an adherence to law enforcement. And we will allow those folks that graduate from the academy and enter the FBI to carry a gun and a badge in representation of this country to protect its citizens. And when we allow the good cops to be cops,
Do you not
and put
understand that
handcuffs
the
on bad
government is
guys, I
being
think we
gutted
will
properly,
see
guys?
an
Bottom, middle to
exponential
top.
increase in enrollment.
Merry Christmas.
And how we keep people at the FBI.
And that is a day one item for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Patel, do you believe that background checks for firearm purchases are constitutional?
Next.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know the in-depths of it, but I think that's what the Supreme Court has said.
Oh, I just don't like this guy.
Okay, yeah. That's, oh, yeah. Blah,
Yes.
blah, blah,
Whatever
blah,
the
blah.
Constitution, the Supreme Court rule.
Regulate the distribution of certainly not the quality.
Yeah, bye.
I don't want to belabor this, but it certainly would be of
He's
benefit
another-
to us if that grand jury testimony could be released. But my understanding is the Senator Whitehouse testimony.
Do we listen to him?
Point that you don't need you as a
Let's just wait a
witness
sec.
could reveal
Let's-
what you
let's-
said, and I'm just suggesting you might give that some further thought. The second thing is that you have everybody who runs an agency has enormous responsibility for the people who work there. I happen to have an incredibly high opinion of the FBI. The first time I came to Washington as a boy, I remember the thrill I had going to the FBI headquarters. I thought it was a big deal that my senator then got me a special ticket to go, and I've always admired them. There's a lot of apprehension there, and it's not
whatever.
leaving them in.
Yeah, leaving them in. Yes.
So
blah,
you
blah.
asked the Justice Department to make
Oh,
your
this
grand
is a
jury
good one.
testimony
Let's
public?
listen to
At
him.
the time of my appearance in the grand jury.
And who did you ask to do that?
Yes.
The lawyers.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, guys, this is good, man. I want to listen to this. I want to listen to this. That man talking, guys. Come on, Cash. Go get him, Cash. Come on.
I don't want to belabor this, but it would could be point what you said. The second thing is responsibility came to Washington. I thought it was a big deal here in its administration. Since he's 30, my job here was the Democratic or Republican
Come
president.
on, guys.
I'm just looking to you to assure you'll be accountable to this.
No. Significant what Richard Grinnell put on X. I testified significant.
So you asked the Justice
Leaving
I
them
say
in
go back a
limbo.
little.
I don't think it's a good appointees, but they've been sent. And there's no authority. Want somebody like Elon
Come
Musk
on,
peering over
dude.
your shoulder, telling you what to do about personnel?
No, the FBI must be independent.
Go kick them out. There's some former FBI's you'll be accountable crony.
Come on. Okay, bye now. Let's listen to Adam, guys. That's going to be
Thank you,
funny.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, when Mr. Booker was asking you questions in
That
this
man
first
talking.
round, you said, Senator, the grand jury testimony is available to you.
Cash only edition.
I encourage
Absolutely.
you to make it public. You also
Hey, Grass,
later said,
552.
Yes, Linus, we love
to
you.
Mr. Booker said, get
What's up, man? I'm in
I
good
said the
spirits
mirror.
today, guys.
The mirror 552.
552. Let's see, guys. 552. We love you, Lance. Storm coming, guys. All right, guys.
my grand jury testimony. I asked the Department of Justice to make it public. I asked the Department of Justice to make it public. Do you stand by that testimony?
If that's what I said.
So you asked the Justice Department to make your grand jury testimony public?
At the time of my appearance in the grand jury.
Yeah. And who did you ask to do that?
The lawyers.
Mr. Chairman, since the witness has said that he encourages this testimony to be public, that he in fact asked the Justice Department to make it public, I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, if you and the ranking member would be willing to write to the court acknowledging the witness has asked for this to be public, supporting it being made public.
Didn't he already do
I
that?
can't imagine there's a court in the
Grass,
land that would say
652.
no to a bipartisan request like that.
Yeah, I already showed
I
that.
won't take.
Oh, you did?
Let me say something. I'm not going to take this out of your time.
No. The
Not
mirror
directly
652.
answering your question.
652.
I think it'd be significant what Richard Grinnell
Enemy commanders. Get
put on
contact.
X.
Animal.
I testified
Boom.
in front of Jack Smith's grand jury. The
See?
Justice Department.
It's almost like
and
Back to the
Jack
Future,
Smith's
guys.
prosecutor told me directly that I could not talk about my testimony or risk legal actions. Then he goes on to say that certain senators, I won't mention here, should, as those ask those lawyers why they instructed witnesses this way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd welcome the chance to have Mr. Grinnell testify under oath as opposed to on X. But nevertheless, what I would ask, given that this
What an
witness
idiot.
has said he made
Jason
the
of
request,
TGA, we
this
love
witness
you.
has said he would like us to read the testimony. I would ask if you and Senator Durbin would be willing to make that request of the court.
I wouldn't answer your question without get all the background I need, considering the conversation between you
It's an
two. I
ongoing
couldn't make that
investigation.
judgment now.
Yeah, I appreciate your consideration, Mr. Chairman. And the reason why I think it's so important is let's remind ourselves
Grass,
what those
remember we
actions
found out
were in
that
our-
Kash and R&R have a lawsuit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Against I don't remember who they have one against. But it's interesting where R&R comes up right now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Remember when we
listen
found
to-
that out? When I was
Yeah.
like, wait a minute, they have a freaking
Yeah.
case open again? Like, what the crap?
Mm-hmm. So let's listen to how this dude is trying to get
Frame the
under,
picture.
paint a picture, and also, try to
No, he's not a
escape
picture.
the
He's a
inevitable,
he's
guys.
a framer.
I love to see these guys, try to escape the inevitable, guys. It's like we've been waiting so long. Trump is now the commander in chief, and these guys are, laying bricks, guys. Let me just say it like that. This is funny, guys.
And then you have
the-
like the Democrats with their spew, right? Their lies. And then the Republicans or Glass, they'll come back and be like, nope, that's misinformation. Or no, that's
no,
false. Or
no,
no,
that's not
that
true.
the only time they got away with it was when he left to go open up the Senate, right? That's when they kind of went nuts and just
Yeah. Now the boss is
Grassley
back
came
and
back in and
everybody's
they're
standing
like,
in line.
okay.
Grassley is back, guys. With his security, secret security intel, right? So the
Oh, that
line
was
is
so
back in the
funny.
room.
What, you want me to just shut her up? Ah, that was fucking
No QAnon talk here.
According to the indictment, the classified documents Trump stored in his boxes include information regarding defense and weapons capabilities of both the United States and foreign countries, United States nuclear programs, potential vulnerabilities of the United
It's
States.
like the case has
and its
been
allies to
closed, and they're
military
still
attack,
harping on a
and
closed
plans
case.
for
Like,
possible retaliation in response to a foreign
it's been
attack.
closed indefinitely.
So testimony that goes to the care or lack of care, the truthfulness or lack of truthfulness of Mr. Patel would be directly relevant to whether he should be confirmed as FBI director. And those records are there for the asking. No court's going to turn us down. Mr. Patel may be, I don't know, but he may be the first.
Literally got caught lying.
in history who felt it necessary to plead the fifth, to say that he wouldn't testify to a grand jury because it might incriminate him. Maybe the first nominee for FBI director ever to feel the necessity of pleading the fifth. Shouldn't
Democrats
we
are just texting each other to harp on the same thing. Like, that didn't work. Next, harp on this. Harp on this. On this.
Finally, I would just say, we need to think about where we are in this moment.
We need to think where we are in this moment, right? Like this, like, what are you saying?
He doesn't.
What
know.
are you saying? We have to think, like, what?
We have a new president. He's fired prosecutors who investigated him. He's investigating other prosecutors.
Wait a minute. Your president pardoned his guilty son, and he's pardoning Fauci. You know, he's responsible of people not taking hydroxychloroquine, right? Think about what that means, idiot.
For his Department of Justice is. He's fired inspector generals who might hold him accountable. And this is just the start.
And Biden, you know, weaponized the FBI and DOJ against Donald J. Trump, you know, and slowed him through every corrupt trial that he could, right? What are you talking about, buddy?
And as FBI director nominee, he's chosen someone whose primary qualification, in my view, is his willingness to say yes when everyone else would say no to whatever the
This is what happens when POTUS has no strings attached, right?
president wanted, to say whatever he wanted, to do whatever he wanted. That's why he is sitting here. I mean, look at the people who held that job before Mr. Patel.
Oh, Christ.
The stature of the people that held that job, the qualifications of the people that held that job.
Like Comey calling what Hillary Clinton did, destroying evidence, as gross negligence. What are you talking about? Right?
Do you want to go back in history?
Do you want to go back, buddy?
Go back.
Really? You want to open that can of worms? Look at his face, man. Totally retarded.
And how can any of us think that his background, his qualifications hold a candle to the people who went before him? How did we get here?
Oh, my God.
Where we are defending a nominee like this?
What?
Who makes songs with convicts who attack law enforcement?
Oh, my God.
How did we get here? And where are we
Because finally the American voice has been heard, guys. Power has been returned to the American people. And the American people are going to get what they want, right? Justice, transparency. This is how we got here. Because you guys effed it up. That's how we got here, buddy.
going? History is littered with democracies that lost their freedoms.
And your democracy got somebody running for president that your DNC didn't even vote for. What are you talking about?
And didn't notice it while it was happening. Let's not be one of them.
Your time is up. This is gold, man. This is gold. Your time is up. Let's see that one more time.
And didn't notice it while it was happening. Let's not be one of them.
Your time's up. Before Senator Tillis.
Grassley's not having it anymore, man. Your time is up, man. I'm done. I'm done. I'm too old for this. That's what he's
Next.
saying. I'm too old for this, man. Like, shut up.
It'd be funny if you said that.
How did we get here? Let's think about this moment where we are, right? How did we get here? Like, oh my God, what an idiot.
Ends this, I want to put in the record, letter from the parents of Kayla Muller. Mr. Patel met them through his role in the successful operation to track and kill ISIS leader al-Baghdadi. The terrorist, I'm quoting, the terrorist group ISIS kidnapped our daughter Kayla on August 2013. Any family who has lived through such an experience will know the value of dedicated, compassionate law enforcement officials. Because we have personal experience of his dedication, we know that Kash Patel is such a person. We continue to see in him a genuinely kind, thoughtful, action-oriented man who focuses on what is true and right and just. He loves our country and our citizens and wants the best for them all. He wants a country to do the
RJ
best
61.
that it can. Without objection, I'll put their letter in the record. Senator, tell us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I think everything that I did to invest in knowing you better
This is
has been on
hilarious,
display
guys.
today. Congratulations. You've exhibited composure,
Bingo.
knowledge of the subject matter that I think
Bingo.
qualifies you for director of the FBI.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
We seem to have the benefit of sort of a different view of looking at the history. I
Yeah.
heard, I actually was supportive of Comey
Sweet
until
dreams.
I figured out that he was playing games. Maybe this is one of the people of great stature, but it's well known now that he did some things that seem to have.
He played games. He played Star Wars, right? Oh, he did play games.
He played games.
That's a good one. I see what you did there, buddy. That's a good one. That's a good one. He played games. Oh, Comey did play games, guys. Literally playing games. Star Wars.
That's a good
Interesting.
one.
Have a political tint to them. I voted for Christopher Wray. I think he's a good man, but I also think he oversaw a department that did bad things. And at the end of the day, that person has to own it, and you will too. It's probably going to disappoint the audience to hear what I'm about to say. Now, those who are watching at home, but you may be surprised to know that most of us at this dais on both sides of the aisle like each other. Senator Schiff and I just met a week within the last week to talk about areas that we can work together on. Senator Padilla and I actually work together. We co-chair the bipartisan mental health caucus, and I believe it's actually one of the most important pieces of legislation we've done. I didn't get a whole lot of Republicans to vote for it, but a fair number, and this is working extraordinarily well. Would you commit to me to go into the Nick Center in West Virginia and just see how extraordinary this has come to be, and how it hasn't resulted in a mass confiscation of guns? It hasn't resulted in a propagation of red flag laws. In fact, the plain text of the legislation is not allowing money to flow to states, unfortunately, including Florida, that we believe have not gotten the due process right quite yet, so that we would actually fund red flag laws that make sense. This is what bipartisanship produces.
Hey, you ain't
Now, you're not going to see
funding
any
no red flag, nothing.
Look, we had Pam Bondi here, and we had people on this committee talking about a friendship or a friendly relationship in the past. The fact is, it was a shirts and skins game. Blue voted no, red voted yes. It's got to be the same thing for your confirmation. But Mr. Patel, I tell you, it has been a distinct honor to do the work with you to get you ready for this hearing. You did all the work. I've got to like the person on the sideline giving you some suggestions, but you did an extraordinary job. And you're going to be held to a high standard. I hope you listen to, and if you don't remember it, listen again to what Senator Kennedy said. There are folks like us that are tired of the pendulum swinging back and forth. We want to be the Senate that confirms an FBI director, that rights the ship, shows consistent respect for the rule of law and the Constitution.
They're convicting themselves, guys.
Respect for
Absolutely.
all law enforcement officers.
James Comey,
and I
Gmail.
absolutely believe you're up to the task.
They have
and
them
I
all.
look forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you, Senator.
Before I close the meeting, you have anything you want to say? I've got something here that's directly related to when, in my opening statement, I said I want the members of this committee to think about something that's brand new. And it kind of deals with this whole exchange we had today in regard to the grand jury testimony. So I want to read, based upon whistleblower disclosures that I made today, it's clear how unfair and corrupt the Trump prosecution was, and that's created a little faith at best in the grand jury process. We shouldn't allow part of that corrupt process to be used by this committee against the nominee. And
there it is, guys. Trump's tweet talking about the change you have been waiting for your entire life, guys. This is one of those decodes that I made, guys. So I'm really happy that it's going to be ended around this period, guys. The change you've been waiting for your entire life, guys. So speak up, be heard, and fight for the change you've been waiting for your entire life, guys. Merry Christmas. Beautiful.
Hey, Grass, can you go back to 3808, the Delta for today? Because he's talking about he just dropped. What did he say?
3808. There
Did
it
he
is.
say? Did he say whistleblowers? He said he.
Yeah.
Did he did, right? I always get confused because I hear what I think I heard and then go back and
a little corrupt the Trump made today. It's clear how unfair and corrupt the Trump prosecution was, and that's created a little faith at best in the grand jury process. We shouldn't allow part of that corrupt process to be used by this committee against the nominee. An example, one document I made public today, DOJ officials literally concurred with Thibault to open the elector case against Trump, and that included a grand jury investigation. Jack Smith's lawfare efforts and its corrupt process should be what this committee investigates. Mr. Patel, thank you for your testimony today. Your family and friends who are here, I think you got to be very proud of him under these tough conditions because he got tough questions.
Grassley drops the mic.
Yeah.
I think you did very well. And
that's all they harped on was the J6 or the
leading up to and during this hearing.
Yep.
I think proves that
the classified documents case, right?
Can stand a lot of heat, including a president's telling you how to do your job. If confirmed, you'll be in charge of one of the world's best law enforcement agencies.
Go Kash.
At the time when it desperately needs strong changes. Everyone's information, written questions can be submitted for the record until 5 p.m. tomorrow. Mr. Patel, when you receive them, it's very important you get back to us just as fast as you can so we can set up the meetings that we have to go through to get you to the floor of the Senate. So return them to the committee as soon as possible. Mr. Patel, you are excused and the hearing is adjourned.
Okay, guys. 307, the hammer drops. Let's see what 307 is. Grassley is dropping the hammer, 307. Who financed 9/11? Okay, we the people are what they fear, that one day awake. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not in temptation, but deliver us from evil. The marker, guys. Learn to read the map. News unlocks map, guys. 307. Let's see, guys. Let me just scan it really quickly. T-level events, and let's see what 1507 is saying. Oh, confirming, guys. You know, they're talking about confirming him to be, the FBI director. And interesting, I know confirming the Q drops is going to be tough. Okay, let's see. Air Force One, inside thereafter. More. Okay, so these are those Q proofs, right? Those pictures, those reflections taken on the back of a phone within Air Force One. Okay, guys. Okay, so this is an anon saying, I know you work for us, USA, but we anons work for you. Tell us what needs to be ready. Okay, guys. So interesting that. That
false
is,
flags, huh? FF.
I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
But again,
I just seen that with current. Do the mirror 703.
Okay, guys.
Because
So
he's
there it is.
back.
Rest in peace. Beautiful, guys. So the hearing ends at the mirror timestamp of 703. And that is that prayer said every single day in the Oval Office. You know, the premise of, or the spirit on which Trump starts his day serving the American people, right? This prayer is being said every day in the Oval Office. Let's read it. Rest in peace, Mr. President, John F. Kennedy. Through your wisdom and strength, and since your tragic death, patriots have planned, installed, and by the grace of God, activated the beam of light. We will forever remember your sacrifice, and may you look down from above and continue to guide us as we ring the bell of freedom and destroy those who wish to sacrifice our children, our way of life, and our world, we the people. And how many times did we heard human trafficking, and those bad things happening to children, right? This is a prayer said every single day in the Oval Office, JFK Secret Societies. Where we go one, we go all, guys. And there is, here it goes.
Said, every morning
all
in the
rise,
Oval Office again, right?
All rise at 3:07, guys. Beautiful. We love you, Kash. Okay, so there it is.
We made
Let's
it.
come back. Let's come back tomorrow, guys, and let me know, Lance, because I gotta stop the show at. I gotta stop the show at 6, so that means I gotta stop. Let me see. Yeah, 6 p.m. my time, so there will be 12 a.m. 12 p.m. I mean, so let's try to go live at 10 if that's not a problem.
I'm down. You want to do 10 a.m.?
Yeah, and because we got so many beautiful. We got so many beautiful. Let me just show you this, guys. So we broadcasted, right? Like on January 29th, right? We said, okay, guys, we're going to do the Kash confirmation hearing. And we dropped this at 3:49, right? PM on January 29th. A little bit like 5 hours later, right? Dan Scavino comes out and says, let's go Kash, right? The three amigos over here. And Dan Scavino made sure to drop this at 8:36. 8:36 brings you to Vault 7, and Vault 7 is Grasshopper again, right? So what are the odds, guys? And Kash, you are the best of the best, guys. Again, how beautiful that we have our confirmation show, and Dan Scavino is saying, go Kash, and he drops this 5 hours later, guys, at 8:36, guys. What is up? That's ridiculous. Again, we got so many, and here's that drop again, right? Where Chuck Grassley is talking about the FBI, and his timestamps is showing us two former FBI directors, right? Deputy FBI director and the FBI director, right? So interesting. Andrew McCabe and James Comey within his hours and minutes and seconds, guys. So replacing the bad with the good, right? Dark to light. The light is coming in and the dark is going out, guys. So interesting that Chuck Grassley is doing this, because 3122 is this drop, right? 3122, the former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe and James Comey, the FBI Director, guys. Do you believe in coincidences, guys? Truth, justice, the rule of law, guys. But again, we got so much awesome stuff to go through. But Miss Grasshopper is almost coming home. And then tomorrow, listen, you guys can choose. Maybe I still got like 5 minutes. I can go through a few of those decodes. Or we can save the decodes for tomorrow. And also let's have a look at how long that Trump interview is, right? Or that Trump speech. Is this Newsmax? RSBN? Let's see.
I believe it was about 35 minutes.
Okay, so that's a good one. Oh, this is 1 hour and it's still going.
Are not released. World president.
Okay,
No, but you got to go forward to.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Talented, naturally talented.
So this one. So it starts
It was
at
around. Yeah, 11:20.
11:20
Yeah, is
till
when he came out.
till 12. 11:20. Okay, so we can do that maybe tomorrow. Or maybe try to do it now, huh?
Oh, dude.
No way.
No. Okay. Okay, guys.
Half hour is another hour and a half. Like there's no way.
Yeah. It's, okay, yeah. You're right. Okay, guys. So let's come back on this tomorrow, guys. Do you want to see some decodes?
I mean, we didn't expect it to be a freaking 6 hour long.
Jeez, Louise, guys.
Hearing.
I thought it was just 2 hours. Ask him a few questions, get the hell out of there, right? Like, nope. It was the whole thing, guys. And there is spiritual Street Fighter being retweeted by Trump. And what I saw on the QAC or even on True Social, it didn't really show the picture, right? So you really had to click the link to then see what he retweeted. So I don't know if that's up due to my app or something, right? Durf, Lance? Is it me or?
No.
Yeah, that is what it did, right?
It's like he didn't retruth it. He posted the link, I believe, is what's going on.
So that's weird.
Yep.
So yeah, okay. But again, he's posting this link. So when you click this link, you go to Spiritual Street Fighter 17. And Trump makes sure to drop this 37 seconds past midnight, guys. And again, what he retweeted was a meme with a Q on the background, guys. A beautiful Q. You see that? You see the circle? You see the circle going like that? And you see the little Q over there, right? Watch the water. And 37 is saying, let these days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the Republic from those evil bad actors who for so long been sacrificing the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight. Let justice be served. And there's that beautiful fist bump. Watch the water, guys. There's that beautiful confirmation that we had, after we dropped the invitation for today's show. There's Chuck Grassley dropping, the changing of the guards. Dark to light, guys. Kash Patel brings the light in. And another epic retweet from Donald Trump for Women for Trump. I think it's Lara, right? Lara, we love you, sister. Again, Trump dropped this at 23:39 and 11:39. The PM timestamp is saying, this meme is saying, "Let it flow," right? Let it flow. Watch the water, let it flow. So the dams are breaking. 39:27 is saying the wake up. Cue the wake up, right? There's that link over there. Cue the wake up. United, we are united in this fight. Where we go one, we go all. Where the 11:39, the PM timestamp, is bringing us to you have it all. And Q is saying, we certainly do. So let it flow, resulting in the wake up, guys. So again, and Trump is sending in the military, guys. So interesting crumbs over here. And talking about the military, guys. Yes.
Can you go back to the Grassley one?
Yes.
He posted that on the 23rd. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, the 23rd. But talking about the military, and this is a tweet that happened, I guess, last week. And this is a shout out to Special Ops. Let me see. Let me drop his link in the chat, guys. This is one of our friends of the show. And tell him Grasshopper sent you, guys. Go to this link and drop him, send him, subscribe to him and tell him Grasshopper sent you. This is one of my friends. He served America with distinction, guys. A U.S. Marine. We love you, brother. To the moon and back. But again, he was pointing out, right? He was just planting the seed, right? He was showing me, like lips for TikToks, and I just look at the, it was talking about the 10th Mountain Division, and then I just looked at the thing, right? So again, he was pulling up drop 4414, which is awesome, a beautiful drop. Talking about those markers, right? The red 1, red 2, red 3, red 4. But then I looked at the numbers on the airplane, guys, and lo and behold, the 10 Mountain Division and 3125 is talking about the attempted coup, which is treason, by the way, opens the public door to more serious ... What did we hear in the hearing? Human trafficking, Epstein Island, right? So the attempted coup, the treason, opens the door to more serious stuff, right? The pill must be easy to swallow, the lead-in, because everybody knows that people in politics lie and they cheat, and that's the easy pill to swallow, but that will lead into more serious stuff, right? The public must be prepared for what is to come. The Clinton Foundation, right? And there it is. 305 is showing you, and fight for the change you've been waiting for your entire life. 514 is showing us the Great Awakening, like Q was saying over here, right? Let's see over here. Q, the wake up. So you see that what they're dropping in their timestamps and the crumbs in the numbers are all pointing to the same thing. The Great Awakening is upon us. The change that we've been waiting for our entire life is about to happen. And that what we saw with Trump, the attempted coup, the treason, the stealing of the election was just the beginning, guys. Because that opens the door to more serious stuff. And listen to what that confirmation hearing of Patel was talking about. The human trafficking, right? The Clinton Foundation. The public must be prepared for what is about to come. And look at the 10 Mountain Division. Dropping comms, guys. Dropping comms on the airplane. 3125, 305, and 514. Boom time. Again, things that I really wanted to share with you. Again, Kevin is saying, if you know, you know. Interesting thing is that his 1:29 p.m. is bringing us to the closing act. Operations by no such agency. And when you know, guys, because no such agency equals to Q Group, guys. And we all know that beautiful coffee cup that he so loves, right? He said, that is my favorite coffee with the Q on it, right? This Kevin set his alarm, So interesting that is happening. I'm going a little bit quick, guys. But I want to finish this before Miss Grasshopper comes home. Dan Scavino dropping a beautiful clip with these stealth bombers, right? I think this is a clip from the Air Force, I guess. But he's dropping this at 5:01, right? And 17:01 military time, right? And it says Sky Fortress engaged, right? Well, there it is. The Sky Fortress has been engaged. Forgotten Country action confirmed. And 1701 is saying whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it's the right of the people to alter or abolish it and institute a new government. It's their right, it's their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for their future security. And Q is adding to this. You are witnessing and watching the systematic destruction of the old guard. Power will return to the people, right? So again, Scabby, that is a brilliant one, guys. There is Trump with let's just skip through this, guys. That's another nice one. But again, tomorrow we're going to go through it. This is a good one because Trump posted on his POTUS account, guys. We will stand bravely, dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans and the future is ours. And our golden age has just begun. He's making sure to drop this at 2039. And 2039 is showing us the freedom flag. United we stand, right? We will stand bravely. Where we go on, we go. We the people, we are Americans, right? Let freedom ring, patriots. Our golden age has begun. United we stand. We will stand bravely, right? God bless you all. Signed off by Q+, which equals President Donald J. Trump. So again, a few of these crumbs that I really wanted to share with you guys. Let's see if there's something else. There it is. Trump saying the USA has a lot of winning to do and is making sure to drop this at 2246. And 2246 is bringing us to a tweet of Donald Trump that is saying America is winning again. And Q is saying, nice catch, sign on. And there's a little wink to Durf, 17-second delta. How does he even do that, right? Go Q. And there it is. America is winning again. The USA has a lot of winning to do. Signed off, DJT. There's another big one, guys. Dan Scavino dropping FAFO. If you know, you know, right? Dropping this. And big shout out to Heidi for grabbing this EST for us. 1452 is saying, an anon saying, we are hungry for arrest, right? And Q is saying, think IG report of Huber. You have more than you know. And, you know, just to show you, Huber was making the sealed indictments, guys. For those who are not getting it, yes?
Sorry. Go.
No, go.
Yeah, I've got one on the FAFO as well.
Okay, drop it.
Yeah, here we go. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Me too.
No. Okay, guys.
All right.
Okay. Go.
I posted
Okay,
it.
there's Lance. Okay, Durf, you go first.
Okay. Well, guys, this one, very simply, Elon Musk had posted FAFO 112 weeks and 2 days prior
What?
to Trump.
Jeez.
Or 786 days.
Uh-huh.
And the 1122, you know, whenever we see these, the trust sessions, you know, kind of like that, but it mentions actions today will be met with swift action, FBI burning the midnight oil. And if we look at the 786, the days, 786 mentions the $1.7 billion. The FBI is also mentioned, right? Now, this drop mentions future proofs past, and it ends with Happy Sunday.
Well.
Which Sunday, January 26th, when Trump posted that, was a Sunday.
Uh-huh. Beautiful, man. Look at that.
Future proofs
What
past.
are the odds, guys? And it talks about cash, right? Double meanings, guys. Right? It talks about the FBI and cash. Interesting, guys. Interesting. Happy Sunday. No deals. No escape. The Great Awakening, guys. Let's see what Lance on this epic quest has. You got it?
Sure. So we got an update from the Department of Defense on an update on Guantanamo Bay operations.
An update from the Department of Defense on an update on an update.
An update on an update on Guantanamo Bay operations.
Awesome, guys. Okay,
Isn't that
let's see.
nice to see? Like from the what's going on right now? What universe do we live in where the government's actually posting about Gitmo?
Gitmo, guys. Are we still live on YouTube, by the way?
The Joint Chiefs talking about our efforts at Guantanamo Bay.
On X.
That is ongoing. We're leaning forward on supporting the president's directive.
I think I have to forget about it.
Yeah, no, I totally forgot about it.
Violent criminal.
I think we stopped like an hour ago.
Oh, shit.
Out of the country. No one's going to wait on the Defense Department, and we're working that in real time. But I also wanted to give an update on the tragedy that happened last night here in Washington, D.C., and provide a little bit more information as we are actively working to investigate and understand what occurred and why. At about 8:48 last night, a UH-60 assigned to the U.S. Army Aviation Brigade in the Military District of Washington, Fort Belvoir, Virginia, collided tragically with a civilian airliner. The unit involved, the Army unit involved, was Bravo Company 12th Aviation Battalion at Fort Belvoir. It was an annual proficiency training flight. And when we look at the crew, and not all can have been notified,
Yes,
so we're going
yes,
to pull
riders.
ranks and names
Love
at
you,
this
man.
point. We do know on our side who was involved. It was a fairly experienced crew and that was doing a required annual night evaluation. They did have
Look at this
night vision
tattoo, man.
goggles.
We the people, man.
The
See
12th
that?
Aviation Battalion, as of now, is
And the
granted a
snake, don't
48-hour
fret on
operational
me.
pause on contingency missions as
People.
what happened
We the
is
people.
reviewed.
Yeah.
And a senior level aviation
snake,
team,
right?
an investigative team from our Aviation Safety Center
Yep.
was deployed last night and already is in Washington, D.C. to investigate what's going on. We anticipate that the investigation will quickly be able to determine whether the aircraft was in the corridor and at the right altitude at the time of the incident. As I mentioned, next of kin notifications are ongoing. It's a tragedy, a horrible loss of life for those 64 souls on that civilian airliner, and of course, the 3 soldiers in that Black Hawk. They're in our prayers, their families, and their communities as people are notified. I can't imagine. And I know it's gone from a rescue mission to a recovery mission, and we're with all the first responders that are moving actively too. So at the Defense Department, our thoughts and prayers go out. We are actively investigating to find out what happened and why. And as we get updates, you will have them. God bless.
Okay, guys. So interesting to have a good guy now running the show. Thank you so much for this video, Lance. Do you have anything to add to this?
Oh no, I just thought it was interesting that they're talking about Gitmo.
Beautiful, right?
The FAFO moment, right?
Yeah. F around to find out. And there's Cavi, guys. Cavi dropping at 1617. Donald J. Trump with a beautiful light behind him, right? Dark to light. 1617 is saying only the beginning. Power to the people. Bringing us to a Time article that talks about the most influential on the internet. And of course, that is showing you Donald J. Trump and listing Q, right? So Q and Trump are mentioned in those top 25 most influential on the internet. And then you got the 1755 of the minutes and seconds over here saying, are we live? Do it. 5-minute delay. Message sent, guys. Promises made. Promises kept, guys. So will Q return, guys? So interesting, guys. Let me just see if there's something else. There is General Flynn, guys, talking about Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, talking about senior people in the United States, mentioning the Justice Department and the U.S. intelligence community. Well. Where did we hear that before, right? Drop 1929, right? That drop that we always love to listen to, read. How the intelligence apparatus, the intelligence community, State Department, and Department of Justice, the Justice Department, right? Of the United States, the U.S., in joint effort with our primary foreign allies and other covert assets, by Hussein, Barack Obama, in coordination with Hillary Clinton, colluded and conspired to rig the presidential election in an effort to install Hillary Clinton and frame POTUS by using projection, creating emergency contingencies regarding installations and safeguards, and firewalls to prevent their exposure or even the continuation of Donald Trump's presidency should the counter fail, to ensure that operators, bad actors, and agents of power, past and present, remain in control and use sources and covert assets of the fake news media to carry out an X-frame barrage of strategic, coordinated, and guided attacks designed to divide, shelter, and justify impeachment of Trump and removal of Trump in an effort to regain control and prevent public awareness of their illegal, criminal, and treasonous acts, guys. So there it is. These people must be held accountable. Do you see how wonderful this is? Right? That we are living in times that the People's General is quoting a Q drop. Okay, guys. Just saying. A nice little retweet of Robert Malone showing the art of war, guys. Trump reading to Pepe. Sun Tzu, the art of war, guys. And all of the traitors and all of their friends could put their schemes back together again. So there it is, guys. Interesting times to be alive, guys. Again, when does a bird sing? A nice little one from Dan Scavino, dropping a bird, right? At 12:17, talking about the Podesta emails. While 1712 is showing us when does a bird sing. There is Dan Scavino, guys. And again, we're going back in time, right? So this is he's dropping a 129 length clip, the closing act, operations by no such agency. And the 2237, guys, is bringing us to the greatest military intelligence operation of our time, aka Q, guys. History will judge you well, guys. No such agency equals the Q group, guys. So do you see how beautiful this is? Fireworks. 129 closing act by the Q group, while Dan Scavino is dropping at 2237, showing us the greatest military intelligence operation of our time, guys. The Q movement. History will judge you well. This is a beautiful, beautiful timestamp. And again, guys, I think we already discussed this, but let me give the mic to our beloved co-host, because Miss Grasshopper is almost walking up the stairs, guys. So if there's anything really important that you guys want to show, now is the time, or else forever be silent. No, I'm joking. Like
no,
a
I can wait
marriage,
till
right?
tomorrow.
No. How did I say it at a marriage?
Or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, something like that, right? So that's funny, guys. We're gonna be back tomorrow, guys, at 10 a.m. if you don't mind. We're gonna go through the Trump thing. We're gonna go through the press conferences yesterday. We might even go through, the executive orders of Trump. Show you some live decodes. Or Durfman, maybe you got one live decode that you want us to do, because Trump did post a few so shinies, right? Is there one that you want to point out, or two?
No, not really, since the show's been on, and I took a quick look at a couple of them. There's some interesting stuff there, but I haven't really come down with anything in particular.
Okay.
So I did want your opinion, and I was making the graphics, so it's not really complete.
Okay.
But I could share it with you.
In the show.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Because here's the thing with and I'm gonna have to send it to you by XDM, by the way. With what Lance just showed with regards to the helicopters, basically I'm thinking that Trump may have hit a 0 delta minus 1 minute. And let me.
Yo, Bastian, what's up, man? Great to see you. I'm.
Oh, you know what? I did make. It still hasn't popped up, so I'm gonna send you what I just did on George Papadopoulos. Come on. Yeah, when I do screenshots, it saves it on my desktop, and my desktop is apparently on the cloud. So when I take screenshots, if I haven't rebooted my laptop in a couple of days, well, it takes a while. So I sent it to you on your X. Or did I? Sent it to the wrong place. This should be the right place. Good God, I'm still waiting for that image to load. So what I thought was interesting here, the 1025 has a where we go when we go all. And the Q, the We Are Q image name is where we go when we go all.
George Papadopoulos always posts out. Like if you're looking around and you don't know, like, okay, Trump is not dropping anything, Scavy is not dropping anything, go to George Papadopoulos, guys. Let me tell you, when he drops a tweet and he does a comment underneath, I think 8 out of 10 times or 7 out of 10 times it's gonna be juicy, guys. So if you want to make decodes and you can't find anything with Grassley, go to George and you will find something awesome, guys. And Durfman just did, guys. 1025 to Where We Go One We Go All, and the 1426 We Are Q, Where We Go One We Go All, with Durham in it, guys. And there's a little doo. I know. What is it?
Sorry, I knew.
Okay, guys. So Mama Hood is giving out another subscription, guys. So let me see who got it, guys. I don't see it yet. Everybody's already a Red Castle member, guys. Let me see who got it. Okay, there it is. Sunny Side Up 22. Welcome to the Red Castle Club, and big thanks to Mama Hood. We love you, Mama. And again, welcome to the Red Castle Club, Sunny Side Up 22. And all thanks goes to Mama Hood, guys. Yes, Durf?
Awesome. Yes, it was sent.
Oh.
And I would like your opinion, Lance's opinion, and the chat's opinion on this. So, Trump's, I believe that was his last or second to last.
It was his last tweet.
Yeah. So he's saying, what a terrible night. And the Delta minus 1 minute is saying Apache.
Mm-hmm.
Like a helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So it's 1 minute and 16 seconds later, huh?
That is correct.
Okay. Chrome dumps are coming in fast. And it is 76 seconds. I'm not correct. Okay. Saudi Arabia to United States. The forces are being deployed in Saudi Arabia, the National Guard. These crumbs in times equate to the biggest drops ever to be disclosed. And this drop goes in sync with the 116, right? Because 116 is saying the same thing. 116 is saying crumb dumps are coming in fast, while the seconds are saying these crumbs in time will equate to the biggest drop ever disclosed in our history. Remember, this information is real. God bless. Alice in Wonderland, The Great Awakening, guys. And again, it talks about the Clinton Foundation, Saudi Arabia, the bribes, the Bush family. Again, what information might be gained by these detainees, guys? They were financing all the bad actors in the United States and worldwide. And when those guys were arrested, their funds were frozen. And they were singing like canaries, guys. So, and this is how, what benefit does it have, when you know the enemy's playbook, guys? And there it is, guys. Durf, man, well done. Apache, one of those helicopters. So that's interesting. Just 1 minute and 16 seconds separated. That brings you to the crumb dump. And it brings you to the crumbs in time will equate to the biggest drops ever to be disclosed in our history. So on that note, guys, truly, we love you to the moon and back. Let me give the final words to our beloved Lance on his epic quest. And let me make my way down to Little Grasshopper, guys. We had an echo today, guys. So I saw Little Grass. So that was awesome, guys. I am a happy camper. Let's give it to final. Oh, I hear Miss Grasshopper coming in. But again, Lance, take your time. Say your final words, and we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Well, what a amazing day. Like, I did not expect that hearing to be that long, right? And the fact that none of the Democrats asked about QAnon makes you think, like, I don't know. Like they said with Pam Bondi, right? Like, oh, you don't worry, I'm gonna ask. No one asked him.
Yeah.
So I'm like, did Grassley just like tell them all to shut the hell up, basically at the very beginning about QAnon, right? Like
maybe that is code word, right? When he said, "I'm going to open up the door of the Senate," he's saying like, "I'm going to open up the floodgates if you open up your damn mouth," right? Like that is they know like, oh shit, he's opening the door to to the Senate. Oh my god, let me just behave.
Man,
okay, maybe
so many like epic crumbs today, right? Like just. Whew, it almost makes you think we got to watch these hearings more, right? Like,
yes.
What else do we miss during these? Because I've caught the same thing where I'm watching these Senate hearings or the investigations where I'm just like, there's no freaking way, right? Like,
yep.
How the hell is that lining up with the Q drops? So it's amazing how this can be used just more than once, right? Like,
yep.
It's almost like when they're going to start, right? You're just like, oh, yeah, if you guys are talking about this, then you're right on. Yep, you're talking about this. Okay, you're right on cue. How the
dude? How she was talking about the FBI, the Senate, and what was it again? Something else? The FBI. Yeah, the FBI,
feds,
the state, and the Fed, right? And the AGs, right? She was going through it like like if the IG was here, then the FBI was there, then the Fed was there, and then the state was here, right? Like she was going like methodically, like bing, 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 bing. I was like, whoa.
And then she went back to the top and was like, the law, and it's like, oh crap,
come on now, right? So that was a good one, man.
So much fun hanging out with everybody today. Like Grass said, that's why we do these shows, right? Like.
Yeah.
Like Derv says, we're kind of spectators at the same time, right? Like, of course, we're decoding with Grasshopper too. You know what I mean? But so are you guys. So like, it's an amazing time to be alive. Prayers for all the families that were lost in that plane accident yesterday. So, that was just kind of crazy to like President Trump said, right? Like, whew, that was. Right, that was just a bad night. Like, what the? So, yeah. Thank you everyone for stopping by today. I'll definitely have some of these clipped up. I don't know which ones, but we shall see. I know I took screenshots myself, just kind of on my phone with the timestamp. Right, that's all I need sometimes. Like 4:03. All right, we're right there. I know we're at that. So. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Grass. Thank you, Derf. Thank you, team. Scabby, President Trump, you guys are amazing, man. I just just blown away. Like I said, those little swamp creatures, right? Like they get me so angry, just like the rest of you, right? It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to watch them, but at the same time, when you do watch them, right, they're just spilling the beans anyway, right? Like you guys are freaking stupid. Like, did you really just say what's the cartel getting in return from the government? Like, did you just say that out loud, idiot?
Yep. You just did. This. And that's where we are, right? They expand ammunition and they can only distract with truth, right? It's like, what you going to say now?
So much hatred, right? They're not thinking clearly anyway. They're stupid, right? Like, they've kind of lost their playing field. They've lost their power. They know that no matter what, they can all stand together. It doesn't matter. Like they have to get a Republican to flip, and that's not going to happen. So they kind of know they're screwed. Kash just, good job, Kash. Right? Like, 6 hours to be in that freaking pit, right? Like,
ooh.
Yeah. So, but we were waiting for it, right? We were waiting for it, and whether they got us here. And we were all looking for for them to talk about QAnon, right? Kind of shut down, but just the crumbs that we got were kind of better than that, right? Like, just freaking amazing, man. I think I seen a post where someone said, "Can we have Grassley and Kennedy do a old man's remake?" You remember that, the grumpy old man? Remember that movie? Everyone tell Grassley what I said when he comes back, right? So much fun today, guys. So thank you. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Okay, guys. And Lance, thank you so much for always hosting the OBS and making these epic eye candies, guys. And please, everybody, send everybody to our YouTube, guys. We are trying to grow that account, guys. So please help us out over there. And spread the word, guys. We're gonna be live on YouTube as well. And the final words to our beloved RQ Durfman.
Yeah, today was a ton of fun. I think first of all, Kash handled himself extremely well. I could imagine that there were moments where his blood was boiling, and there was a couple of senators also that brought it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
They said, "Hey, you did well, in spite of, all the BS that they were doing." So, way to go, Kash. Yeah, today, was great. Let's see what else we're gonna have in store for tomorrow. And on that note, I'm gonna wish you all a very good night. Thank you very much to Dawn, to Dan, to Elon, Kash, General Flynn, and the Chuck Grassley, of course.
Absolutely. He was killing it, man.
Absolutely. I'm so sorry. I have to say it. I just heard us so shiny in my mic, in my headphones.
In your mic. Let me see.
Trump at 16:45 and 19 seconds.
Let's see, guys. Why in the world isn't Trump on? Wait a minute. So Donald Trump is saying goodbye. Let's see the timestamp, guys. Let's see the timestamps. Save. Let's go. 16:45. That beautiful graphic, guys. Okay. 16:45. Let's check it out. Miss Grasshopper knows I'm coming down, guys. So I gotta hurry. 16:45. Okay. Play loud and be proud. Fight for what is right. Fight for freedom. They will not win. They try to. The fight they try, but fail their will. Together, where we go one, we go all. Q+, that is Donald J. Trump, guys. And 4519, guys. Let's see what Trump dropped, guys. We love you, Trump. 4519. Let's have a little look, guys. Honor bound, guys. Where we go one, we go all. We love you, Donald Trump. And there it is, guys. Taking the oath. These are soldiers. Taking the oath, guys. Let's go.
The middle,
yes.
The middle. 1546.
1546. Okay, gotcha. 1546. We love you, Lance. 1546. Boom. Okay, there it is. What a wonderful day. Eric Smith in the front row. Pain, pain, pain. Happy hunting. There it is, guys. So play loud, be proud. They will fail, but we will win, guys. Fight for what is right. And there is the, taking the oath. Honor bound. Where we go one, we go all, guys. Donald J. Trump, you are amazing. We love you. And thank you so much, Trump, for ending the show like this.
You see that says Oracle Exec, the name, the Twitter name in the drop?
Okay. Yeah.
Oracle Exec. I just, remember he brought the maybe I'm just overthinking. It's been a long day.
Well, it's been a lot, absolutely. But again, guys, Trump, we love you for dropping at 16:40, 445, huh? We still missed. Okay, and 4451.
Ooh, that was CrowdStrike.
Okay, and there's the Democrat Party. Okay, yes, Durf. Richard Rohr, we love you.
Yeah, I was gonna mention we could check that 445, and yeah, I just think it's beautiful that both 1645 and 4519 gives us a where we go when we go all, just as we're wrapping up.
Just like your decode, right? 25 of George Papadopoulos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
Jeez.
So yeah, that's funny, right? So his hours and minutes and seconds are giving us the where we go on we go all, like Durfman's decode that he just did not post but showed in the show. And then as we are wrapping up saying, guys, I gotta run, Trump still dropped a 1645 in 19 seconds, bringing us to where we go on we go all, and bringing us to where we go on we go all. Side by side graphics, guys, are really important. Adding honor bounce, guys. And Trump, we are honored to be part of this historical moment in time. And on this note, guys, Durfman, we love you. Lance, we love you. I really have to go because Miss Grasshopper and Little Grasshopper are waiting, guys. Trump, we love you to the moon and back. Thank you so much for ending the show like this on this epic day. Durfman, final words?
Oh, that was it. I love you guys. Love you, Lance. Love you, Grass. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, guys. See you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to go to Miss Grasshopper now. Trucy, we love you. Let us shout each and everyone out because you know that I love you. And let's play Hold the Line. And see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. And for the Dutchies out there, it's going to be your 1600. It's going to be your 4 p.m. In the afternoon, guys. For the English people around us, it's 3 p.m. And for our central timers, it's going to be 9. For our mountain timers, it's going to be your 8. And for the Pacific coasters out there, it's going to be your 7. So again, 7 a.m. But again, tomorrow we're going to be live at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. God bless you all. Let us play Hold the Line. And let me shout each and everyone out because you know that I love you, right?
We're going to hold the line.
Okay, guys.
love you. We will be back in some form.
Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal. But that is a dangerous,
Trickster, we love you.
defeatist belief.
Truth Seeker, we love you.
It leads to the conclusion
that we are gripped by forces we cannot control. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for the storm mega. Okay, guys, let me say goodbye. See you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m., guys. And Jasmine Rose, you got a beautiful name. We love you. Lance, take it away. And Trucy. Good morning, America.